This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 25 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The Quincy's shouldn't be able to cause this reaction out of me. Even if they absorb my Ryatsu using their technique, it should feel different. Zangetsu, Gyaku, any input on what the hell happened? I didn't have time to get an answer anymore, as by using my haki, I realized that I had enemies all around me. All of them were strong, and maybe I would have had a chance among most of them if I fought them one-on-one. But even in this situation, I would rather fight all of them in one versus all than meet Mr. Big Boss himself, who was currently standing in front of me. Ryoto Yuki, nice to finally meet you in person. I was panicking internally. I didn't know how much time had passed, and I was kind of expecting 1 or 2 Quincy's to be still up for a fight when I got back, but at that point, I should be teleported back to Akio's lab. Yawatch, I said as I discreetly sent an alarm to Jin. I didn't need to wait long to feel the effect of teleportation wash over me, but as quickly as it started, it also ended. I was genuinely confused by that, but as soon as I saw Yawatch smiling at me. What's wrong, Ryoto Yuki? Did you truly believe that a Quincy didn't have control of a realm created by them? I didn't think of it actually because I wasn't expecting to come here. Not willingly, at least. And even if I did by any chance, I hoped that Yawatch would still be too weak to do anything significant at this point in time. Unfortunately, I was proven incorrect. Now we exchanged pleasantries. How about you tell me why I could feel Soul King energy coming from you? Now he lost me. What is he talking about? Then it hit me. About 150 years ago, I had a meeting with Soul King, or was it Mimahagi? It's not important right now, but what's important is that he did something to me, and whatever I did in my berserker state released some of the energy or used the power granted to me by Soul King. I remained silent at the father of all Quincy's questioning. You're not planning on talking. Very well. Well, see how long it will take to make you repeat what you did earlier. After saying these words, Yawatch didn't move, but the rest of the Stern Ritters were ready to attack. I immediately released my Bankai Tensai Zangetsu to change to my other Shurkai, Gyako Hansha. While Tensai Zangetsu would give me a boost to power and speed, Gyako would be more useful against a group of opponents. 2 blades are better than 1, and her abilities are more suited for fighting both close and personal, as well as at a distance. Zangetsu, on the other hand, was primarily a close combat type of Zanpakuto Hole, having 1 or 2 range attacks. I couldn't repeat using my hollow form. I was too exhausted to do it for now. It's a miracle that it doesn't hinder my abilities for now. It's weird. The only good thing in this whole hell of a situation is that I can't see Yawatch's elite guards or some other Quincy's. I don't think I would be able to survive if they were all here. My thoughts were broken when 2 voices exclaimed loudly, why can't I copy him? It shouldn't be possible. I can feel that I should, but I can't copy his powers completely. The twin Quincy's started panicking. They probably never experienced something like that. It's probably of my otherworldly powers that they can't copy. Apparently, the universe doesn't allow something outside its rules except for me and my children. To be honest, I don't know the reason, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. This confusion in the ranks of Quincy's allowed me to think about my escape plan. I can't use Senkaman because it would take too long to open, and I doubt my opposition would allow me to leave just like that. I'm not even sure if it would work here, since it's Quincy Dimension or whatnot, and not the human world. What other options do I have? Kill everyone here and let Jin take me back. Yeah, no, I doubt I would be able to even kill half of them. Then a plan was formulated in my head. I knew what to do, but it would be difficult, very difficult. Determination filled me. I will survive even if it costs me an arm and a leg. I opened my eyes and took a battle-ready stance. I activated my observation haki and prediction calculation simultaneously. I tensed my muscles and was ready to fight the group around me. I'm going to survive. Jin's POV? That's alarming. Ryoto should have returned. I know that he should. I can operate this machine to know that it should have worked. Something must have happened after Ryoto sent a signal for help. But what can I do? I clench my hand into a fist. It's frustrating to be powerless. It's just like when Ranjaku was attacked back then. Should I teleport myself there to help Ryoto? No, that would be too impulsive. I would be stuck there with Ryoto without any way back, which would be foolish. I alone can't do anything, but I know who can. Akio, Ryoto, and Isane's child. He is the creator of this machine, and he was the one who discovered this other dimension. I need to hurry. Arriving at Study Chamber, as everyone calls it. I still think it's a stupid name for this space, but I digress. I quickly appeared near the group using Shunpa. I didn't have time to waste. I needed to help Ryoto. No matter what I do, I may never repay what he did for me. Not only did he give Ranjiku a good place to live and an opportunity for a better life, but he stopped me from becoming a complete snake. That day, when I saw Ranjiku hurt, I vowed to kill that man. Ryoto didn't stop me from trying, but he gave me the chance to live with Ranjiku while also training with me occasionally. Ryoto gave me a life I thought I would never have. A life I was ready to give up, but Ryoto didn't let me, and I could never be more thankful for that. I promised to never let anyone make Ranjiku cry, and Ryoto dying would definitely make her shed tears for him. Seeing me, Rin, Yuruchi, and Isane realized immediately that something was wrong. Not having Ryoto with me helped form this opinion. Tell us what happened. Rin took charge of the group. Surprisingly, she was the calmest of everyone. I believe that she was the one who was the most attached to Ryoto and would be panicking. Looks like I'll need to work on reading people a bit more. I then explained everything I knew about the situation, and with every sentence, the pressure got stronger and stronger as Rin's eyes narrowed dangerously. I knew that looked very well. She was ready to kill someone. Rin, calm down. We have patience here. Isane warned Rin. I rarely heard her using this tone of voice. Sometimes, I forget that while weakest of all of Ryoto's partners, she is still to be feared. Unsurprisingly, it worked, and the pressure vanished without a trace. I am calm. She wasn't, but no one wanted to point that out. It wasn't time for that. In the meantime, I took a glance at Akio. He was still unconscious, so he won't be any help. I clicked my tongue without realizing it. Rin did the same, but then turned to me. I almost flinched when I met her eyes. This reminded me why she was a captain and had this title rightfully. Yuruchi, we're going to help Ryoto. Jin, take us there. We may not have a way out at the moment, but Ryoto is resourceful. He'll find a way back, just like he did when he was stuck in Hueco Mundo. This time won't be any different, but he won't get a chance if he dies, and if he sent a signal for help, the chances of it happening are higher than usual. Wait, let me help. The orange-haired kid said, quite loudly, I may add. No, and Rin quickly shot him down. Boo. No buts. You're simply too weak. You may be as strong as an ordinary lieutenant, but if Ryoto needs help, you would be only a hindrance. Rin made a logical statement, but the hot-headed kid didn't take no for an answer. How can he dash? Rin lost her patience as she instantly got behind him, chopped his neck, and caught him as he was falling. Take care of him. He should wake up in a bit. We don't have time to humor his hero complex. She again used Shunpa to get him to the orange-haired girl. Now, let's not waste any more time. And so we returned to the lab. There, I didn't need to explain too much. The plan was simple. I teleport both Yuruchi and Rin to help Ryoto, and they either destroy the cause of this anomaly, so I can bring them back or find a way back by themselves. Simple enough, but of course, nothing can go according to plan, and the moment I tried to use the machine, everything made it seem as if it worked. But nothing happened. I tried again, but we were met with a failure once more. I stepped back from Rin, ready for an outburst. I wouldn't even blame her for that. I was frustrated as well, but nothing happened. All I heard was the sound of a drop of water hitting the ground and the quiet voice of Rin saying, "Why do you always leave me behind?" while gently rubbing her black ring on her finger. Once again, I drew parallels between Ryoto and me and what me leaving Ranjiku could lead to. Yeni before fight starts. Yawatch's POV. Ryoto Yuki was an enigma. I was aware of that for a long time, but it looks like even I could get surprised by something unexpected. His eyes, they weren't natural. That's the only explanation that I have. If I wasn't aware of the eyes of the Soul King, then I would probably assume that this is what they looked like, but they weren't that. Even with the feeling that they could see through me, they weren't that. But that raises the question, who is a man named Ryoto Yuki. He is captain of Squad 2 and is known for manipulating information. He is also one of the 3 disciples of Yamamoto Jinryu Sai, which means that he can't be a pushover. That old fool may have gone soft compared to his old days, but he is still a monster, and none of his disciples will be weak. He won't allow it. I'm confident that Ryoto Yuki won't escape from here alive. I won't allow it. He is too dangerous to be left alive. There's also that mystery of why I could feel Soul King's energy from him. He doesn't seem to possess any of Soul King's parts. He also looked surprised at the mention of the Soul King, but gained some understanding after quick thinking. So he must know something, and I plan on getting my answers either from his mouth or his corpse. Ryoto's POV. Now Ryoto, how do I stall enough time to execute my plan? I don't have to wait exactly, but I need to catch them off guard long enough to use it, and it doesn't help that I only did this a few times about half a century ago. Maybe I should think about what advice others would give me. She wouldn't know. Rin wouldn't give me any advice. She would jump into action and stand beside me and maybe reprimand me for going here alone. Yoruchi would say something like, "Don't get hit." Who guessed that the fastest woman I know would say something like that? Who else there is? Joshiro-senpai would say something smart and try to defuse the situation by talking first, but it won't work here. Shunsui-senpai would maybe share a drink with them before fighting, but after the fight would break out. He would use every little trick at his disposal to win, and that's what I'm going to do, but I wanted something more concrete. Sojin. He wouldn't be a help here. Isamu. I don't know what he would do in front of the father of all Quincy's. I need to go farther in my memory lane. Karen would maybe laugh at my misfortune first before giving me a quest to motivate me and saying something like dodge everything, hit hard, and don't die, which, funnily enough, is the same advice that she gave me when I was fighting Gid what it feels like was a century ago. It was longer than double that time. Mikon and Rito. Yes, sorry, my cute siblings, but I doubt you would even approve of what I'm doing or what I was doing for the past 100 years or so. I don't want to think about it for now. Alma. She would get so excited seeing my strength, literally. God damn it. She is hopeless. Lala would take out one of her crazy inventions to help me in any way she could. Thinking about it is enough to make me smile. Keed and Rio would probably give me some advice that we learned from Koro-sensei that I forgot. Koro-sensei. He probably would have an answer. I just need to remember everything that he has taught me. It's not like I don't use his lessons at all, but there must be something small that would help me now. I just need to remember it. All of the connections we encounter in this world serve as a teacher who nurtures us. That's what Koro-sensei used to say, and what I was currently doing, and that's why I started recollecting many of Koro-sensei's lessons. Past you've lost will never come back. I myself have made so many mistakes, but we can learn from the past so we don't repeat it. Take advantage of what you have while you have it. The world will always be filled with injustice. If you have time to give up or hold a grudge against that injustice, then use that time to enjoy battling those injustices instead. Please remember that there are times to take someone's hand and lead them along, but also times when you must be stern and let them fend for themselves. Is anything ever truly wasted? You didn't let emotions or background cloud your judgment. The fact that I'm targeted by everyone is proof that I'm powerful. Then it clicked. These Quincy's think of me as a threat. That much is obvious, and they have every reason to see me as such. They know that I killed a few of their comrades, and they are wary of me. That's why I'm surrounded, but it's not their whole army. For some reason, some of Yawatch's strongest Quincy's aren't here. What? I was called one of the 6 war threats, and they don't know my full capabilities. There's a mystery about my connection with the Soul King, which Yawatch, of all people, should know that it usually means trouble, so the question stands. Why doesn't he have his full force on full assault against me? It doesn't make sense unless he is wary of something else. He is trying to preserve his army. It would make sense if he was expecting reinforcement, but he said that he controls this dimension, so why would he do that? Simple. There's a possibility that he can only stop people from leaving, but not from entering. Thankfully, Yawatch doesn't know that no help is coming. Or at least I hope they don't. I already have my escape plan, and if they get here after I'm gone, it's a death sentence. I may be also completely off about it, and the reason for not bringing his whole army here is something entirely different. It doesn't matter that much in the end, as it makes things a bit easier for me. I tighten the grip on my swords as I try to formulate how to use what I have at the moment. They won't let me leave without a fight. They want me dead, and they won't stop until I'm finished, so the only time they'll let their guard down is, fuck, Rin is going to kill me when I get back. Now, boys, how do I want to do it? Should I go at you first? Or would you prefer to get the first move? I faked my battle-hungry grin to look more confident. I need to look like I have everything under control and like I have a chance of getting out of here alive, but I can't oversell it either. Stop there, villain! A large, muscular man wearing a luchador mask covering his whole face called me out. It was Masked Masculine, who has the designation S, the superstar, together with James, who is his fan. A wrestler and his fan are one and the same. They can't be killed unless they are dead at the same time. At the same time, he is one of the least dangerous opponents here, and not because he is weak, but because I'm pretty confident I will win against him, if it was one-on-one, which it's not. And just to prove my point correct, other Quincy's joined in the conversation. Non, masculine. As much as I admire your simplicity, you can't attack this man alone. As much as he must have exhausted himself in his earlier bout, he is equally as dangerous, and his Majesty's actions speak of it loudly. It was Quilge Opie who stepped out, and he wasn't alone. Without saying anything, BG9 also joined, and he focused solely on me. An old Quincy, named Robert Acutrone, did the same as he pushed his glasses up and prepared his guns. Quilge, you always like to exaggerate things. He's only one man. He can't win against all of us. Bah, I doubt he could kill one of us. Quilge looked at Driscoll Bursey like he was an idiot, which he was. He was ready to argue, but decided against it. No use arguing with idiots, and I respect it even if he'll try to kill him in a few moments. But before we begin, I have a question for our adversary. A man with light hair, some purple bangs, and looking incredibly smug stepped in front of me. Do you fight because of your duty as a Shinigami? If that's the case, I object. There's no reason to fight for something like that. Do you fight for survival? I object to it as well. What's the point of your survival? You will die anyway. So what's the point? Was that because he didn't get to finish his speech as I made a powerful slash at my opponent, cutting him in half? I'm fighting you because you are a danger to my family, and you proved that point when my children came back injured. Nothing more, nothing less. Yindian escape, Ryoto's POV. My actions signaled the start of the battle. The first to rush was Masculine, who was ready to punch me the moment I was in his range. Unfortunately for him, I was already using my prediction calculation and knew exactly where he was aiming his attack. That's why I prepared Gyaka Han's left blade, the reverse one, to meet my adversaries and swung it at the fake wrestler. Full counter, and I sent Masculine's attack right back at him with all of his power plus some more. It was one of Gyako Han's abilities. I could send both physical and all the other categories of attacks as long as I was in a range of set attack, and I could even increase the damage dealt if I poured more Ryatsu into the counter. The drawback is that I can only deflect with the left sword, which would be pretty limited and definitely will be in this fight. Of course, the other half of Gyaka Hansha isn't an ordinary blade either. The more normal looming katana was best used when my opponent didn't know its ability, which is now. I know that it won't allow me to win automatically, but it will make my life a bit easier and maybe take down a Quincy or two. There wasn't much pause because of my unexpected counterattack, and Robert rushed at me and shot multiple Racier bullets, and I blocked all of them with a normal-looking part Gyaku. He was expecting his attack to come back, just as Masculine's had moments before, but his attack seemingly vanished the moment they touched my Zanpakudo. He didn't have time to ponder about it, as I pointed my finger at him and fired off a Kido at him. Hado 4 Byakurai. I used a weak Kido for a reason. It wasn't meant to deal much damage, and it didn't do any, in fact, because he dodged it, but it allowed me to dictate the pace of the battle. I don't react to them. They react to me, and thanks to that, I can pace myself better. I quickly used Shuinpa to get closer to Driscoll and try to finish him off quickly. If I remember correctly, he is a Stern Ritter with the designation O, the Overkill. This means that every time he kills anyone, he gets stronger. Clang, unfortunately, he blocked my strike with his Tekko-like bands, which are around his knuckles. I clicked my tongue in my mind, seeing my unsuccessful kill, but not allowing for even a second of breathing room for my opponents. I did a quick round kick, and this time my hit connected, sending Quincy flying. Not wasting time, I rushed at Quilge, who looked the most like he belonged in the military. It looks like the third time the charm since Quilge anticipated my assault. Such strength is truly worthy of a captain, but alas, it's not enough to win against all of us. With that said, I immediately sensed an attack from behind me. It wasn't a weapon of any kind, so I immediately assumed it was the wrestler. I didn't even have time to distinguish between auras, as I'm mainly focused on sensing presence as quickly and accurately as I could. Hockey may be powerful, but I could still get tired or overstimulated by it, so using it in moderation was important. I didn't have enough time to protect myself with the sword as I currently crossed both of my blades with another Quincy, so I quickly moved the handle of one of my swords to hold both of them in hand and try to defend myself with my forearm covered in Hierro. Moments later, I felt a powerful blow connecting, and am sure that if not for my Hierro, I would have a broken arm by now. Go, go, superstar! And at the sidelines, I could hear James cheering for his favorite, the only, wrestler. At the same time, as James was going wild, I could feel the fake martial artist getting stronger, so before he could overpower me, I turned my head with my mouth open while charging up Zero. I didn't have time to power it up long enough to leave a significant amount of damage, but it was enough to not let him do another attack. Simultaneously, I charged Bala in my fist, and with a wind-up threw it at Quilge. Yet again, another attack was thrown at me, not leaving me with much time to react, but thankfully, I was prepared for it thanks to both of my sensory powers. It was a spear made of Raysure that was flying at me at high speed, but I only needed to tilt my head slightly to avoid it. However, it was just a diversion, or rather, it was used as a diversion, as not even moments after I dodged it, I was punched in the face. I wasn't fast enough to avoid it, so I braced myself for impact, and boy, did I feel it. In the corner of my vision, I saw the Quincy who hit me, and to my surprise, I saw him masked and masculine. I quickly scanned my surroundings as I tried to regain my footing after being sent flying and realized what just happened. One of the twins vanished from my senses, and I could feel two masculines. Somehow, at least one of the twins overcame their panic attack and joined the battle. I have never missed my spider since more of my life than now. Observation hockey is great and helps a lot, but I'm not that talented with it, and it's not for the lack of training either. Maybe I just didn't get pushed far enough to progress, but I can't unlock my future vision, and that's biting me in the ass at the moment. I did a quick backflip and regained my footing. The moment I did that, I was already surrounded. Not having much choice or escape route, I attacked. Hato 78 Zangarin. I gathered a large amount of energy in my Zanpakuto and released it all around me, keeping everyone at bay. This Kido is very similar to Getsuga Tensho, which makes it easy for me to use. I could use Getsuga even when I was using Yaku, but it would take much more energy, which I can't waste right now, as I was fighting Yawatch or some higher-up called reinforcement in the form of weak soldats. Looking at them, I could say that they were worthy of being called an army. Their numbers were huge, and all of them aimed their Raysure bows at me and shot at me. Thanks to all the arrows coming at me, the sky became blue. I couldn't dodge all of them, even if all of them were weak, and individually, they weren't a threat in the least, but together, I wouldn't be able to defend against all of them, and they were mixed with stronger arrows from the Sternritters. Bakudo 81 Danku. I created two barriers on the opposite sides with great difficulty, because of the speed at which I made them. They weren't as powerful as they could have been, but I didn't have the luxury of time. At the same time, I still had two sides unprotected. Thankfully, my Zanpakuto was dual type, and I swung both of them. Full counter. Vanishing counter. One side shot the arrows back at Quincy's, and the other side was free from the arrows. The energy was absorbed by the normal-looking katana. Both barriers broke at almost the same time, and I planned on dodging them by using Shumpa. However, I was blocked by Quilge, who used his jail ability to trap me. Nevertheless, it didn't stop the arrows from going through it and hitting their target, me. Now, inside a jail, I didn't have much room to move, and I couldn't even do a full swing, so I could use full counter, so I did the next best thing and blocked all the arrows that I could. And while some managed to barato me, I protected all of my vitals. Though I wasn't unharmed, I could mostly fight at full capacity, even if I got an injury to my legs, arms, and body here and there. Most of the arrows only grazed me, and only 3 arrows were still in my body. I can work with that. I didn't have more time to examine my injuries, as I sensed an incoming attack from my left side. To my surprise, it was the zombified Bambietta, and Giselle, who was controlling her, who was hanging around her neck with a twisted smile. I didn't return any expressions. Throughout the fight, I remained expressionless. It was a combination of hiding my thoughts from my opponents and finding no excitement in fighting. I swung one of my swords, ready to use full counter to send back many projectiles, but my arm froze. My eyes widened, and I quickly turned to see why I couldn't move my arm any further, and to my shock, it was surrounded by jail. Only my arm was inside a jail. I didn't have time to break it, so I immediately tried to use my other blade, but just like before, after a short movement, it was imprisoned, and it was the moment most of the projectiles hit me. Bambietta wasn't aiming that carefully, but even the balls of Raysure that missed me created explosions that injured me. All of that created a massive cloud of dust, and as it slowly scattered, it revealed me standing with my arms hanging lifelessly, although still holding my weapons. In my left shoulder, there was a gaping hole, not to mention many other wounds caused by the explosions. If not for my hierro, I would probably be dead, but it couldn't protect me from everything, and some of the areas of my body were hit harder and more often than the others. But thankfully, the worst I got was a see-through hole in my shoulder. I was barely standing, and there were a few times I blacked out during the barrage of attacks. Even my Zampicudo returned to its sealed state. To be honest, I was tired, and I only dreamed about closing my eyes and resting for a while, but I knew that if I did that, it would be the end, and I still had a few things to do before I died. The moment I was visible, I was rushed at by the close combat Quincy's, and all of them pierced me through my body with their blades. I coughed some blood, a lot of blood, actually. I didn't have the strength to dodge these attacks. At most, I moved slightly so I could dodge the fatal injuries, but at this point, it was a small difference with all the wounds that I have, but this is something I could use. I grabbed one of Quincy's arms and squeezed it with all my remaining strength. Hado 96, Ito, Queso. My left arm started cracking with an abundance of energy that came into it, and from these cracks, a red Raysure was glowing brightly. It wasn't a slow process, and soon my whole arm was cracked. The moment it happened, a powerful shock wave burst from me, and next, a gigantic pillar of red Raysure appeared, injuring everyone around me before they decided it was better to dodge it. They probably thought that I couldn't do that much damage while being so close to dying, but they thought wrong. I fell to one knee and supported myself with my remaining arm, but I needed to move quickly. I bought myself some time, and they wouldn't rush in at me in case I had something else ready in my sleeve. This was now or never. Yawatch's POV. Ryoto Yuki was indeed a dangerous man. To think that he was hiding this much. It was wise to add him to the war threats despite the mysteries surrounding him. He is not Yamamoto Jinryusai by any means, but I can see his influence on this man. Ryoto Yuki was waiting for something. I was aware of it, but I didn't know what it was for. I couldn't believe that he was someone so arrogant to believe that he had a chance against everyone here. So the only other explanation was that other Shinigami would come soon. Possibly, after a set amount of time, they would realize that there is an issue. The moment I realized that I stopped all attempts on blocking this place, but it won't work for a long time. Unfortunately, if when they come here, they will only see Ryoto Yuki's dead body. After he used the forbidden Kido, I couldn't see him anymore. First because of the effect of the Kido itself, and afterwards because of the cloud of dust. I was expecting him, somehow, to be still standing. That's what kind of impression he gave me during our short acquaintance. But what I saw was his body lying in his own blood, not moving anymore. That's what I was expecting, but for some reason, I couldn't believe it, so I kept looking. To my surprise, the image of the dead Ryoto Yuki vanished, as if it was a figment of my imagination, and was replaced by very alive, although barely. But what gave me a pause was a Garganta behind him. I also noticed a small detail of his eyes being cracked and smoke coming from them, but that wasn't important. He was planning on escaping through the portal. There never was a reinforcement coming for him. He played me. I quickly approached the almost dead Shinigami and swung my sword at him, but I was too late as he was able to get to Garganta, and it closed behind him, leaving only the empty space where my sword struck. I frowned. This will change my plans significantly. Yini gathering allies, Ryoto's POV. I survived, kind of. Using my eyes on every Quincy in my close proximity was something that I shouldn't be able to do with the restrictions I have on them, but I trained them just as much as other parts of my body, so they got stronger, but even then I almost destroyed my eyes using them for a few seconds like that. Thankfully, I didn't cross the line of no return, and they will heal slowly even if my eyes hurt like hell at the moment, but compared to my body, the pain is at a similar level, which is bad. I couldn't escape to Soul Society right away. Garganta doesn't work like that. It must always be connected to Hueco Mundo from one side or another. I couldn't end up in a random place in my condition because I would for sure end up being eaten by some hollow, and that would be just embarrassing. I tried to follow a familiar Ryatsu, but it was challenging to pinpoint the exact position so fast while trying to stay conscious. Fortunately, I made some friends in Hueco Mundo, and even if I'm a little off, they'll feel my Ryatsu the moment I flare up a bit as soon as I get there. I can only hope that they'll get to me fast. Apache's POV. It was a boring day, as usual. I would even call it peaceful, if not for that annoying Mila Rose and that bitch Sung Sun. Just thinking about them makes me annoyed. But whatever. Them being annoying isn't anything unusual. As long as they are useful to Haribel-sama, they'll tolerate them. As I was walking outside Las Noches, Haribel-sama ordered for everyone to have their omi time. I don't understand what she meant by it. And her fraction, all three of us were against leaving her side, but in the end, we couldn't go against her order. She is Haribel-sama, so she must have a good reason for doing that. My reason for choosing the outside of Las Noches was that I wanted to be sure that I wouldn't run into these two idiots when I had a chance to be away from them. As I was walking, I saw a Garganta opening that was not so far away from me. It wasn't a strange occurrence, but since it was so close to Las Noches, I suppose I should deal with this hollow. So I slowly made my way there, but only moments later, I felt a wave of Ryatsu coming from where I saw the Garganta. What shocked me was that this Ryatsu didn't belong fully to a hollow. It was more similar to Shinigami's. Knowing this, I rushed. Shinigami are our enemies, and if even one somehow got here, it would mean trouble. The idea of calling either Rose or Sung-san didn't even cross my mind. I alone should be enough. The Ryatsu wasn't strong enough to be a danger to me, and if I used Resurrection, I would destroy the threat. When I arrived at the place, I was once again surprised. What I was expecting was a battle-ready Shinigami, who was ready to invade Hueco Mundo single-handedly, probably in his arrogance. But what welcomed me was a bloodied body lying on the ground, supported only by one arm with multiple wounds all over his body. Missing an arm and a see-through hole of the size of a large fist in his shoulder, but the most eye-drawing part of his bloodied body were his eyes, if I could even call them that. They were inhumane, even if I would ignore all the cracks and steam coming from them. The strangest thing of all is that I felt threatened. The moment I laid my eyes on this almost dead man, my fight or flight kicked in and told me to run as fast as possible. If I could, I would strangle this instinct for even suggesting doing something as disgraceful. I, as a member of Haribel-sama's fraction, couldn't live with giving Haribel-sama such a dishonor, so I pulled my Zanpakuto to be ready to attack at any moment. What infuriated me, even more, was his laid-back attitude the moment he noticed me, like he didn't even consider me a threat, and the small smile that formed on his face when he saw me only confirmed this idea. "Hello, Aaron Carr. Fancy seeing you. Here." He seemed to have trouble talking. No wonder with all these injuries. It's a miracle he is even conscious. Why don't you put your Zanpakuto down? It's dangerous to point it at someone. That's the whole fucking point. I barked back. What is Shinigami doing here? The Shinigami looked like he was thinking about the answer, but thankfully I didn't need to wait for long. I went for a walk. Is he joking? What kind of walk gets you at the doors to Las Noches, looking like you'll die by breathing too hard? His smile widened slightly. A very enthusiastic walk. Now, I was sure that he was mocking me, so I started carefully approaching him with my Zanpakuto and threatening him constantly. But for some reason, it felt like I was the one who was in danger. You know, it's not a good idea to continue with your idea. I narrowed my eyes. I shouldn't listen to him. I should just kill him and be done with that. But I hesitated when the next sentence escaped his mouth. It would be sad if you were to kill me. My emotions overflew. How do you know Haribel-sama? No, it isn't important. I should eliminate him before he becomes a threat to Haribel-sama. I steeled my nerves, raised my Zanpakuto, and was ready to deliver a decisive blow, but as I was barely able to move my blade downwards, it was stopped. I immediately recognized Ryatsu next to me, and I slowly turned my head. I was scared that Haribel-sama noticed my hesitation in front of the seemingly harmless Shinigami. I was ready to defend myself and apologize for my failure, but Haribel-sama wasn't focused on me. She barely gave me a glance, as her full attention was on the almost dead Shinigami. Before I could ask, my fellow fraction members rushed to the soon-to-be corpse. Ryoto-sama! Both of them yelled as they flanked both of his sides and delicately and carefully tried to get him up. Why do they call him Sama, as if he was equal to Haribel-sama? Sung-sun, Francesca, did you always look like that? Because I doubt beauty service is so advanced in Hueco Mundo. Cough, cough, he coughed blood as he barely finished his sentence. Don't talk. Ryoto-sama, save your energy. We'll get you to our medic, and you'll soon be at full power. Sung-sun tried stopping the Ryoto guy from doing anything until she and Francesca got him help. But the Shinigami ignored them and only was able to put his remaining hand on Sung-sun's head. Seeing the movement where his other arm would be, he probably wanted to do the same to Francesca, but couldn't. Without saying the word, the Shinigami named Ryoto looked Haribel-sama in the eyes. She didn't seem to feel the danger that I felt. It's as expected, after all. She is on a whole another level than I am, but for some reason, she seemed drawn towards these strange eyes. Must be my imagination. Tear. Situation has changed. Get Stark and Lillianette, and help get to Soul Society before I lose consciousness. Medic is there. Haribel-sama didn't need to hear anything more, as she just nodded and left quickly to get Primera. I was aware that Haribel-sama was closer to him than any other Arrancar, and from what I heard, they knew each other before they became the Espada, but that's all. I was left confused. Haribel-sama, Sung-sun, and Mila Rose know this Shinigami from somewhere, but what's even more strange, I never saw both the snake and the brood act so docile around anyone besides Haribel-sama. What the hell did I miss? Can someone explain to me what the hell is happening? And just like that, I was at the center of attention. Ryoto's POV. My mind was not working at full capacity at the moment. It may be a blood loss or just stress catching up, combined with my adrenaline level going down after I survived. Despite that, I recognized that a Peisai doesn't know about me, so I gave a questioning look to the rest of Tier's fraction. We found this lost puppy shortly before we made contact with Aizen. Sung-sun began. Oh, but was interrupted by the tomboy. We didn't mention you to her, because we were afraid that because she didn't meet you and doesn't have the same loyalty that we have for you, she wouldn't keep the secret. I doubt that was all. A Peisai should be fiercely loyal to Tier, and if she said to her not to tell anyone, she wouldn't, or she would just blabber it out by accident, since she doesn't think before she speaks. There it is. What did you say, you slithery bitch? I could keep a secret if needed. I never told anyone that Francesca kept sleeping with a bunch of pillows in the shape of a man while whispering something to them with a small smile before going to sleep. In her anger, she didn't realize what she did until it was too late. Sung-sun hid her smug smile behind her long sleeve. On the other end of the spectrum, Francesca was ready to kill the deer-like Aaronkar, but the most entertaining part of her rage was a small blush on her cheeks. But it wasn't time for conflict, and Cyan Sung's son knew that as well. Quiet, you two. It is not time to quarrel. There are more important matters at hand. She reprimanded both of the hot-headed Aaronkars. We didn't need to wait long for Tyr to return together with Stark and Lilianette. The moment they saw me, their eyes widened. Stark was more calm, but Lilianette practically was ready to jump at me, and she would if not for her partner catching her by the collar. Careful. If you move him too roughly, he'll die. He then turned to me. What do you need me for? Old friend. Yini with Rin's POV. I was sitting in Dejiza and meditating with my Zanpakuto on my lap. I wouldn't be much help in healing my children. I may have learned the basics from Isane and Captain Unohana, but with these types of injuries, I would be useless. Even Inoue-chan, who apparently didn't have her powers for even a year, is a better healer than me, but they are just strange like that. Using my Bankai would greatly help, but since their condition stabilized, it wouldn't be necessary. Not that I would have minded saving your children and all, but I would rather you use Bankai on Ryoto. A girl can dream. My Zanpakuto, Tsunagari, was talking to me as I was trying to gather my thoughts. I'm obviously worried about Ryoto. Girl, you need to relax. We both know how strong he is, and he has the stamina to boot. You should know it best. I roll my eyes at this teasing comment. After years of Tsunagari teasing, I barely acknowledge it. Yeah, Ryoto and I have sex. Tell me more about it. I didn't notice. We must have found Masaru in a giant peach or something. I sarcastically answered. I think Ryoto's sass rubbed off on you a bit. It would be strange if it didn't. We spent over 250 years together. Now, can we talk about what we should be doing when Ryoto gets back? What do you mean? Tsunagari asked. How the hell is this clueless Zanpakuto mine? To begin with, he'll come back injured, and apparently there's still a Quincy group that is still against Shinigami. He also wants us to be at full strength. Either he expects a follow-up attack after he returns, or, and I believe it's more likely, soon the climax of all past events is going to happen. I also worry about how wounded Ryoto will be. He promised to come back alive, but we both know that he didn't promise to be back safe. He very well may return and die seconds later, and he wouldn't break the promise. I said, you are underestimating how strong Ryoto is. Didn't he say that he'll go full hollow? In that form, he's crazy strong. He even can regenerate. How cool is that? Tsunagari tried to ease my worries, but it didn't help much. Even the strongest of enemies can be killed by an unexpected attack, and for what Yukima has said, there will be multiple. I countered. You're overthinking it. We can't do anything with the information we have, so why bother? As long as Ryoto gets back alive, all is good. And what's going to happen is going to happen. Together, there's nothing we can't overcome. We'll cut through every plan that the enemy makes, and we'll stitch together everything that will allow us the future we want. And if everything goes to shit and Ryoto really will be at death's door, there's also the Bankai route. I smiled at my Zanpakuto answer. Your optimism and confidence are really something else, but I don't hate it. It helps me not go full paranoid. That's what I'm here for. We are partners for life, and I can't let you die before you try my style at least once. I promise you that you won't go back once you try it. I decided to ignore her last comment, just like I ignored it for the last 2 centuries. I'm not going to try Jaira's style, even if she pays me. That's not for me, and I'm sure if I do it even once, Ryoto or someone else will find out, and they'll never let me forget it. I then suddenly felt a foot on the side of my face, kicking me, sending me to fly and breaking my meditation state. Because I knew that there wasn't any way for an enemy to be here, I wasn't on guard. Looking for the culprit of the kick wasn't hard. It was Yuruchi, and I gave her an annoying glare and demanded from her why she kicked me. You had the same look when Ryoto is overthinking things, which is okay but annoying in big amounts, and we don't need a second Ryoto, do we? Yuruchi said smugly, but I was still annoyed. I just resolved it with my Zanpakuto. Actually, seconds before you unceremoniously decided to forcefully change my location. I replied dryly. Oops. Sorry then. She wasn't sorry at all. Sai, I want reprimand Yuruchi. I gave up on changing her behavior years ago. Yuruchi, for better or worse, is a domesticated cat, or, as Ryoto likes to say, a cat who didn't realize that she was tamed. That thought put a smile on my face. Yuruchi used my short moment of reflection to get closer to me and poke my cheek as she hung around my neck. Hey, you thought something rude about me. You're lucky that I like you, or I would piss on your document. You'll need to tell Kamamura to make copies of all documents. You never know when Yuruchi jokes and when not, and in her cat form, she'll pretend to be an ordinary animal and do what she promised. As I bantered with Yuruchi, Jin suddenly rushed in with a worried expression, but before I could ask what was wrong, a big garganta opened in the study chamber. Everyone became tense. Yuruchi and I prepared to fight, and, in the meanwhile, I sent a quick look to Ranjika Jin and Yukima to protect the injured and kids. Isane and Unohana will be the last resort as they still need to treat Misuru and Akio. I immediately felt multiple Ryatsu coming from the gate created by a hollow, and the hollows coming from them were strong. Strange. Hollows usually don't work in groups, not the strong ones, at least not this strong. The first to exit the Garganta was a blonde woman slightly taller than me. She also had a skin tone similar to Yuruikis. Her face was hidden behind the jacket, but her Ryatsu was definitely not human or Shinigami-like. It was hollow, but I didn't rush to attack her. She is probably an errand car, and she doesn't look like she wants to strike at the moment. If we can solve this peacefully, then it's better for us. This battle wouldn't be pretty, not to mention that the hollow in front of me was only the second strongest of their group, and that's not painting a good picture. The errand car looked around and observed everyone in the study chamber, but I still couldn't sense any hostility. Hence, I waited patiently as I prepared to fight in the worst-case scenario. Yuruchi isn't known for her diplomacy, so we'll be the one doing the talking. What brings you here? I may have sounded a bit more hostile than I planned to, but in my defense, I had a very stressful day. 2 of my children almost died, my husband, in everything but name, will probably come back injured, and a powerful errand car came to Soul Society and is not alone. Her allies are still in Garganta, so she acts as a scout of some kind. I was asked by someone very important to me to bring him here. The errand car answered me calmly, and I digested this new information. There aren't many people who know about this place, and most of the people are already here. I doubt that Kisuke is behind it. I mean, this is something he would do if maybe cornered, but I suddenly remembered something that Ryoto mentioned about 40 years ago. Tear, Harabelle? I asked. Rin Kuju. She was more sure of her answer, confirming that she was the hollow Ryoto befriended in Hueco Mundo. I relaxed significantly, but that didn't last long, as after a small signal that Harabelle-san gave to everyone inside the Garganta. There were 5 errand cars, not counting Harabelle-san, but who was in the middle almost gave me a heart attack. Ryoto was breathing heavily, and his clothes were mostly ripped. The only remaining piece was at his waist that also covered part of his leg. His body was covered in wounds, and the most dire one was in the shape of a hole in his shoulder. The most eye-catching part of his injuries was the lack of his left arm. It wasn't easy to see, but I also noticed an almost invisible trail of smoke coming from Ryoto's eyes. Momentarily, his form was overlaid by his younger self when, many years ago, when I was still powerless, I waited for him, and he returned almost dead. Back then, I panicked but still managed to take care of his injuries. To be fair, they weren't as dire as they are now. In the present, my reaction was different. I released a wave of killing intent, and my eyes narrowed dangerously. Stop, Rin. Ryoto spoke with great difficulty, and hearing his voice was enough for me to refocus. He then raised his lone arm, pointing to where Unohana, Isane, and Inoue-chan were healing the others. Get me there. No one interrupted 2 errand cars, transporting Ryoto. The healers had already noticed injured Ryoto, and their expressions had hardened. Inoue-chan was an exception as she covered her mouth in shock. She probably never saw anyone injured to this extent. Poor girl. No child should experience this. It looks like neither she nor I were lucky enough to her normal childhood. I couldn't self-loathe right now. I am a mother, and looking at my children, they need me, especially Yukima. So I elbowed Yuruchi lightly and made a motion with my head at Yukima. Yuruchi didn't need anything more to understand. She may not be great with emotions, but she is dependable when needed. Yukima was already having a small panic attack, repeating, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault," until Yuruchi hugged her. "They'll let her handle this, as I have another son to look after." Jin may look cold or even sadistic on the outside, but he has a very kind heart, and he would kill it in a heartbeat if he could protect his loved ones. "It wasn't your fault, you know," I said to my son. "Even if you went with him, the outcome wouldn't change much, or it would even get worse." Like it or hate it, Ryoto probably knew what was going to happen the moment he made his decision, and that means that it was the best choice in his eyes. I try to comfort the gray-haired boy. Even if he's a man at this point, I still see the young boy that Ryoto brought home all these years ago. I didn't say anything. I smirked. Of course, he denied worrying in any way of capacity. "Jin, you're a lot more similar to Ryoto than you like to believe. Both of you, at your core, care about your loved ones more than you do about yourself. I think that's why Ryoto wanted to bring you into the family. He saw himself in you and knew that if left alone, you wouldn't get a happy ending while trying to help Ranjaku in any shape and form." I paused, letting Jin think about what I had said before continuing. "All of us think of you as part of the family, especially Ryoto, and he wouldn't want you to blame yourself over his choices. I just want you to know that you're not alone, Jin, and if you ever need to talk, I will be there to listen." I was ready to walk away, not expecting any answer, but the unexpected happened. The moment Ryoto fulfilled his promise and made Ranjika happy and full of smiles. I considered him my father. I smiled gently. "Then you need to tell him that later on. It will definitely make him happy." Ryoto's POV. I was gently put down next to Unohana. Nearby were Masaru and Akio, with Isane and in no way treating them, but they were still unconscious and full of wounds, but they looked slightly better than before I left. "How are they?" It still hurts to talk, but I needed to know their conditions before anything else. "Both of them have stabilized already, and their life is no longer in danger, but they'll need a lot of time to recover," is what I would say if not for Ryuka's help. Akio and Masaru are healing at an incredible rate, but still will take some time before they wake up. "You should prioritize your own health at the moment." She chastised me lightly as she started using healing Kaido. "This is just a flesh wound." I couldn't stop myself from saying that, but it earned me a light smack on my head. It wasn't even strong enough to feel it, or I just lost a sense of touch. Either is possible. As she was treating me, she carefully observed my missing arm, and she slowly narrowed her eyes. "You used Forbidden Kido. Your arm was not cut, but destroyed from within. Not to mention that your Ryatsu is still leaking unnaturally from it." I nodded with some difficulty. Didn't have much choice. It was the only way to return alive and keep my promise. The captain of squad for looked solemnly as she asked, "That bad?" Then her eyes became a bit sharper, and her usual smiling expression wasn't anywhere to be seen. "You'll explain everything after you can talk without any lingering pain." I once again nodded. Not that I planned to hide what happened today. The plot went out of the rails at this point, and there are two possible outcomes to today's events. 1. The Quincy's hide again and recover their strength until Yawatch is sure he can defeat us. 2. They attack very soon before we can prepare for them. I would prefer the first option, but knowing my luck, it will be the second. But at the moment, I guess I can close my eyes for a second. I'm tired. And just like that, I doze off. Any breaking point, Ryoto's POV. I woke up in a slightly agitated state, and I immediately checked my surroundings. The first thing I noticed was that I was in the study chamber. I remember getting here before closing my eyes for a bit. The moments after I escaped the Quinces were a bit blurry. Understandably, I would add, but it didn't matter now. The second thing I noticed was that my body wasn't that much in pain anymore. I mean, it still hurts here and there, but compared to before, it was practically nothing. I checked my left shoulder, and it was bandaged, as was most of my body, apparently. Obviously, I tried checking the other side of my body as well, but as I tried to move my left arm to do exactly that, nothing happened. Oh, right, I don't have my left arm anymore. At least I'm right-handed. That's the only positive I could think of. Am I sad at the loss of my arm? I sure am. Although given the chance, I would probably do that again if it was necessary. Have you already woken up? I heard a soothing voice next to me, and I would have mistaken this voice for anyone else. How long was I unconscious? Uno Hana? This was the vital question. Time is essential right now, so the less I sleep, the better. It was about 1 hour since you lost consciousness. I sighed out of relief. Since it was only 1 hour and nothing was on fire just yet, I still had time, but first, I had a more important question before Uno Hana gave me my diagnosis. How are Masaru and Akio? They aren't in any danger. Akio-kun, while greatly scarred, is already awake. Meanwhile, Masaru-kun still hasn't regained consciousness. His life is not at risk anymore. It's merely a side effect of Masaru-kun's Bankai. It burned through his Ryatsu at an unnatural rate, leaving not a lot left. I'll wake up soon enough, so you don't need to worry. Uno Hana answered my question with a small smile, seeing that I care more about my children than myself. Now that your worries are put at ease, let's move on to your diagnosis, shall we? I nodded. It's better to know how fucked my body is before doing anything. Give it to me straight, Doc. I can take it. I couldn't really stop myself from saying it, but it seemed that the joke went over her head. Your body was full of injuries, both small and big. Most of them were not life-threatening, but the saying death by 1,000 cuts exists for a reason. The biggest wound, except the absence of your arm, is the hole in your shoulder. The blood loss from it would be enough to kill you, but it was already cauterized to some extent, which helped to keep you alive. It was a blessing in disguise, as small as it was. Now about your arm. As you have probably noticed, the most I could do was salvage what was left of it, which means not much. The forbidden keto you used was created to use your arm as a sacrifice to manifest power much stronger than what you would realistically use, so there was nothing left of it. Even with the help of Ryuka, there was nothing I could do, and I doubt you would wish to ask Captain Kuratsuchi for help in that regard. I listened carefully as she described my injuries and their states. Thankfully, nothing out of the ordinary so far. Now about your eyes. Hearing that, I flinched and looked shocked at my doctor, and it seemed that my shock was a source of great amusement to Uno Hana. You don't need to worry. I got permission from Captain Rin, former Captain Shahoin, and my own vice captain as well. Uno Hana tried to calm me down, but it wasn't necessary. I wasn't distressed, just surprised. It's not like I don't trust Uno Hana. I knew her for years, and she's a very important person to Isen as well, but I hid my eyes for a long time because I was paranoid of the Central 46 losing their shit over what the hell I am and trying to throw me into prison for being a possible danger. So what's your opinion? I asked after a short pause. These eyes aren't something that has any right to exist. They go against everything that I have learned throughout my life, but at the same time, I can't dispute that you, in fact, have them. Yep. That's the usual response. But despite their strange existence, your eyes aren't invincible. They are shattered. I expected that much, but my lack of response made Uno Hana pause. Don't worry about it. They do that when I overuse them. As long as I don't cross a certain threshold, they'll heal on their own. It's not the first time it has happened, I explained. And how do you know that said threshold wasn't crossed? She challenged my opinion. Because I can still see, and my eyesight didn't deteriorate. I then opened my eyes to show that they were already better than before. I couldn't see if that was true, but my eyes didn't feel warm anymore. So they should be at least a bit better, and seeing Uno Hana's reaction, it turned out to be true. She put her hands on my face and brought her closer to examine my eyes more thoroughly. She even touched them in a few places. To be clear, I don't have a strong sense of touch in my eyes, so I didn't care much for these touches. If she started poking, though, they really started restoring themselves. It must have been shocking for someone so long-lived as Uno Hana. The longer someone has lived and the more experienced that someone is, the more hard-hitting these impossible scenarios are. Now that everything has been explained, we'll check on Akio. He must feel down because of everything that happened. I slowly and carefully got up so I wouldn't reopen my wounds. After successfully standing up, I notified a very distracted Uno Hana that I was going, but she wasn't listening much. She quickly answered me and went back to theorizing how my eyes' healing capabilities worked. I hope that I didn't break her too much. Now, I made my way to Akio, who was with Isane. I wasn't walking fast, not even at a normal speed, and thanks to that, I was noticed when I was relatively far away from them. They wanted to get closer to me, so I wouldn't need to walk that much, but I signaled them to stay put. I may have been injured, but so was Akio. When I was next to them, I sat down again. I was sitting beside Isane, and Akio was across from us. Isane put her hand on top of mine, like it was the most natural thing in the world, which for us, it was. We didn't say anything and enjoyed silence. At least I was, because it gave me time to think about how to cheer up my son. Dad, Mom, my time is up and my head is empty. Well, not exactly empty. But since I didn't start talking, first, everything depends on what Akio will say. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say, but I'm just so sorry. Every time I try doing something right, it turns out horrible. First, Aizen tricks me and makes me hate Dad for a long time, a time that I'm never getting back. But because of that, I sent Dad to Hueco Mundo, of all places. If it was any other person in place of Dad, they wouldn't return. But fine, Aizen is smart, a mastermind like no other. I may not like him, but it doesn't mean that I can't admit his superiority over me in practically everything. Because of that, people would understand why I did what I did. Maybe not forgive, but understand. One time, making a mistake of this magnitude would be enough to last a lifetime, but no. After trying to right my wrongs, I once again made it worse. But it wasn't enough for my own life to be at risk. My sibling also needed to pay a price for my actions. My older brother is still unconscious. Why is everything I do to protect my loved ones only hurting them? Akio ended his long rant with heavy breathing, as he didn't take as much pause during his emotional outburst. When my son finally regained his breath, I asked, "Feeling better?" "A bit." I nodded my head sagely. Understandable. Letting all these emotions build up inside you is not healthy. Been there, done that. I don't exactly recommend doing that. Isane turned to me with a raised eyebrow. I don't remember you being that much more emotional than an ordinary person, and I certainly don't recall you losing your composure unless you were drunk. She said, I wasn't exactly mentally stable when I was younger. I almost killed a wannabe bully because he pushed the wrong buttons. Bajni nusin parsa. But he didn't do anything worthy of being killed. I answered shyly. It wasn't the proudest moment of my life, but thankfully, I didn't do much more than to scare my then-classmate. After answering Isane's question, I turned to Akio, whose whole body, including his face, was bandaged. You may think that everything you've done was one way or another wrong or incorrect, but sometimes the wrong choices that we make may turn out to be right choices in retrospect. Thinking about an example, I got a perfect one. Have we ever told you how I met your mother? I asked, and Akio didn't seem to realize where I was going with it. Yes, if I remember correctly, you met when Dad was still in the academy while Mom was already a lieutenant. Something happened during Dad's lesson. He was in need of medical attention, and you met. Correct? But it's not the whole story. You see, after I survived that crazy lesson in the human world, all of our class decided to celebrate. Things happened, and we got drunk. Isane was also there and also drunk. We had our drunken adventure, and things exacerbated to the point that I fought Unohana. When I sobered up, I thought that I was crazy and getting drunk was a mistake, but without that, I wouldn't be together with Isane. What I'm trying to say is that only in the future will you be able to see the bigger picture and see these events from another perspective. I'm not saying that everything will turn out to have a positive outcome in the future, but I advise you not to lament over everything that happened. What I want you to think about is what you accomplished. Akio, you have saved your brother. No matter the reason that put him in danger, it was you who saved him, and you were ready to die for it. I don't like that you don't hold your life in high regard, but I can't say anything other than that I am proud seeing the lengths you will go to for your siblings. That, unfortunately, will leave you scarred, and I don't want you to look at these scars and think of your failures. I want to see your success. Scars only have as much meaning as you give them. I should know. I got plenty. Some I got when I protected someone I care about. Others were consequences of actions that I'm not proud of, but that's just life. I finished with a cheeky grin. I also want to add that no matter what you do, you'll always be our son. We know that your heart is in the right place because you are Akio Yuki, son of Ryoto Yuki and Isen Kotetsu, and that's enough for us. Isen added that was a straw that broke the camel's back as Akio threw himself to hug us. Although it looked like his emotions took over, he was still delicate enough not to hurt me. Of course, Isen and I returned a hug. It was hard with my soul arm, but in the end I managed to. I'm sorry. Because of me, you lost your arm, he said as he sobbed on our shoulders, and hearing that, I smiled. You stupid son of mine. For every one of you, I would sacrifice even more. Losing one arm is nothing. It was a heartwarming moment, but it didn't last long because a back butterfly flew to me, and I wasn't the only one. All the current captains got a message from their hell butterfly. It was a summon to the captain's meeting. Yini captain's meeting, Ryoto's POV, captain's meeting, I don't have a great feeling about it. I quickly took a look at Unohana and Rin, who both got the same message as me, but it didn't say what this meeting would be about. Not to mention that I'm still not fully healed. I turned to Isen and Akio. Looks like something is happening. The captain commander has called all captains for a meeting. Both my partner and son looked worried and wanted to protest as I had just woken up after I lost consciousness because of my injuries, but I reassured them that I would be fine, and I said the same to the rest of my family. With that settled, I clicked a hidden button placed on one of the many boulders, and pushing it opened a hidden space where I kept my spare clothes. Yamaji asked me why I needed so many spares, so I told him that I have a technique that destroys all my upper clothes while using it. I just didn't tell him that it was a non-combat ability, although Shunko does the same, so I didn't exactly lie. Everyone who didn't know me closely opened their eyes widely in shock as I started changing. And when I began losing the last piece of cloth that was protecting my modesty, everyone younger than me covered their eyes. I rolled my eyes, which of course they didn't see. They came here to invade Soul Society, ready to fight and bleed, but they got flustered by a bit of skin. It didn't take long to cover myself again, and I would have looked presentable and unharmed if not for the visible bandages and lack of arm. I also looked at the errand cars, and two of Tier's followers looked at me with a look that said, as expected of Ryoto-sama. The last of Trace Bestias was red. I don't know if it was from anger or embarrassment. She was ready to confront me about it, but she was stopped by her fellow fraction members. Stark covered Lillianette's eyes, who was protesting and tried to free herself, but it didn't work. Tier herself didn't have as big of a reaction as she observed me with great focus. My daughters, Yukima and Ranjaku, also looked away, not wanting to see their father's private parts. I would guess that they would already get used to my stripping habit, but I would guess wrong. Well, I'm off. They'll be back as soon as possible, but depending on the topic of this meeting, it may take more time. Behave yourself, and don't do anything stupid. With these words, I left together with Rin and Unohana. We were among the last captains to arrive at Captain's Assembly Hall, but I noticed that Eisen was nowhere to be seen. He usually is not early or late, but on time, and as I was already a bit late, it was suspicious. Coming through the large doors gathered everyone's attention, and noticing my injuries sent waves of surprise. Before I was flooded with questions, I raised my hand to stop them. I'll explain after the cause of this summoning is sorted out. Yamaji looked me in the eyes until he closed his eyes and nodded. Very well. Now that everyone has arrived, the assembly can begin. Slam Yamaji slammed his staff into the ground. The body of Captain of Squad 5 has been found. Eisen Sosuke has died. This news made everyone tense. Do we know the cause of death? I decided to break the silence. Members of the 4th Division already did an autopsy, and as far as we are aware, the death of Eisen Sosuke was caused by a sword wound through his heart. He then turned to Unohana. I will ask the captain of Squad 4 to do the autopsy herself. Your expertise and experience would be invaluable, and double-checking the cause of death would not be a wrong choice. It will be done, Captain Commander. Unohana answered with a slight nod, at which Yamaji nodded back in satisfaction. Do we have a suspect? I asked, and Yamaji turned his attention to me. The main suspects are the Ryuka, who attempted to infiltrate Seriidii not a long time ago. That answer surprised me. Weren't the Ryuka stopped by Captain Tozen? The youngest of the captains stated the question. Not to mention that we didn't get notice about a breach happening. He added, according to the investigation, there's no mistake. Forgive my disbelief, but I doubt I would have missed Ryuka hiding in Seriidii. Ever since I heard of the attempt to invade, I tightened the security. I even personally patrolled. I countered Captain Commander, but he wasn't the one who answered me. And what kind of assurance can you provide when you return injured as if you fought another captain? Isn't it a bit suspicious? Mayuri accused me with a creepy tilt of his head. As suspicious as what you were doing in your lab, but you don't see me saying anything about it. We glared at each other until the mad scientist decided to poke me a bit more. In that case, you wouldn't mind telling us where you were when Captain Eisen died. And when was it? I have a bad feeling about it. According to the autopsy, it was about 1.5 hours ago. The body was found relatively quickly. Was it truly just bad luck? Or did Eisen, for whatever reason, wait for me when I was gone? Or did he somehow know about Akio's plan and was even aware of the Quincy's? With him, you never know. Was his plan to frame me? Or is it just a coincidence? I was together with Rin and our children. As a family man, I can't neglect them. Not something you would understand, I bet. I threw a jab at him, but he completely ignored it. So, no substantial alibi. For what we know, they assisted you with the assassination. The same argument could be used against you. If I remember correctly, you were a prisoner of Maggot's Nest until Kisuk freed you so you could use your talent for the good of Seriidii. But since your old captain is a traitor, we can't trust you. You may as well be a spy. I countered with a cocky smile at which Mayuri was ready to explode, but slam quiet. Both of you. You're in a captain's meeting, so act like it. Yamaji scolded both of us and turned to me. How certain are you that the Ryuka didn't infiltrate Seriidii? As much as I can be. If they could hide from me, they're either so weak that I didn't register them as a danger, in which case they wouldn't be able to kill Captain Eisen, or they are more skilled at assassination than I am, and that would mean trouble for all of us because we didn't feel or hear battle Captain Eisen was killed quickly. That is also the second argument against me killing our fellow captain. Looking at my injuries, you would certainly feel mine and Eisen's Ryatsu if we clashed. Yamaji nodded slowly and changed his attention from me to Mayuri. Anything to add, Captain Kuratsuchi? Mayuri looked like he had eaten something sour as he stayed quiet. Then, Captain Ryoto Yuki, may you share who caused you such grief injuries? It may very well be the same culprit, or at least it may be a lead. I nodded and didn't plan on mincing my words. The Quincy King has returned. These words raised the room temperature until it was as hot as the hottest summer day at noon. Explain. That single word conveyed more than 1,000 more words, and I didn't want to test his patience. In moments like these, I am reminded that my teacher is still a monster worthy of his position. At the time of Captain Eisen's death, Akio discovered something unusual. There was some kind of dimension in the shadows of Seriidii. It was unnatural, so he obviously decided to investigate it. He was smart enough not to go alone and took his sibling with him. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Even with Masaru, who is at the captain level and multiple vice captain's level, Shinigami barely survived. Saying that, I released a bit of Ryatsu because of my emotions, but I quickly controlled it. Luckily, they're stable at the moment, thanks to the help of Aisane and Captain Unohana. I've noticed that you didn't mention yourself in that little scouting. The captain of Squad 8, also better known as my senpai, noted a small detail in what I said. Ryoto Yuki, what did you do? I could feel the heat in my sensei's words. At the time, all we knew was that Quincy did it, so I may have to go in and kill whoever did that to my kids. And that I did until the Quincy King revealed himself and his army. I didn't escape unscathed, as you have noticed. I also heard him calling me one of the war threats. They are preparing for war, and I'm afraid that they will either attack very soon or retreat to prepare themselves even more. My words brought silence to the room. Nowadays, Quincy and the Shinigami have a relatively good relationship, but this is still a new thing. For most of their existence, These two sides were at each other's throats, and it showed 1,000 years ago when our dear Captain Commander killed the Quincy King. So you're saying that a lot of fights are coming to us? Zaraki Kinpachi said with a wild grin. Of course, he would love this news. That's not the point, Kinpachi. If what Ryoto says is true, which it definitely is, then we are in trouble. We already have inside conflict. Add outside concerns on top of it, and we will have a disaster. War on two fronts rarely goes well. Rin scolded the captain of Division 11, at which point he rolled his eye and yawned, not bothering to start a discussion with her. We are, of course, discussing it solely as hypothetical, because the whole scenario is as unbelievable as Ryoto Yuki doing his paperwork. Mayuri is really on my ass today. More than usual, I mean. Or is it the normal amount, because we usually aren't in the same room for so long? I'm trying to avoid this creepy bastard, and he does as well, since I'm a friend of Kisuk, not like he would admit to it. Oh, please. If I wanted to lie about something, I would make it much more plausible, like training gone wrong or a mistake with a high-level keto. But I said that I fought an army of Quincy's, and the king of all Quincy's was there when he should be dead. Can you tell me why I would do something so stupid? I challenged the mad scientist, who, of course, responded back, not letting me have the last word. Why? Because your stupidity knows no bounds. Even with all my genius, I can't predict your intention. Science is not omnipotent. Our back and forth couldn't go on any longer as the giant doors to the assembly room opened widely and suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. It was a messenger, and he was breathing heavily as if he had run here without stopping at full speed. I have a message for Captain Commander. From Central 46. He had some difficulty speaking as he took a few breaths between some words. The execution of Rukia Kachiki has been moved again. The new time is set to tomorrow noon. Now, this was information that I didn't like to hear, and I, of course, announced my displeasure. Captain Commander, with all due respect, but I don't believe that it's an appropriate time for something like that. With the possible danger coming at our door, we should focus on our defenses and not execution. Yamaji took a long time looking at me and then went back to the messenger before answering. The time he was silent was filled with tension and anticipation, but I didn't like what I heard in the end. We will follow with the execution date set by Central 46 while simultaneously preparing for incoming war. Before I could argue, I was shot down. My decision is final. Just like that, we were dismissed, and everyone slowly started returning to whatever they were doing. Rin and I were walking slowly in silence until she took my hand in hers and squeezed it gently to comfort me, knowing that I was worried. You're upset, she finally said, and it may be an understatement, but at the same, it is an obvious statement. Maybe if I was younger and less experienced with controlling my emotions, I would lash out at her as undeserving as it would be, but she wasn't at fault, and it wouldn't be fair to her. I knew that she only cared about my well-being just as much as I cared about hers. It's just all this stress is hitting me after all this time, and all this development that happened didn't help with it. That's why I took a deep breath to calm myself down before answering. Yes, I always knew that Yamaji was a stubborn old man, but I thought hearing his biggest enemy is alive would change something, but I was wrong. Don't get me wrong, I get it. Yamaji lived for a long time, and he wasn't always the way he is now, and he does everything he can so he won't return to his old days, but he does it to the extreme, and it does not make my life any easier. There is time to follow the rules and time to break them, but Yamaji follows them all the time. I still respect him and am thankful for training me, but god damn it, his stubbornness should be considered legendary at this point. I rambled a bit, and Rin patiently listened to me, not letting my hand go the entire time. I'm sure if I had my other arm, I would have swung it around as I was talking, but it looked strange without it otherwise. I still sometimes forget that I don't have it anymore. Joko Waikun, I hate to come between lovebirds like you two, but it seems like we have some things to discuss. The self-proclaimed cool senpai approached me together with his white-haired best buddy. It seems to be the case. I turned to Rin and gave her a reassuring squeeze. Can you let everyone know that I'll come back a bit later? I didn't get an out-loud answer and only a peck on my cheek and a reassuring smile as she left. Yini making plans with allies, Ryoto's POV. I went with Shunsui-senpai and Jushiro-senpai to discuss our plans. I had warned them about the traitor before, and it looked like they remembered. So, can we assume that Captain Aizen is the traitor that you spoke of? Shunsui-senpai finally asked. Yeah, I took out a lollipop from one of the extra pockets that I made in my uniform and put in my mouth. A classic strawberry flavor is always a good choice. He is hiding somewhere and controlling Central 46. He killed them a while ago. He'll check it after we're done here. If you knew about his plan, why didn't you stop it? Jushiro-senpai asked. He didn't accuse me of doing nothing. It was more of curiosity from his side. As I started explaining, I started drumming my fingers on the table we were sitting at. Two main reasons. First of all, I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. He is smart enough to rival Kisuk, and I couldn't outsmart him. If I made a move, he would make an adjustment to his plans, and I wouldn't know what he was doing anymore. Second of all, even if I somehow managed to uncover his plans, it wouldn't change anything. Seeing their confusion, I elaborated. Aizen lied about his Zanpakuto power. I won't go into details, but he can control all senses perfectly if you see him release his Shurikai even once. It doesn't work on me, but only on me. Maybe Masaru. I'm still not sure about it, but since he is better than, we won't know in the near future. I see. That's why you lied about the Quincy King coming back. To make Jinryusai-sensei to act. You knew that without something like that, Sensei wouldn't make a move. Jushiro-senpai asked, thinking that he figured everything out. Oh no, everything I said about the Quincy's was true. That's why I'm irritated. With Aizen on the loose and Quincy in the back, the troubles are all around us. Hearing my nonchalant response, both of my senpai felt a drop of sweat on their faces. I, on the other hand, focused on the flavor of my lollipop. It had been a long time since I had a strawberry flavor, after all, so I savored it. However, they quickly realized that my calmness must have a reason. Fine, spoil my fun then. So what's the plan, Ryoto? Shunsui-senpai finally asked. I couldn't help but smirk at that question as I had a ready answer and couldn't wait for their reaction. The plan's beauty is in its simplicity. Everything will be settled tomorrow at noon at Rukia's execution. I'm the only one immune to Aizen's hypnosis, so it'll be the one fighting. I was interrupted by Jushiro-senpai. Ryoto-kun, is it really wise to fight an opponent like that alone, especially with your injuries? I don't intend to doubt you, but you don't seem to be fully healed just yet despite Captain Unohana treating you until the last moment before the meeting. Wise? No, but it's our best bet. If we're to fight in a larger group, it would be chaos. With only me seeing right, Aizen would either turn everyone against each other without them noticing, or a more likely scenario, against me. This way is most likely to succeed. I may not know Aizen's every trick, but he doesn't mind either. After finishing my sentence, I want a bit from my senpai if he wanted to argue, but I could only see acceptance in both of their eyes. They trusted my decision, and they agreed with it. Very well. What do you need us to do? Shunsui-senpai, uncharacteristically serious, asked. Stall Yamaji when I deal with Aizen. What? I was right. Their expressions were priceless. Now that I was done with my senpai, it was my turn to speak with Soy Fawn. As usual, she was busy with the paperwork. I should tell her to relax more. Joking aside, I was already at the door to my office. Although most of my squad members call it Soy Fawn's office at this point. Cheeky bastards. Zero respect for their captain, I tell you. Maybe I should double their training? Thoughts for later. As usual, I entered the room without knocking, and, as usual, my lieutenant was hidden behind the mountain of documents. I could practically feel the annoyance from the doorway. If you bring one more document, I swear I'm going to force all these papers down our captain's throat. Kinky but sorry. I'm not into this kind of stuff. If you want, though, I may find someone who is. You won't believe how many degenerates there are in the world. My snarky comment was ignored. Am I really so out of touch that I can't get a reaction out of my own lieutenant? Without looking away from her work, she started speaking. I'm going to give you a chance to explain yourself. I understand that you are busy with Yoruchi-san. Yoruchi, but it doesn't give you an excuse for skipping your work. Again, you're talking like I've never done this before. That doesn't make it better. How about I'll tell you a secret as a sorry? It's about a diet I'm currently undergoing. It's worth an arm and a leg, in my opinion, and I already lost about 5 to 7 kilograms. So I didn't plan on letting me go any further. She stood up from her chair and walked around the desk to face me. I don't care about some stupid diet. Her words stuck in her throat as she took a look at my current state. I only paid half the price. I joked awkwardly as I moved my non-existent arm and scratched my cheek simultaneously. Her face went through many emotions at a very high speed, from shock to concern to anger, finally settling down to an emotionless expression. Who is the enemy? How many are there? And where are they? She went into work mode in the end. I'll explain everything later to everyone. We're going to the study chamber. Yes. She straightened up in a way a lieutenant normally would for their captain, at least according to Yamaji. Almost no lieutenant is as respectful to their captain unless it's required. And with that said, we left. Before that, however, I made a slight detour. I went near where the Central 46 usually make their decisions. I hoped that maybe I could reason with Eisen, that it was a bad idea right now to execute his plan, but he was not there. For some reason, Eisen decided to change his hiding location. And I checked with my hockey to be sure. He just wasn't there. And if that's the case, then I can only be sure that I'll meet him tomorrow. I probably would fail, but I would at least try. Never mind my failed plans. I should focus on things I can't control for now. My family and some close friends, plus Ryuka kids, gathered in front of me, and I walked back and forth like a general in front of his soldiers. My sole arm was behind my back, and once again I forgot that my left arm was gone as I tried to move it. This sucks, but I don't have time to mope around because of it. I don't know if everyone got the news, but Rukia's execution has been moved to tomorrow noon. Most people here were shocked, but the invaders were most affected. I stopped questioning before they even started. But don't worry, I have a plan. Not the best plan, but probably one of the few that should work. Tomorrow, you'll be creating a distraction. It will be basically a civil war in Seoul society. Unfortunately, we can't prevent it. Masaru is still unconscious, so he's obviously not included. The same could be said about Akio. He is still not in a condition to fight. Akio was ready to argue, but I gave him a stern look, and that made him retreat from debating me on the topic. I know that he means well, but he can be blinded by his goals sometimes and forget about everything else. He also wants to prove himself. Yukima and Ranjaku are relatively unharmed, and all their injuries can be healed by tomorrow, so they'll be included in this mayhem. I then slowly explained everyone's role. Everyone will be separated into smaller groups. Going alone would be dangerous in this situation. I'm a bit hypothetical in saying that while I'm planning on fighting Eisen alone, it's not like anyone else is immune to his hypnosis. And technically, neither am I. I'm just unsusceptible to the illusionary effects of his Zanpakuto, and all of my other senses will be affected. The kids, not mine alas, wanted to help, but truthfully, I doubt they would be much help. Ichigo, maybe, but others, as hurtful as it may sound, would be a hindrance. And I'm not planning on sending them just to get hurt for no good reason. I just told them to wait here, and I promised to save Rukia, but I'm 99 sure that they won't listen, so I told Yorchi to keep an eye on them so they won't do something too stupid. Planning around idiots is not easy, but planning around simple idiots is a bit easier. Soon after my strategy meeting was over, my lieutenant decided to take care of the squad's matters. I stayed here because I needed to be as healed as I could. Eisen is powerful, and even at full power, I'm not entirely confident in winning. And now that I'm disarmed Pun intended him at a disadvantage. Sitting cross-legged as Uno Hana was using healing Kaido as I went over multiple options and plans for my fight. I was interrupted as Rin approached me. Uno Hana only spared her a glance without stopping my treatment and continuing to focus on me. I, on the other hand, looked up to my lover as she looked down. Seeing her expression, I knew what she wanted to say. Rin. I tried to stop her from arguing, but I failed. No, don't hum. Ryoto, you are not going alone. Normally, I wouldn't say anything, but you lost your arm. No matter what you say, you can't convince me that you have confidence in winning against an enemy that you have been hesitating to face for so long when you were at your strongest. I'm going with you. Looking into her eyes, I knew that I wouldn't be able to change her mind, but that didn't mean that I wouldn't try to reason with her. You can't help me. I'm the only one who is immune to his illusions. You could have stabbed my back thinking that it was Eisen. Rin didn't back off, but she didn't say a rebuttal either. She just calmly took out her Zanpakuto without breaking eye contact. She then released its Shurikai without saying a word. As she traced her blade with a finger and carefully observed it, she started speaking. You know, Ryoto, my Zanpakuto, Tsunagari, has the ability to connect. It came out of nowhere, but I kept listening without interrupting. It's a pretty abstract concept, and the more something is abstract, the harder it is to control. That's why a physical connection is the easiest for me to perform. I need to cut or stab Tsunagari, put some of my Ryatsu into my target, and then repeat the process on something else to create a link. I usually do that to control the limbs of others or change my surroundings to my liking. Linking human senses is not impossible, but not intuitive. For what reason would I do that unless I wanted to draw joy from my opponent's suffering? I would very much prefer to deal with them quickly and swiftly. It's also challenging. To link the sense of taste, I would need to cut a tongue and touch. The nerve system would be sufficient. These two are the easiest. For the senses of hearing and smell, I would need to target the source of these senses, and they aren't the nose and ears, respectively. They're a bit deeper inside, but still doable. Sight, on the other hand, I would need to stab the eye directly, but that would typically blind a person, so it's counterproductive. It would be impossible, but we have the best healers in the whole Soul Society here, and I only need to prick our eyes without damaging them too much for it to work. A new resolution could be seen in her eyes as she finally met my eyes again. Ryoto, let me see through your eyes, stand next to you, and fight beside you. Rin's POV. I was nervous, but I did not plan to back off. What was the point of getting stronger if I could not use that strength to protect the man I love? The pregnant silence continued until Ryoto let a small smile creep on his face. I know that I told you some time ago that I seem to be attracted to crazy girls, but you're skipping a few steps on the crazy scale and going directly to stage 3. As usual, I rolled my eyes at a stupid comment, but hearing him joking like that gave me some hope that he'd agree to connect our visions. I'm not sure how it will work since I've never done it, but I'm willing to risk it if it allows me to fight Eisen. Ryoto didn't answer me immediately, as he asked Unohana about her opinion first. What do you think, Doc? Is it safe to stab eyes with Zanpakuto? At that question, Captain Unohana gave my foolish partner the driest look I've ever seen, and that says something. While I would advise against doing something like that, I can see advantages in such action. If Captain Rin doesn't pierce the eye too deep, I should be able to heal well before noon tomorrow. The captain of Squad 4 answered, I only need to prick both of our eyes, and it should work. I added some kind of reassurance. Then what are you waiting for? Stab me in the eye. This sounds wrong and out of context, and I'm 90 sure that Ryoto did that on purpose. He then opened his eyes, which were still a bit cracked, but looked a bit better than before. This was an invitation, and I took it, with an expertise and control of my blade that I couldn't even dream of when I was young. I pricked Ryoto's eye. It was harder than I expected, and I needed to use more strength than I initially anticipated. But even with that, I didn't pierce the eye even a millimeter deeper than I wished to. With that done, I moved my eyes and did the same. Blood was coming to my eye, and I was starting to see red in the corner of my vision for obvious reasons. But soon after, even before Captain Unohana started healing, everything became clearer and colors became sharper. I could also see much farther away than before. Is this how Ryoto sees the world? Rin? Ryoto called me and sounded concerned. Why would he be concerned? As far as I know, everything worked as it should. Your eyes turned blue. What? Yini melancholy. Ryoto's POV. Rin, your eyes turned blue. I carefully said, while still being shocked at this development. What? Hearing the confusion, I elaborated. I don't mean blue like mine. The color of your eyes turned blue. Her confusion only increased, and she turned to Unohana for confirmation. Our dear, friendly captain was as bewildered by this development as we were, but she just nodded, saying that Rin's eyes indeed turned blue. This wasn't something I expected to happen, but with my eyes, nothing is easy or straightforward. We don't have much time, but it should be enough to figure this out. Rin, when you explained your Zanpakuto's ability, it seemed like you would be able to see through my eyes, and I through yours. Thanks to my eyes, I already could do that, but the better question is, can you do that with my sight now that we are connected? Usually, blue eyes don't have any deeper meaning, but with me nearby, I would say she successfully connected our eyes, but I don't know to what extent. My request was quickly fulfilled as Rin nodded and focused on doing what I asked her. It didn't take long before I could feel someone looking through my eyes. The all-seeing eyes of God may be weakened at the moment, but they have no competition when it comes to sight, as far as I know. I may be mistaken, as I may not be aware of very powerful eyes from some niche anime, but that's what I believe. I can. Rin finally answered. Is this how you see everything? It's just so much information. I finished her sentence. Yes, but I'm already used to it. I thought that my vision got much better suddenly, but your eyesight is something else entirely. She responded with wow, but her small comment caught my attention. Did you say that your vision got better? Yes. Everything became much clearer, as if I had been living my whole life without glasses when I needed them, and I just got them. How about anything else? Do you feel something different besides that? Like you could do more with your eyes than before? Like, for example, zooming your vision. I have some ideas of what happened, but it's better to check all corners to be 100 sure. Rin once again focused and narrowed her eyes to try my suggestion. I seem to have the ability to zoom, but not too much. Nothing more is coming to me, though. I'm starting to have an idea why this happened. I think that you didn't connect our sight but our eyes, or rather, your eyes with my eyes' powers. You don't have their full power or potential, but still, it's incredible. Let me test one more thing. With that said, I open my eyes and try to make Rin see some illusions. It wasn't anything special, and it would be hard to notice if she wasn't immune to illusions. I couldn't keep it up for long without worsening the condition of my eyes, but I didn't need to, as almost immediately after I activated my eyes, Rin furrowed her brows, showing that she noticed something was amiss. Is something the matter, Rin? I asked cheekily. Yes. Some of the scenery suddenly was being overlapped or doubled. One scenery looks normal, and the other one is blue, and it doesn't seem real. So it doesn't work like my eyes. But it still lets her differentiate illusions from the real thing. I sighed inwardly and even let a smile form on my face, which Rin took notice of instantly, and she already knew what that meant. It looks like we'll be watching each other's backs tomorrow. That will do. It was time to finally end everything. In my century-old Cold War, and most of all, my mission here will end soon after. And after that, I can rest fully, I'll sleep without worrying about some genius manipulator who will kill me or my family for one reason or another, or he will somehow turn us against each other. Which he succeeded with Akio. Once again, I'm just tired. I miss having my worries mainly consisting of school, maybe some quest from Karen, and fighting off Lala's fiancés. But I'm not going to lament over what parts of myself I've lost over the years. It's better to focus on what I've gained. People I care about. My family I made here. My children. God, I love these rascals, and I would do everything for them to have a good and long life, and this will help them with it. Removing Aizen will create a safer environment. That's what I keep telling myself, because I don't want to look selfish, caring about my own well-being over my children's, but in truth, it's a bit of both. I can't forget about my original goal, but an additional one was added in the meantime. That's how life goes sometimes, I guess. I wonder what everyone will say when they find out that I'm already a father, and what they'll do when they indubitably meet them. I have no doubts that either he'll find a way for my kids and lovers to visit me, or, and I must admit, it's a very small chance to happen, Yurihara will find a way. It will be fun to see how Yukima interacts with her Aunt Mikon and my little sister's reactions to that. She always tries to act mature, but being called an aunt by a much older girl will definitely be a shock. Lala will undoubtedly like them, if not love them. That girl doesn't have a bad bone in her body and likes it when everybody around her is happy. Rito will turn bright red when imagining what I needed to do to have kids, even though he did the same when I told him and Mikon that Lala was pregnant. He is a pure soul in a perverted body. Truly a paradox, my brother is. Akio will be awkward around his new family, mostly because he would still feel guilty about trying to kill me. Hopefully not, but I know better. He is my son, after all. Masaru will probably just be happy to meet the family from his father's side. I sometimes told stories with Rin about our lives back home, while being vague about it being the other world. We'll probably tell them before we depart, but when they were younger, we couldn't be sure that they wouldn't tell anyone by mistake. We'll also tell others about it. They know something is off, but they don't know the whole truth. They don't push us to tell them, and I'm thankful for that. Trust like that can't be built in one day. And how can I forget about Koro-sensei? He is the reason I'm here in the first place. Maybe he'll think that I grew into a delinquent for having children in my teens. A fun thought to have, but it leads me to another thought, a bit more serious. After all my time here, I started believing that the dead should stay dead for the most part. There are exceptions, like with all things, but this work changed my view on death. I'm still going to bring back Koro-sensei. I'm not going back on my promise, but I'm doubtful I will ever repeat that. I can't say for sure until it happened, but unless something unexpected happens and it wasn't their time to depart from this world, they'll let them rest in peace. Does it make me a bad person? I don't know. Maybe seeing the death of many people numb me to some extent. In my opinion, people only cling to life so hard because they know it will end someday. So losing it early is a waste. They always believe that they have so much more to do before they die. When people die of old age, they don't do that. Instead, they either reminisce about the past or think about their regrets. I probably won't die from old age. If not because of my soul's strength, then I bet something will happen in the future. A reward from a mission that I'll get, or some kind of event on said mission that will lengthen my lifespan even further. Even if nothing happens, I will already live for at least 2,000 years. These are just the thoughts that come to me more often as I get older, and am barely 300 years old. I shiver to think what will happen in another 500. Now that I think about it, my most peaceful times are when the kids were young. Most parents complain about many sleepless nights when taking care of the newborns, but we, the girls and I, were 4-person teams in total, and we rotated this responsibility in a way that wasn't a problem. The problem was keeping the kids in one place once they learned how to walk. I smiled wistfully, remembering how Yukima was the worst offender, and she would drag her brothers into trouble way too often. Or how Akio, even at a young age, liked to tinker with things, and often I saying needed to stop him from making a mess. Masaru was the only one who was remotely responsible. As the oldest child, he took his role as a big brother very seriously and, more often than not, tried to take the blame for his siblings' mishaps. Thinking about these times makes me really feel like an old man, but the fact is that they were the best years of my life, even with the possible danger coming at our door. I looked to both of my sides and asked, "Everyone's ready?" And after getting a bunch of nods, we moved out. Yeni the day of execution, 3 RDS POV. A public execution of a Shinigami was not an everyday occurrence. True, some criminals were sentenced to death when the offense was severe enough, but it was mostly dealt behind closed doors. The only exception was when the offender was a high-profile person, such as Captain. That's why, for most low-level Shinigami, the execution of Rukia Kachiki was questionable, as the use of Sokayaku was reserved for Captain-class Shinigami. Still, most would think that Rukia being a member of a Kachiki clan is a good enough reason to use it. Most of the higher-standing Shinigami, mostly captains and their lieutenants, were aware of this shady situation. Some didn't care, others worked with the one responsible for Rukia's current circumstances, and the majority of the group worked against it. Not every captain was present. Some weren't interested, some were late, and the rest were already there. Ryoto Yuki, Rin Yuki, Yamamoto Genryu Sai, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Kachiki Byakuya were the ones at the execution place, ready to witness the execution. Seeing that no one more was coming and noon was approaching, the head captain decided to start the execution of Rukia Kachiki. Rukia seemed to accept her fate. She looked at everyone present, and her eyes lingered a bit longer at her adoptive brother, who seemed to be on the border of saving her. But he stopped himself as he looked around. Ryoto and Rin weren't nervous, and knowing the pair, something was going on. He remembered his father's words that he wasn't alone. Then he recalled Yukima, who planned on rescuing Rukia, but she wasn't there. He still didn't know what to do. But Byakuya needed to decide quickly. As Rukia was slowly lifted up, the young captain was building up determination. The moment the Sokeku was released, revealing the true form of the ginormous Naginata, a phoenix-like entity, Byakuya was about to jump in, grab Rukia, and run, but was stopped by the sound of fingers being snapped. It was Ryoto who, with a big grin and raised arm, gathered everyone's attention by doing this action. Captain Commander was about to ask what the meaning of this was when both Kairaku and Yukitake showed up with Shohoin Shield. Using this artifact belonging to one of the four noble families, two of the most senior captains destroyed the execution tool. Sorry, Yamamoto-sensei. I recognize that the council made a decision of executing Rukia Kachiki, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to not only ignore it, but go against it. Ryoto addressed his teacher, who was ready to blow up, but was stopped by his other two students. Sorry, Yamaji, but we don't exactly agree with your decision on this. Shunsui said solemnly as his partner in crime and fellow student of the Captain Commander stood there silently, but his intentions were clear. Both of them were here to oppose him, and it woke up the sleeping monster. There was no need for more words, and the three, arguably one of the strongest Shinigami alive, left. But that wasn't the end. Yamamoto gave Ryoto the last look, and the meaning was clear. When I'm done with these two, I'll discipline you next. That is what the old Shinigami meant. Byakuya was about to run up to Rukia. His decision was made, but as he was about to move, he felt a hand on his head and instantly was moved away from Sokaika Hill. Usually he would notice something like this, but his focus was solely on his adoptive sister. Even in this situation, there weren't many people who could get a jump on him, and after his unknown assailant stopped and Byakuya took a look at him, or rather her, he knew what was going on. Even more so, noticing her expression. He tried to explain himself, but he didn't get the chance. Hello, Baya-chan. I would say it was nice to see you, but it would be a lie, at least today. Until we save Rukia-chan, I'm going to keep you here, and if you resist... She took out her Zanpakuto, and her gaze hardened. I'm going to stop you. Byakuya had known Yukima for most of his life, but he rarely saw her that serious. It really warmed his heart to see that she cared about Rukia that much. But he didn't know what to think when he was confronted by her when he wasn't planning on opposing her. Yukima, no byakuya kuchiki. I'm not letting you make a stupid decision that you will regret and will make Hizana sad. Yukima didn't let Byakuya finish his sentence, but he still tried to communicate with her. Yukima, and don't get me started on some stupid promise that you made. I already told you what I think about it. Yukima, what? Yukima lost her patience, and her glare intensified. I want to save her. At that moment, Yukima felt stupid. She did the one thing that came to her mind. She crouched while hiding her face with both her hands and knees. Byakuya awkwardly watched her embarrassment as she started rolling around with her face still hidden. Soifan's POV, I was in the training room because I'm not calling it the study chamber. And the biggest reason is that I'm 95% sure that stupid man called it that as a joke. Here with me are the Ryuka, Captain Unohana, and her vice captain, Isen Kotetsu, who are healing both of my stupid captain's children. Masaru Dano is still unconscious, but Akio Dano is awake. And he isn't happy with being stuck in here. He couldn't even sneak out as his mother was constantly watching over him as she healed him. The last person in here was Yuruchi-san. Yuruchi. I didn't forgive her for what she did, but Ryoto and his family did. So it'll give her the benefit of the doubt. But I'm not going to talk to her happily anytime soon. I didn't have a lot to do. I was to keep an eye on all Ryuka here, together with Yuruchi, in case one of us was suddenly needed outside. I don't know why the captain cares so much about the safety of these children. I suppose that he has a soft spot for highly motivated people like them, and especially children. Maybe it's his fatherly instinct. I don't really know, but he tends to do unpredictable things. This may be one of these things. Everything was fine at the moment, but I was feeling antsy. It was one of those moments when you knew something was going to go wrong, but you didn't know when. And, of course, something went wrong. Even in this space, everyone felt the momentary spike in Ryatsu. I couldn't tell whose Ryatsu that was. This room blocks Ryatsu from coming out and coming in. So knowing that and the Ryatsu everyone felt, I knew that something big was going on outside, and so did everybody else. I'm going to check it out. Don't move from here, Yoruchi said after a short silence. The last comment was made mainly for Ryuka, but it could also be directed to Akio. It looked like he was ready to rush out as well. I can definitely understand what he is feeling. I won't ever admit it, but Ryoto is someone who became important to me. Not in a lover kind of way. He is more of an older but unreliable brother or father. He even acts like that on a few occasions despite. I shook my head. I didn't want to think about it. I'm trying to push these thoughts as deep down my psyche as possible. Maybe it's just me ignoring the issue and not wanting to face it, but that's fine. For now. Thankfully, I didn't get a chance for another session of thinking about things I didn't want to think about because I was approached by one of the Ryukas who was dressed like a Shinigami and apparently was one. I looked up as I was still sitting to see what he wanted, but seeing his expression, I knew what he was going to ask. I'm not letting you out. The captain said to keep you here, and so did Yoruchi. You're staying here, I said with a flat tone. He is the hot-headed type, so no matter what I say, he will not change his mind, but I can try. I'm not unfamiliar with impossible tasks. After all, I'm trying to force my captain to do his paperwork. I can't just sit here doing nothing while everyone else is trying to save Rukia. I came here to do that, and I want to help. The orange-haired boy said, full of conviction. You won't be able to help. You're simply too weak, and someone would need to constantly look after and save you. That's the reason Yoruchi and I were here. So you wouldn't run off and kill yourself. My captain already has enough blood on his hands and doesn't want to have yours there too. I try to explain calmly, but he was getting on my nerves and not in the way Ryoto does. But what if your captain is in danger? Are you going to just babysit us here? If you haven't heard, Captain was the one who gave me this order, and if something is powerful enough to kill him out there, then we don't stand a chance ourselves. Not me, and especially not you. I've been part of his squad for over 100 years, and I never managed to get hit on him. I doubt that someone who is not even 2 decades old will be of any help. You won't know until you try. I hate this type of person, thinking that, by just trying hard enough, they can make a difference. If that was the case, Ryoto wouldn't have been on guard all the time. He hides it well under his relaxed persona, but everyone in the second squad knows that you can't take the captain by surprise. Everyone has tried many methods to somehow manage to get a hit on him. Some, including me, try to do it while he was sleeping under a tree. Despite our seeming advantage, he was able to disarm us like we were children with a gentle smile on his face. But I could perceive for just a moment when he suddenly woke up, I could see the seriousness in his expression until he realized who woke him up. I doubt others in the division noticed it. They are good for an ordinary Shinigami, but I am the fastest, not counting captain. The boy, however, wasn't done. I would rather do something and regret it than do nothing. I felt powerless one time when a hollow almost killed my mother, but Ryoto-san saved her. Then he came to take back Rukia and manhandled me, but he planned and still plans on saving her. I don't want to feel like that when I can do something. I came here to save her, and I want to be able to do something to help. Feeling powerless, I can relate to that. After all, it was one of the main reasons I started training, but I shouldn't ignore my orders. The captain counts on me. Go, Captain Unohana said in a soft voice, which she was known for. If you don't let them, they'll try to sneak out, and knowing you, you'll probably break some bones to keep them here. I already have enough patients here to keep me busy, so please don't increase my workload. I won't admit it, but I was already thinking about agreeing to it anyway. But Captain Unohana gave me a way out without compromising my work ethic. I nodded to the sole captain in this space. And after I established a few rules for Ryuka, we moved out. The fights were going on around the whole Soul Society. I knew that was the plan, but feeling it personally was unsettling. Even from here, I could feel individual fights. But the most noticeable was Captain Commander fighting against 2 captains at the same time, 2 of the 5 Aaron cars that Ryoto knows, and finally, my own captain, Rindano, and the traitor, but suddenly I could feel both Ryoto's and Rindano's Ryatsu rapidly dropping. My eyes widened instantly, and I rushed towards Sokaika Hill, leaving behind the kids. I didn't even give them a thought as I was running, hoping that I'd get there on time. I even forgot what I told that boy about not being able to help Ryoto and Rindano if they couldn't do anything. The only thing on my mind was to hopefully get there before something irreversible happened. The moment I could see figures in the distance, I immediately ran faster than I ever could because I saw Rindano on the ground, bleeding, and Ryoto was being held up in the air by the neck. I unsheathed my Zanpakuto without even releasing my Shurikai, and the moment I was in range, my blade went through right in the middle of the man's chest, which was holding my captain in the air. I breathed heavily as I felt blood slowly running from my blade and dropping on my hands. I was on time. This time, I was able to protect the person I care about until I looked up, and then I screamed. Yindi before the confrontation. Moments after saving Rukia, Ryoto's POV. Did I need to be such a show-off? No. Was it fun to do it? Yes. Will this bite me in the ass in the near future? Possibly. You need a little bit of fun in life, especially in tough times. Otherwise, you'll just be depressed the whole time. Been there, done that, but now that I'm done with my show, my allies distracted the opposition. I don't want to say enemies because it's just not true. We're just two sides, and the other side is unaware of what's going on or is manipulated, so we are forced to fight. As planned, Jushiro Senpai and Shunsui Senpai took care of Yamaji. Of course, our teacher could kill all of us if he used his Bankai, but it is for emergencies only. That or he is confident in defeating them with just Shurikai, and, scarily enough, that is also a possibility. Little Byakuya was yoinked by Yukima. The expression on his face was priceless, and I bet when this is over, she won't let him forget how she managed to get a jump on him. That left the youngest captain present, and, overall, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Not for long, of course, as before he had time to question anything, he was grabbed, and I would even say kidnapped by Harabel. There's an era joke somewhere about Bustu One-san kidnapping Ashoda, but I'm not going to make it. I feel it's just too easy. Maybe some other time. Now, everyone but me, Rin, and freshly saved Rukia, who was still hanging in the air, were left on the hill. Right? I should probably get her down, and that's precisely what I did. One simple shunpa later, Rukia was finally on the ground. She was still in shock at everything that happened, and probably for the first time, noticed my missing arm. She wasn't exactly paying attention to all the details. She was mostly focusing on her adoptive brother. I also could look like I was keeping my left arm inside my clothes, but from up close, there was no mistaking it. Don't worry, Rukia. I'm right-handed. I reassured Rukia, who looked worried, but before she could even feel flabbergasted, I threw her to my right, where Stark appeared, looking as bored as always. I knew that he was serious about what we were doing, and the sole reason for that was that I was serious about it. I really appreciated that about him. Please keep her safe. I knew that Rukia would be the safest, with arguably the strongest Aaronkar. At my request, he nodded his head, but before he left, I raised my fist. Stark looked at it for a bit until he understood what I wanted, and with a small smile, he bumped it with his own fist and left with Rukia. Now, I was left alone with Rin. Somehow, despite being ready to fight to the death in a few moments, both of us were calm. Are you ready? My question may not have been needed, as I knew the answer already. I was ready for a long time. Since the day we got together, I was prepared for a day like that, and I was hoping that I would be strong enough to be at your side and not be weak enough for you to protect me. Despite a simple question, Rin gave me a heartfelt response that just melted my heart. If we weren't about to fight our enemy, I would literally start making out with you. At my comment, she smirked as she took out a hairband and started gathering her hair into her old hairstyle, which she hadn't worn in ages. Then let's survive it, so we could do that later on. She can be such a tease when she wants to, but I love that part of her just as much as everything else about her. Also, on another note, what happened to your glasses? She asked curiously. I hadn't worn them for a few days now. I got bored of them. Also, fighting with them was annoying. I just did it as a joke. I explained myself, but I got a raised eyebrow from Rin. You had them for decades now. I was dedicated to a bit. So it would seem, but I prefer your look without them. They didn't suit you. I tried to look as betrayed as I could. And you didn't tell me all this time? And that earned me an eye roll, as if you cared about others' opinions of you. If that was the case, you would at least try to pretend to work hard. Ah, she knows me so well. To be honest, while you look stunning with your hair down, there is something else about your ponytail. As they say, you can't beat the classic. Now, prepared, I decided to call our opponent out. Hey, Eisen, come out, or I'm releasing embarrassing pictures with you as a main attraction. You are aware that it isn't necessary to threaten my image for me to come out like that. Eisen, who came out of the nearby woods, questioned my ways of doing things. But it is of no matter. I suppose, as you still haven't rushed at me, you would like to talk first. I didn't bother hiding my eyes. He knew about it, and I would rather have them battle-ready while talking with him. Meanwhile, Rin tensed slightly and narrowed her eyes. She was acting calmly, but knowing her for a long time, I knew that she was furious. There were many reasons for that, but two main ones were Eisen manipulating Akio and him threatening her whole family by doing what he wanted to do. That's why I'm the one who mainly does the talking. You would be correct. I tried to reach you before, but you were unavailable. Ah, yes. I must apologize. My intentions weren't to make your life more difficult, truly. However, I was afraid that you would try to stop my attempt at what I'm doing. Without even looking at my missing arm, he added, "My condolences about your arm. I would be more than happy to help, but am busy with something else, as you probably are aware. I was even forced to change my hiding place, as you would most certainly find me otherwise, and I was correct in my assumption. As usual, Eisen just loves the sound of his voice. He always thinks that he is above everyone else. And to be fair, he usually is, but that doesn't mean that he's not annoying. Stop that fake attitude of yours. I don't have the patience to listen to your voice today. Right now, there are more important matters to discuss. Eisen, the Quincy King, is back. Your whole plan is at risk. I'm well aware of this. After all, this is the reason why I sped up my plans that much. While the Quincy's may destroy Seriidii, it is of no matter. Once I'm finished with my plan, it will become a non-issue. So, as much as I appreciate you worrying about my well-being, it is in the end unnecessary. Eisen answered me as if he prepared his answer before I even started talking. Even if they could attack today, I challenged his view despite knowing that it wouldn't work. His mind was already set, but that didn't mean I couldn't try. Looking back to this in 10 years, I don't want to think that I could try harder to avoid whatever will happen. I don't want to have even more regrets. Then it's even more of a reason to hurry up. Don't you think? He smirked, probably knowing that I knew that my argument was too weak to work on him. On the other hand, I must commend you, Captain Rin. That made Rin raise her eyebrow, and I was equally confused. Captain Ryoto is coming back injured, which must have stirred some bad memories. And that was said with a sadistic smile. I quickly turned to Rin to check on her and use hockey in case I missed something, but it seemed that I worried for nothing. Except for a quick spike in anger and guilt, her emotions normalized just as quickly. Was that everything you wanted to say, Eisen? If that poor attempt at getting a raise out of me was your goal, then you would need to try harder. I've lived with Ryoto for years, and his pranks are more maddening than whatever you'll do with your words. Yeah, I should have expected it. To be honest, I sometimes forget that I'm not the only one who matured here despite Rin continuously showing me that it isn't the case. Rin did as well, and she isn't as weak as I sometimes think. I don't doubt her strength. She is still a captain despite everything that I may believe. But I guess just as much as she feels guilty about her weakness, I feel guilty about dragging her here to begin with, and I may be a bit overprotective at times. With time, however, I mellowed down, but the feeling of protecting her never died off. Then I must apologize. I took you for the more hot-headed of you two, but as you have proven, I've been mistaken. Forgive me for this little test of your character. Now, do you have any more questions? Maybe a few more attempts to stop me with your arguments. Or some surprise that I couldn't predict. You have always had a knack for surpassing my exceptions. And please make it quick if possible. I have a criminal on the loose to catch and retrieve something that will be of great use to me. No, I think we're done here. I said as all of us unsheathed our weapons. It was time to finish this charade before an even bigger enemy arrived. Yini the end, Ryoto's POV. Time for words has ended. There was nothing Rin or I could say to change Aizen's mind. And now that Quincy could attack at any moment, we need to unite faster than ever. And while having a common enemy in Aizen would be ideal, we don't have time for that anymore. He'll need to find a way to kill Yawatch without Aizen's help. And it'll be problematic with the Almighty active, but there is still a chance to end him before he regains this broken ability. But that is the issue for future Ryoto. Presently, Ryoto had enough of these at the moment. Bunky. Both Rin and I released our Bankai. Tensai Zangetsu. I decided to use Zangetsu once again. It would be difficult to use Gyaku with only one arm. It's not impossible, but against Aizen, I need to give 120 and more. Ins was the name of Rin's Bankai. It didn't change her Zanpakuto's look at all, but it was definitely more dangerous. Both of you start with your Bankai. I am flattered that you think so highly of me. Unfortunately, I'll choose to refrain from using it and limit myself to my Shurkai. Scatter, Kyoka Suigetsu visual illusions won't work on either me or Rin, but every other sense could be used against us. I explained it to Rin earlier, and that's why we decided not to talk at all during this fight. Doing that makes it evident that it isn't real if we hear the other one talking. I even jokingly proposed for Rin to stab both of our brains, so we could maybe have a telepathic connection, but both Unohana and Aisane slapped the back of my head. That's why we settled on the second best thing. We didn't rush at each other immediately, even after using the ultimate form of our Zanpakuto. Aizen did that out of curiosity, wanting to see how we would approach him. Rin and I, on the other hand, out of caution. Then, I made the first move. I threw Tensai Zangetsu up in the air as I put on my hollow mask. After I was done, I caught my sword and used Shumpa to get behind Aizen. My first attack wasn't anything special. A simple slash was a great opening move, but as expected, it was easily blocked. It looks like losing an arm cost you some power. As much as I knew that would be the case, I can't say that I'm not slightly disappointed. I, of course, didn't say anything back as I jumped back. The next moment, a shallow wound appeared on Aizen's arm. He raised an eyebrow as he observed his new injury. I didn't let him think for too long as I appeared in front of his face and looked directly into his eyes. I can't strain my eyes too much, but turning them on and off is much more energy-saving, and it could even throw him off with the on and off illusions that I create. Nothing too crazy, but it is something that can give us the edge. Aizen was surprised at the sudden change of colors around him, and Rin used that moment to make a stab motion that caused injury to Aizen's shoulder. He narrowed his eyes at yet another wound we caused him. Aizen created some distance between us and analyzed his situation. I see. Captain Rin's Bankai allows her to connect two spots in space, allowing her to deal damage by just swinging her Zanpakuto in the air. I also doubt that she can create a connection with whatever point in space she wants since she didn't deal any severe wounds to me. I don't doubt that she wouldn't hesitate to kill me the first chance she got. I must also note that being on the receiving side of illusions is an interesting experience. Although I'm disappointed in their strength, just swapping the colors for a moment is doubtfully the extent of your power. If I was forced to guess, you're trying to save your energy until it is needed in a much more important moment. I would be offended if not for the fact that you are so cautious of me. It means that you consider me as someone strong, just as you should. The arrogant look didn't leave Aizen as he explained his reasoning and deduction. He figured out Rin's Bankai relatively quickly. He was, of course, correct in his assumptions. We spent some time before for Rin to create all these connections here. There are still limits to how many of these she can make at a time, so she couldn't just overlay the whole hill in them, but she can feel every place she marked, and with her battle experience, she can time her attack very well. Our fight plan was fairly straightforward. I am the main attacker, while Rin is supporting me. Of course, this is not all set in stone. We could very well switch our roles if the need arises, but for now, we stick to the plan. I made a vertical slash with Tensai Zangetsu and left behind a line of energy that I hadn't released just yet. Then, I quickly got behind Aizen using Shumpa. Getsuga Tensho. My Zanpakuto was starting to release Ryatsu, which was primarily black with red highlights. With me using my attack, the previously made line of energy did exactly the same, so Aizen was attacked by two Getsuga Tensho simultaneously from two opposite sides. The power of my Getsugas was even more increased by my hollow mask and integrated Zero in them. But as usual, it is with Aizen, it didn't work as planned as he used Bakudo 81 Denko to stop one Getsuga, and he swatted the other one with his own Zanpakudo. Rin tried to capitalize on the moment and attacked Aizen, but he had already learned that staying in one place is a sure way to get hurt, so he immediately moved. Imitating me, or maybe mocking me, he used Shuunpa to get behind me and attacked me with a simple flash. I managed to block it as Rin supported me with her attacks. But Aizen moved away quickly enough to come out unscathed. I also need to mention that Aizen was using his Zanpakudo during the entire exchange. Not to create illusions since they wouldn't work, but a feeling in my arm, a strange smell, a sound, or someone's voice. I was forced to ignore all these stimulants that I would usually follow, and the same went for Rin. It took a lot of focus not to jump when the wind suddenly changed direction or when a loud sound exploded nearby, but the only thing we could trust was our eyes and Haki, in my case. This fight won't be easy. Ha ha. Ha! My eyes are already creating steam because of the heat they emit, even with my moderate usage of them. A prolonged battle wasn't easy for them. I'm not even sure how long we have fought, but it must have been at least 10 minutes. My eyes weren't the only thing that started giving up. My mask was partially cracked, showing one of my eyes and mouth, which, to be fair, allowed me to hold my Zanpakudo in my mouth if the need arose. I'm not even mentioning all the other injuries that Aizen caused during our battle. Rin was no better. She was as injured as I was since, as mentioned before. We changed our roles in a fight, and she took the fronts. At the moment, she was forced to support herself with her Zanpakudo. Otherwise, she risked falling down. We were both breathing hard, but our side wasn't the only one having difficulty keeping up this tedious fight. Aizen was also wounded, not as much as we are, but that's something. He is strong, but he still hasn't fused with Hogyoku, so he is not immortal just yet. Small mercies and all. Despite that, it was a reasonably equal clash between us with maybe a slight advantage towards Aizen's side, but it was mostly because of the loss of my arm. There were many moments when I needed to physically stop myself from moving my left arm, which I don't have anymore, or I tried to block or use Kido with it, and it cost me a few times. I just didn't have time to adjust myself to being one-armed. I can barely maintain my observation Haki. It's not that it uses stamina or Ryatsu, but I can't use it for a long time with such high intensity. It's similar to a muscle, I guess. The more I use it, the stronger it gets, but overuse it, and you risk straining them too much. Ryoto and Rin-Yuki, I'm truly impressed by your defiance. Aizen started talking as he was hiding his fatigue. To think that both of you would push me this far. I can't say that many would be able to do the same. But as enjoyable a challenge as this was, I'm afraid that we will need to end this soon. I narrow my eyes. Are you ready to give up then? You don't look so hot after all. He chuckled at my comment. Unfortunately, no, but I can't say the same about you. Captain Rin barely stands and is slowly succumbing to her injuries, and you're running on fumes, as they say in the living world. You barely use your illusions anymore, and you move more sluggishly. There's also one more thing that makes you lose. And what is that? I asked, even though I should have stayed quiet. I needed to have a breather, so against my better judgment, I talked. Then Aizen showed his creepy smile. There are still people that care about you. Then the pain came. I looked down to see a blade sticking out of my chest. I had been stabbed. That's not good. It hurts, but more than pain, I felt shock. I unconsciously touched the blade in my chest, which was difficult with my lone arm that was already holding Tensa, Zangetsu. Yep, that was my blood. I also could taste something metallic, and I felt something dripping out of the corners of my mouth. It never is a good sign. With all my might, I turned my head to see who attacked me, and I saw my faithful lieutenant with a relieved expression until she looked up to see my face, and then she screamed. 3 RDS POV. Soifon screamed, seeing the face of a man she just stabbed. This wasn't what she planned to do. This wasn't what she wanted to do, but she did. She didn't know how she could possibly mistake him for someone else, but there was something more important to do than try to figure out this mystery. The lieutenant of Squad 2 quickly but carefully removed her Zanpakuto from Ryoto's chest, trying not to cause any additional damage. Ryoto, not having any strength left to stand, was starting to fall, but his vice-captain caught him and delicately put him down on the ground. She needed to forcefully stop shaking her hands, otherwise she risked dropping the injured man. Finally, he was on the ground. Although it wasn't the most comfortable place to lay down, it would suffice. Soifan panicked, but all that stopped when she felt a hand on top of her head. It was a very familiar feeling, one she liked even though she would never admit it out loud. Of course, Ryoto weakly patted her. Looking at him, she could see that he tried to smile to reassure her, but with all that blood on him, it didn't help much. Don't worry, Captain. He'll get someone from Squad 4, or that Ryuka girl. Why, he'll be fine. She tried to get up and run for help, but the same hand that patted her head suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping her in the process. Soifan gave her captain a questioning look. Don't worry. I don't think he'll manage to survive that long. And Inoue-chan is not powerful enough at the moment to heal me, Ryoto said as he started having difficulty breathing. But dash. Soifan tried to argue, but she was silenced. SHSHSH. Soifan, I want you to listen to me. You managed to land a hit on me and make me bleed. That's why, as promised, I'm going to grant you your wish. I know what you wanted to ask of me. From the beginning, you want to find your mother's killer. Congratulations, you have your revenge. Ryoto confessed, believing that he didn't have much time left. He knew his body, and both experience and instinct told him that. So who was he to doubt that? Also, his Zanpakuto reverted to its sealed state, and that only happens when a user is close to death. What Ryoto told Soifan just now was one of the many things that his heart felt heavy with guilt about, and he was forced to keep quiet about it. Yin Fan was Ryoto's second kill, and could even be counted as the first since he planned to resurrect Koro-sensei. Yin Fan was also much more emotional since she felt more final. No. The man who killed my mother had glowing blue eyes, and yours are? Soifan started rejecting the idea, but as she was speaking, her voice lost strength as she looked closer at Ryoto's face and focused on his eyes, which weren't glowing anymore. Their color turned bleak, and their usual light blue shade turned dark. They're dark, aren't they? No wonder. I can't see anything. Ryoto, succumbing to his injuries, started losing his sight. Yet another sign of his upcoming death. Saying something like I'm sorry would be stupid to do. I regret doing that, and I never wanted to do it, but I felt like I had no other choice at the time. Later on, I learned that she was the one who ordered her own assassination. She was sick and wouldn't live for long. After your siblings started dying on missions, she hoped that at least one of her children would live a happy life. Using her own life as a price, she hoped that it would open her husband's eyes. But it didn't work as she intended. As you wanted revenge, when I became your captain, I decided to keep you as safe as possible. After all, I promised your mother to not harm you ever, but I felt it was too little, so I decided to try keeping you out of the more dirty missions. But I still trained you to the best of my abilities. Ryoto's voice was filled with acceptance as he revealed what he had learned about Yin Fan and her assassination, hoping to lessen Soifan's burden even at his death's door. I know. I knew for a long time. I stumbled across this information some time ago. I don't hate you. You've been an important person in my life for a long time, so stop talking and please don't leave me. Soifan begged as she started crying and holding tightly to Ryoto's torn clothes. I see. Ryoto tiredly acknowledged. Can you listen to me for a minute? He suddenly asked. Soifan wanted to refuse immediately, but his face looked like he was begging. She nodded, but she quickly realized that he couldn't see, so she replied affirmatively. He'll listen to everything you have to say, and he'll remember everything. The young woman answered, stopping her tears and stopping herself from sobbing. Coming to Soul Society, I've had a goal of helping my teacher. I was determined, and by accident I brought Rin with me. I regretted it, but at the same time, am glad that she was with me. Really happy, but I still couldn't keep my promise. I failed Koro-sensei, and now I'm going to leave everyone else behind. I sang Richirin, Mahu, Akio, Yukima, Alma, Kid, Rio, Lala, Rito, Mikon, all the others. My unborn child. So many regrets. I don't want to die. I have so many things I need to do, but I'm so tired and cold. I can't even apologize to them. At the end, Soy Fawn could see trails of tears coming out of the corners of her captain's eyes. The more Ryoto talked, the less focused he seemed and the weaker he became. In the end, his voice was so quiet that it was barely audible. Ryoto Yuki's life was coming to an end as his breathing became more and more shallow. Move, that was the last thing Ryoto heard before losing consciousness. Yini won life. Rin's POV? Ryoto was right. Aizen was an absolute monster. Faster, stronger, more strategic. And not to mention that annoying Zanpakuto of his. Thankfully, we were prepared, but even with that, the fight was too close for my comfort. Ryoto wasn't at his full strength with the loss of his arm, and he wasn't fully healed almost but not entirely. He was at about 70 to 80, I would say, not counting his arm. I try to support him to the best of my ability. I know that Ryoto is strong and he can take care of him, but I can't stop worrying about his current state and seeing himself fight. I was right. He wasn't moving as he usually does. I'm not saying that he was sluggish or anything like that, because saying that meant that almost every Shinigami in Soul Society was incompetent. Still, as someone close to Ryoto, I knew when something was off. At the moment, Aizen was winning. Not by much, but still. Both Ryoto and I were barely standing. I needed to support myself with Tsunagari now, and just so I wouldn't fall on my knees. Ryoto was in a similar state, but I couldn't check on him right now. I was focusing entirely on Aizen. I could only trust my eyes. All my other senses could and were controlled by the traitor in my sight. We were currently at an impasse when I suddenly heard the sound of a blade going through the body. It was from Ryoto's direction, but I didn't look. It could be a trap, so I didn't move and focused on Aizen. Then I heard Soy Fawn and Ryoto talking. For what I gathered, Soy Fawn stabbed Ryoto, and she was having a panic attack. Not turning and running there was hard, but I needed to remember who we were fighting. It could very well be another of Aizen's tricks. It wasn't until I heard the name Koro-sensei that my eyes widened. I involuntarily turned my head to see Ryoto on the ground, bleeding, and Soy Fawn next to him. I immediately understood what happened. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Aizen was behind it, because Soy Fawn would never attack Ryoto that way. The moment I realized that Ryoto was not only in danger, but dying, I started moving. His eyes started losing their shine. It never happened before. As long as I knew about them, they have always been the light source in a dark room. It wasn't the only answer, but at the moment, I could only think that it was a sign of him dying. My injuries hurt. The loss of my blood made me weaker, and I was barely standing even with the support of my Zanpakuto, but against all odds, I was walking towards the pair. Every step was full of pain. Every second was a precious moment, and every meter I was closer to my goal. I gave Aizen one last look to see if he'd try to stop me from doing what I was about to do. But he just looked amused and curious. I didn't have a lot of time, so I ignored it for now. Ryoto is my priority. As I finally stood above Ryoto, his voice was barely strong enough to speak, and his voice was quiet enough to escape my notice. Move. It was directed to Soy Fawn, and it wasn't a polite request that I would usually make. It was a demand. I was too tired, worried, and stressed to calm down Soy Fawn, not to mention that there wasn't enough time for that. Thankfully, she listened. This was when my knees buckled, but I was where I needed to be. Who knew I would be forced to use it? To be honest, deep down, I was expecting it to happen even if I didn't want it. I raised ends above Ryoto's chest and started chanting. Every beginning has its end, and the invisible link connects the two. Without one, there isn't the other. From this day onwards, we share this fate. Your pain is mine, and mine is yours. What I heal, you will heal, and what you will heal, I will heal. The red string of fate shall strengthen to become a chain, and nothing shall separate us be it a sword, distance, or even death, we shan't be apart. The only thread of fate in our life will be between us, and the string will become one of steel, while those that will try to separate us will try, without success until the end of time. Your life is mine, and mine is yours. Itotsu no inochi. One life. With my chant done and the name of my ability said, I shoved my Zanpakuto right where Ryoto's heart was. Soy Fawn, who stood at the side, kept quiet even as I seemingly killed her captain. She knew that I would never do something to harm Ryoto. Suddenly, I felt pain across my whole body. New wounds started appearing on my body. Some are more minor, while others are more severe. At the same time, some of Ryoto's wounds began closing. I removed ends from Ryoto, and there wasn't even a trace of it left. This whole thing wouldn't be enough to heal Ryoto fully, because Hitatsu no Inochi isn't a healing ability. Not in a way that I could use it on everyone. It's a very intimate process. I've connected our lives together. This way, I could take over some of Ryoto's injuries, so he would survive. I needed to be careful, so I wouldn't take too much. Otherwise, we would just switch places. Not that I wouldn't die for him, but when I say that our lives are connected, I mean it literally. If Ryoto dies, so will I, and vice versa. As far as I know, this technique won't ever be disabled. Tsunagari warned me about it, but at the same time, she wanted me to do it from the very beginning. I still remember when she recommended doing that the first time, and it was the very same day I heard her name. Stupid horny sword. From now on, whenever Ryoto is hurt, it'll feel it, and so will he when I get hurt. We will understand each other even better than before. We can also heal each other's wounds by taking them on ourselves like I just did. If we focus, we'll not only feel our emotions, but also where the other is. I didn't want to do it without Ryoto's knowledge, but I had no other choice. I didn't allow him to die just yet, and I certainly want to take responsibility for his death before we'll at least see our grandchildren grow up and have their own grandchildren. I'm not aiming low. Never was. It was time for me to get up, and it didn't get any easier than it would have before I saved Ryoto, but with great effort, I managed to do it. As I stood straight up, I could feel my blood dropping down on the ground. What happened? Soifon finally overcame her shock and asked a question. Not wanting to say anything that would give Aizen even the slightest edge, I answered with just 2 words. Nothing happened. I looked at Aizen, who had a curious expression and a hint of amusement. Nothing at all. With ends in my hands, I took a battle-ready stance despite all the pain and blood as I turned to Aizen. With his condescending look, he clapped as if to applaud my achievement in saving Ryoto. I must admit that I'm not easily impressed, but you have achieved just that, to heal someone from the brink of death. Even Captain Unohana would have trouble replicating something like that. I have a few theories about the nature of this technique, but I sincerely doubt you wish to listen to me rumble, especially in your current state. Ryoto was right. He really loves the sound of his voice. I was about to tell Soifon to take Ryoto to a healer. I may have saved him from death, but his body wasn't in the best condition. I was only slightly better, but I still have a few cards ready to be used. Unfortunately, or fortunately, something happened that caught everyone's attention. Not only mine and Aizen's, but everyone's in the whole Soul Society. The bells rang, and the crosses of Raisher appeared. Yindi, Ryoto's POV. I opened my eyes only to see my inner world, although it slightly differed from what I remembered. For one, the sky was cracking like the world was ending. The last thing I recall before getting here was talking with Soifon as my strength slowly failed me. I'm doing. There's no other way around, and it's probably for good this time. I don't count on waking up in my bed or another body altogether and seeing an unfamiliar ceiling, but it doesn't mean I don't have any regrets. I said as much to Soifon. Maybe if I was younger, I would say something stupid as my last words, but I needed to say everything I could before. Well, I couldn't. I looked around to find either or, hopefully, both of my Zanpakuto spirits before this world crumbled away, and with it. Surprisingly, I couldn't see them, which I felt was unnatural. I would think that they would approach me as soon as they sensed that I was here. Maybe they just don't have enough energy to materialize here anymore. It would be a shame to die alone, but I can't do anything about it. Surprisingly, The sky that was slowly cracking stopped doing that and even started repairing itself. But before it closed all the cracks, the process stopped, leaving some of the portions broken. It raised a few questions, but as I still couldn't do anything about it, so I decided to look around. I walked a bit inside my world until I could see the pole that appeared when I met either Soul King or Mimahagi. I'm still not sure who it was, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It will be an unanswered mystery in a story called my life. I was close to enough to touch it, so I did just that. Call it a last effort to uncover its secret, and it seemed to be the right move. The moment my hand was in contact with it, it glowed, and in front of it was an ethereal form of a man. I couldn't see his features at all, but the feeling it gave me was unmistakably the same as when he grabbed my consciousness to take a closer look years ago. You narrowly avoided death by virtue of your beloved, but as we speak, your life is slowly slipping through your fingers. Nevertheless, there is still a chance for you to survive. I can grant you a letter that will allow you to traverse your existence. However, it won't be enough for you to mend all of your wounds. I only wish of you for one thing in return. Hearing what he wanted me to do, I widened my eyes in shock. To be honest, it would be a huge and difficult favor to do, but at the same time, with his help, it may be doable. It helps that I planned on doing that before, just maybe not that way, and possibly it wouldn't end up with what he asked me of. And it's not like I can't empathize with his wish. Siegfried, I would rather do something stupidly dangerous with a chance of surviving than die here without even trying. At first, I sounded fatigued after everything that happened today. Still, with every word, with every moment, my determination grew, and it was clearly seen in my eyes. And it seemed to satisfy the being in front of me as he nodded. Next, he materialized a small cup, which he filled with his blood after cutting his hand with a blade made of rasher. Then he moved the cup to me, and his intentions were clear, so I took it out of his hand. I looked down at the cup filled with blood. My resolve didn't waver as I put it to my mouth and drank it. I bestow upon you with a letter R, Ryoto Yuki. Am giving you everything that I can to restore all the powers that were sealed within you to increase your chances to the highest extent. Usually, you would assume that access to these abilities wouldn't be available to you no matter what without outside influence. Fortunately, I am an outside influence, and your powers are similar enough that I can recreate some of them while allowing you to wield the ones that I couldn't. You already somehow forced this before during your so-called holification, but by inscribing a letter upon you, the process will be much easier. I wish you luck, and for accepting my request. My gratitude towards you is immeasurable. With these words, he concluded his farewell as his form started disappearing. Soon after, my vision started to get blurry until all went black. 3RDS POV. As the trio of Soifan, Ren, and Aizen looked at the vanishing crosses of Rasher, they suddenly felt pressure. It wasn't like anything they felt before. It wasn't the feeling of a strong Ryatsu crashing into you, nor was it the killing intent of someone ready to tear you apart. It was like your will was tested, and if you failed, you would crumble. What was most surprising was that this feeling came from none other than almost dead Ryoto. The surprise didn't end there, however, as the blood recently coming out of his body upon hitting the ground burned through it until the blood itself burned itself out. Soon after, the wounds closed by themselves, although the closing was very shallow, so the injuries received weren't healed, just closed. The positive in this was that Ryoto's bleeding stopped, so at least he wouldn't lose any more blood. The man who had gathered everyone's attention slowly opened his eyes, and to the delight of the two present ladies, they were glowing as they tend to do. They were about to ask how he was feeling, but as soon as he got a sense of the situation thanks to his Ryatsu sensing and observation haki, his expression turned even more serious as he turned to both of his companions. "Give me to Unohana. Quick, there isn't much time to explain." He then turned to Aizen, but didn't say anything. But there was a small understanding between them. Their fight will be on hold for now as a bigger adversary has appeared. Now, they hurried to reach Unohana before worse came to worse. Any preparations, Ryoto's POV, I was so close to dying. Like goddamn. I think in the last month, I was more often close to death than I was in my whole life before, and now this number will go up by 1 if I do what I'm about to do, and I'm not looking forward to it. Although I'm feeling more confident thanks to my power boost. I would say I'm back to 100, but it's more like 50, or is it 75? I mean, I have half of my arms and 3/4 of my limbs. It doesn't really matter, but thinking about stupid things helps clear my mind, especially when I can barely move. Yawatch couldn't have possibly made his timing worse for me if he wanted, and that may have been his intention. I would say good for him, but fuck him. That fucker is making my life harder. Soy Fawn, after hearing my order, tried to carry both Rin and me, because Rin soon collapsed under her own weight. Thankfully, Aizen understood that fighting us would be more detrimental than it was worth, so he didn't attack us, even if killing us in our current state would be easy. Maybe he somehow respected our resistance, but I doubt he'll ever know. Shortly after Soy Fawn tried dragging us, we met up with Ichigo's group. Seeing my and Rin's state, they quickened their run. On an entirely unrelated note, for some reason, I feel closer to Rin than ever before. Strange. I mean, I was always close to her, and I can confidently say that I understand her, but now I feel it's more. Oi, Ryoto-san. What happened? Ichigo, the loudest of the bunch, asked. You see, I went to pick up flowers in the garden, and this happened. Sarcasm was literally dripping out of me. Maybe it's a blood loss. Realizing that I may have sounded a bit too harsh, I corrected myself. The fight didn't go as well as I hoped. And before you ask, Rukia is relatively safe. I mean, as safe as one can be right now. Stark is protecting her, and he is strong. Now we don't have much time. Help Soy Fawn get Rin and me back to the study chamber. I need to see Unohana as soon as possible. Inoue-chan, your help will be needed, so prepare yourself. I needed to hurry up. I don't know what Yawatch's plan is at the moment. This whole invasion could be a diversion for all I know. But he could very well speed up his plan since he lost the surprise advantage, or rather execute his plan before it's lost completely. It doesn't help that Yamaji will be, at the very least, a bit tired after Shunsui Senpai and Jushiro Senpai stall him. It didn't take too long to get there. Both Unohana and Aizen were looking after Masaru and Akio. Ichigo tried to lay me next to Unohana, but I instructed him to get closer to the hot spring. Unohana followed, and so did Soy Fawn, who didn't want to leave my side while looking immensely guilty. Thankfully, Unohana, even though she noticed her behavior, didn't ask. Rin was left in Aizen's competent hands, but even when the distance between us grew, it didn't feel like that at all. That was strange. Unohana, I started addressing the captain of Squad 4. I need you to heal me as fast as possible to the best of your abilities. She seemed slightly confused by my request, as that's what she had been doing for me all that time. She just nodded, but I quickly clarified myself. What I mean is that I don't care about the morality of your healing. I don't need Retsu Unohana, the captain of Squad 4, but Ichu Unohana, the first Kenpachi and former captain of Squad 11. The one who learned how to heal only to prolong her fights and doesn't care about her patient's well-being as long as she survives. Hearing my clarification, Unohana narrowed her eyes dangerously. So you know that much. I wonder where you heard about it. A certain sake-loving captain should pray it wasn't him. Otherwise, I would need to punish him. I shook my head. Nothing like that. I have known it for a long time without anyone's help, but we don't have time for my explanation. Please just do it. I know that it's against the rules, your honor, or whatever it is with Kenpachi's title, but I need you, Churu. If you do it, it'll really be in your debt. It'll give you the best fight in your life, if that's what it takes for you to help me. I didn't have much time to try to persuade Unohana, so I hoped my plea would be enough. However, instead of just accepting my plea, as I hoped, she asked an additional question. Are you confident in stopping? I can only assume the Quincy King? If he'll heal you at whatever cost, will you be able to stop this invasion? This was an unexpected question. I know that I'm not the strongest, but I believe I am in the upper half of strength when ranking captains, so her doubt is understandable, but that was before my surprise power-up. I'm not just confident, I answered. He'll do it, and that's it. Currently, I am capable of killing a god if I need to. A false god is nothing more than an inconvenience. I may exaggerate in saying that Yuach is not an issue in my current state, but I have much bigger chances at the moment than I ever had before, even when I had 2 arms. She then looked at me and tried to find any evidence of falsehood, but seeing none, she sighed as she made her decision. As a medic, I don't recommend what I'm about to do. Unohana started. It's good that you want to treat me as a medic. I finished with a small smirk. Also a small warning. My blood is poisonous. I mean, you'll lose fingers and Zanpakuto if you touch it. To prove my claim, I bit a bit of skin on my thumb and allowed my blood to drop to the ground, where it evaporated after eating some of the ground. Even when the situation is terrible, I just love seeing the reaction of people around me when I do that. Before I got the reaction of the younger ones, I ripped part of my clothes that still hung around me and would protect my dignity if I cared enough about it. Inoue-chan, if you would please start healing me now. Unohana, if you would. Before I start, I need to warn you one last time. This procedure may cost you a few hundred years of life. It will cause you an immense amount of pain. Are you certain you want to proceed? Like I would back off at this point. A few hundred years is nothing, and I very well could earn this year back and more in the future thanks to the system and missions. Do it. And so I put the cloth in my mouth so I wouldn't bite my tongue by accident. Yindi healing, Ryoto's POV. The treatment Unohana was doing, if it even can be categorized as that, was torturous to say the least. It was a good call having a piece of clothing in my mouth because I may really have bitten my tongue off by accident. What Unohana was doing was practically the complete opposite of using healing Kaido. Healing the normal way is pretty straightforward. First, you recover your target's Ryatsu. Then, using said Ryatsu, the healer has an easier time healing by using both his own Ryatsu and the newly recovered Ryatsu of the injured person. Unohana, right now, doesn't recover my Ryatsu and uses what I can only call life force to heal my wounds. Thanks to Jormungandr's blood, all my injuries closed themselves so my blood wouldn't drip out. It may be some kind of defense mechanism so I wouldn't kill everything near me while I'm injured. Otherwise, how would anyone help me if I was close to dying? But it's not a healing ability by any means. The closing was skin deep at best, and even a tiny bruise would open them. My deeper wounds won't be healed by this ability. That's why Unohana started by reopening my wounds so she could heal me. Of course, she couldn't do it carelessly, as even a drop of my blood could harm her, so she covered her hands in Ryatsu. It was a high-level technique that usually only helped prevent infections during operations on the field. In her case, it was powerful enough to prevent burns from acids if needed. The blood that got on her hands would eat her spiritual energy, and as long as Unohana had any, she would provide this energy to her hands. The healing process felt very forceful, as if the body was forced to heal despite not being able to. The only comparison I could find was making someone do a split when it was his first time stretching his body. Unohana was also cutting the ends of torn muscles when they were torn in a way they were difficult to heal, as cleanly cut injuries were easier to reconnect. Inoue-chan really helped a lot, as she was better at healing physical wounds than Unohana, or at least she will be. She is still new to all her powers, but they still help a lot, especially with blood loss. Despite all the pain, and would be screaming if not for my mouth being sealed with a piece of cloth, I didn't move much. I stayed still as much as I could to not disturb my treatment, and I was mostly successful. But having an operation while being conscious and without any painkillers isn't something I want to repeat in the future. After some point, however, the pain I felt thankfully weakened. I probably got somehow numb to all that pain. Finally, after what felt like hours, I was relatively healthy and healed, but I was soaked with sweat. I took a quick look around and noticed that Rin was in a similar state to me, as if she felt the whole process I went through. Strange, but I'll talk about it with her after I deal with Yuach. I have my suspicions, but it can wait, and I can confirm them later. Luckily, the hot spring with healing properties that Urahara built was nearby, so I moved my arm, a motion I hadn't done in a long time. The water unnaturally started moving towards my hand, and then I started doing a fast checkup with some healing waterbending. I'm so glad that I trained this ability, even though it wasn't as often as I would have liked. There weren't just as many opportunities to train it. Thankfully, I still trained the motions of water and fire bending while I was stuck in this world. They were, after all, based on martial arts. So I used them from time to time in sparring to not get rusty. Seeing me seamlessly control water, everyone looked at me like I was an alien. All of them, except Inoue-chan, were shocked. The orange-haired girl had stars in her eyes as she started questioning me. Are you a water prince? You have blue eyes and control water. There are dragons who control water, but you look human, but you also are Shinigami, but prince makes the most sense. I'm sure you can use magic because you didn't use your sword. I see her imagination still works and goes haywire. But it warms my heart seeing a young girl being so lively. So after I was done with the checkup, I patted her on the head affectionately, just like I tend to do to my children. I noticed that I tend to do that to younglings. That's the first time someone called me a prince, and, funnily enough, you aren't exactly wrong either. I'm an heir to an empire and future emperor, although not of water. I would explain more, but we're on a timer, and it was proven true as the air suddenly got hotter and drier to the point that the water started evaporating. That could be a sign of only one thing that I was aware of, and that was Yamaji's Bankai. It seems it's my cue. We'll be back soon. I said my see you laters to everyone and left since I plan on returning alive. One almost dying is enough for one day. I may have almost given up earlier and said my last words, but everything changed now. I'm too close to accomplishing my goal, and now I'm closer than I ever was with a powerful backer. I may still be a bit roughed out because of my last battle, but I feel better than I was in the last 250 years. It's time for father-son duo to reunite, and my sword is a tool to do precisely that. It was incredibly hot, to the point where my lip cracked. That was the power of Yamamoto's Bankai. If he had his Bankai active for too long, all the water in the whole Soul Society would evaporate until he eventually melted the whole Saratai and beyond. I was rushing. I don't know how long Yamaji can hold on in this situation. I also don't know if any of Awatch's plans changed or if he already developed Bankai stealing technology, so I need to hurry. I combined Shuinpa and Sonido to move faster than ever before. I also activated Tensa Zangetsu to boost my speed even more. I barely made one step as rain started pouring down. I could see Yamaji, but I was nowhere near him just yet. I could only see him thanks to my eyes, but I could see that in a few moments I could very well lose another teacher. I made a quick, rotating motion with my hand and instantly switched places with Yamaji. It was thankfully in time, because as soon as I swapped places, I was forced to block incoming attacks. It may not be visible, but I also had Tensa Zangetsu covered in haki to further increase its durability. Yuach and I locked eyes, and I confidently grinned. Ready for round 2? Yindi versus Yuach, Ryoto's POV. Yuach and I crossed blades for a few moments, which allowed me to evaluate the situation better. It seems that neither Shunsui Senpai nor Jushiro Senpai is nearby. I could still feel their Ryatsu, and they were both in combat. I looked behind Yuach to see his right-hand man being there, but he didn't look like he planned on moving for now. That's fine by me. Not to mention all the rain, which gives me an advantage, but I plan on starting this round 2 with something completely different. So I pulled my head back as I gathered energy in my forehead. Megaton Head. A blue hand made of energy materialized behind me, and with a headbutt motion, it flew towards Yuach, who was forced to block. He seemed shocked at the move I made, which made me smirk. Not bad for a first attempt. Don't you think so? At my brazen attempt at provocation, the Quincy King narrowed his eyes. You're being arrogant, Ryoto Yuki. I admit that you're unpredictable to an annoying degree, but you're not stronger than Yamamoto Genryusai. If you believe that, you are being delusional, which doesn't suit what we know about you. He wasn't exactly wrong. You may be right. I'm not stronger than my teacher. After all, he is a monster among monsters. But Heirai's a difference. You know about Yamaji a lot, to the point you could manipulate him to use all his strength. You can't do this with me. You don't know what I'm capable of, and what I would do if you ticked me off too much. Not to mention, I am capable of something Yamaji isn't, which is killing you. Also, you are surrounded. That last statement confused him. I was here alone, so I believed a demonstration was in order. I put my Zampicudo in my mouth to free my soul arm, and with it, and with some precise motions, I pulled a lot of drops of water together in a body of water the size of an arm. With that, I moved it towards my amputated limb to create a prosthetic limb of sorts. The whole process didn't take a long time in total, but it wasn't easy by any means. Moving the water arm alone would take some effort, but at least it'll have both arms in this fight. I flexed my new arm to test it a few times. It's fairly challenging to make water in the shape of an arm and keep it for a prolonged period of time, but not impossible. A powerful waterbender is able to control multiple water tentacles at the same time, and what fingers are, if not small and short tentacles. The shape is pretty rough, but I won't complain. I stretched out my newly formed arm towards Yuach to grab him, but as soon as the water was in his range, a sword appeared in his hand, and he effortlessly cut it in half. Seeing how my attack was stopped so easily, I was shocked not. The two halves of water encircled the man in black. I tried to crush him, but it was for naught, as he broke off of it quite easily. It wasn't really a problem, since I wasn't expecting it to work. The water flew in all directions until it suddenly stopped, quickly turning into ice mid-air and flying back at Yuach with a vengeance. This attack, as I expected, didn't do much as Yuach simply swung his sword to deflect all projectiles. This attack bought me enough time to reform my arm, but at the same time, it wasn't all. It was raining, so obviously everyone was wet, so why not use it to my advantage? I used Shunpa to close the distance between us and blew a wave of cold air, which wouldn't do much in itself, but with all the water on, Yuach started freezing. It wasn't a thick layer of ice, and the mustache man could easily break through it. Still, it wasn't supposed to stop him as I did a dropkick and created a double stream of fire coming from the bottom of my feet, creating thermal shock and, at the same time, repelling me away from my opponents and creating some distance. It was the correct choice, as only moments later, a blade appeared where I was standing. However, it didn't end there. Knowing that he missed, Yuach pointed a finger at me. At the tip of his finger, a bluish ball of energy started glowing, and it shot forward towards me. It wasn't strong enough to be dangerous to me, so I effortlessly cut through it with Tensa Zangetsu. It seemed just like I was making attacks as a distraction to attempt an even more devastating strike. So was Yuach. The moment I cut Yuach's Heilig file, Holy Arrow, I was surrounded by multiple racier bows and arrows. Qualcries, Yuach announced. It seemed that it was some type of Quincy spell that was similar to Kido in the way it was made. I merely observed all of the bows with curiosity. They weren't a threat to me. I just felt powerful, not like I was weak before, but there were always monsters around me. Be it my teacher Yamamoto, my own senpai, Shunsui, and Jushiro, Aizen is always there, and even Urahara and Unohana could be classified as such. Maybe even Yoruchi. But now I was feeling confident for the first time in forever, and it was against a monster that was planning to face Squad Zero, the monsters above monsters. I wasn't stronger physically, mentally, or anything like that, but I felt more whole, for lack of a better word. And I don't even need to mention the options. Holy Mother, having all my options back is wonderful. So, as all the arrows shot towards me and my inevitable demise, I made a switch with Switcheroo, but it wasn't with Yuach. No, I decided to volunteer the right hand of the king as I used substitute jutsu. The blonde Quincy was surprised by the sudden change of location, and I don't see why he should be. They were both aware that I could do something like that. I literally showed them this ability at the beginning. But standing motionlessly wasn't in the plan, so I released Getsuga Tensho at Yuach combined with Zero. The Zero could be more powerful if I used a mask. But there is one thing that makes using my mask not optimal. It didn't have a mouth hole, and I needed my mouth. At this point, I didn't care if anyone discovered my secret since I'd be leaving soon anyway. And fighting the Quincy King with cursed powers would give me hopefully enough goodwill for Central 46 to not do anything to my family. Otherwise, it'll just finish Aizen's job for him. I'm joking because it would probably make things worse, but there's always taking my family back with me. It, of course, wouldn't be instantaneous, but I'm not leaving my family in trouble that would be caused by me. Yuach didn't just wait for my attacks to arrive. He yelled "Blut Vene Anabin" to create a field shield made out of his blood that stopped my attack. Immediately after that, my arm hair stood up suddenly. Not to mention, I could feel a familiar but at this point nostalgic tingle. I moved my head to the right, which was of course the correct move, as the blade pierced the space where my head was. I allowed my instincts to take over for a moment and did a spinning kick powered up by fire bending, which did its job by sending my opponent flying. I took a quick look, and it was Hashwalt. It seems that my small prank wasn't that funny to him and caused him to join the fight. To be honest, it was more preferable to have to fight him and Yuach at the same time. If I fought only Yuach and Hashwalt were standing there at the side, I could unintentionally hyper-focus on him, and then the blonde Quincy could attack me by surprise. The chances may be low, but not zero. Time to change my fighting style then. I sealed back my Banaki and changed Gyaku Hansha. Holding one of the blades of Gyaku with my water prosthetic was strange, but it was usable, and that was enough for me right now. Hashwalt bounced back and rushed back at me as fast as he could, and I blocked it. You've been having a lot of good fortune to avoid any injuries until this point and acquiring new powers. Saying these words, something shifted. I don't know what, but it did, and suddenly I slipped as I lost my footing, and my foe capitalized on this chance and pierced my shoulder. Even protecting it with Haki was not enough to stop the injury, and what's worse, it was on my better side. He didn't take his blade out of me, pushed me to the ground, and pinned me down. My blood started to slowly eat away at the blade, which only made the broadsword seem even more impressive, but I shouldn't be too surprised since it was the same sword that broke Ichigo's Bankai and cannon. At the same time, I could see a giant rapier bow above me, and it started to draw an arrow. My spider sense flared up as it conveyed to me the incoming danger. I tried to free myself and struggled using my uninjured side, but I was quickly subdued by slamming a shield there. Learning from his mistake, he didn't break through my skin this time, so he wouldn't risk touching my blood. Time was ticking as I was restrained, and my blood wouldn't be fast enough to destroy the sword that was holding me down. However, it was doing its job, as Hashwalt's sword seemed to slowly go deeper and deeper into me. But it was merely an optical illusion because the sword was getting shorter and shorter and was pushed deeper and deeper to keep me down. Not having a lot of options, I activated Shunko, and a fiery aura exploded, pushing Hashwalt back and giving me enough space to dodge just in time. That was dangerous. So trying to buy myself some time, I changed all the water around into thick mist that would obstruct their vision while I would still be able to move just as well as I was before, thanks to both Haki and my eyes. I distanced myself as far as I could, because what I was planning on doing would be flashy. I started doing wide and slow motions to gather lighting. I needed to hurry because I didn't have a doubt in my mind that they would notice it. It was a very flashy technique, after all, and thankfully, despite lack of practice, I created lightning in record time. I then pointed 2 fingers at one of my enemies, and the lightning shot out of them at blinding speed. The attack hit its target. I was honestly expecting it to miss or be blocked, but I'm not going to look a gifted horse in the mouth, so I rushed in to finish the job. By the aura signature, I managed to hit Hashwalt, and as I used Shunpa and brought my Zanpakuto above my head, my spider sense started tingling, so, believing in it, I backed off, and once again, this decision saved my life because the place where I was attacked and destroyed. From my experience, Yuach was somehow weaker than he should be. I don't believe that I would have stood a chance if that was the case, and Hashwalt joining the fight only confirmed this theory even more. However, it seems that playtime is over because Yuach took out a medallion. It was the same one that Quincy used to steal Bankai from Shinigami. Because of you, we were forced to move our plans up in the timeline, but we were able to create this prototype. We managed to make only one such medallion. Do you wish to guess what it does? Not waiting for the answer to this rhetorical question, I try to use the surrounding water to stop him from using it, because it would be really bad for me. But no matter how hard I tried to restrain him and prevent him from talking by using water, I didn't succeed. Bunki, Sanka no Tachi. Yindi vs. Yuach 2, Ryodo's POV. Good news, my shoulder doesn't hurt anymore. Bad news, I'm facing Yamachi's Bankai. I feel like the balance between good and bad news isn't really fair, but it is what it is. As usual, he'll just wing it. I may also have forgotten to mention that my water arm started evaporating. Before it happened, I put one of my swords in my mouth to hold it by the handle, and shortly after, I was left one-armed once more. Right now, Yuach was standing in front of me with his sword scorched to its limit, looking like it would fall apart, but I knew that it held the power to blow me away. Gyako Han's abilities are powerful, but not invincible. It allows me to counter opponents much more powerful than myself, but there is still a limit. My Ryatsu is my limit, and above a certain level, I won't be able to deflect the attack, and going by my instinct alone, Zanken no Tachi, East, is on the border of being too strong for me, but barely weak enough for my ability to work. However, I would like to avoid it as much as possible since it would drain me faster than I would be able to defeat him. Let's test some things first. I use my ability to stick to any surface on my feet, pulled out a big chunk of earth, and threw it while doing front flip. The piece was big enough to hide my whole body. I hid behind a rock, so when Yuach cut through it with ease, I was there ready to strike, or so he thought. It seemed that he foresaw my plan and was prepared to attack me. I then flicked my wrist to use switcheroo and switch places with Jugram Hashwalt. Still, unexpectedly, my spider sense went into overdrive, and not knowing why, I avoided the incoming danger as fast as my reflexes allowed me to. I narrowly escaped significant injuries, while the earth wasn't as lucky. When Yuach's sword touched the ground, it obliterated a big area with just a delicate tap. Seeing this, I sweated a bit, and it was not only because of the rising temperature. That was close. Every time you do that movement with your hand, you teleport and switch places with someone. I hope you weren't naive enough not to believe that I couldn't figure it out after you showcased your ability in front of me. To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to happen so early on. I used switcheroo 2 times in total, and I only used it once in front of him. No witties. Though he still doesn't understand the full scope of my ability. I can use it. Without saying a word, I rushed to Yuach. I wouldn't be able to say much anyway, because I was holding half of my Zanpakuto with my teeth. Seeing my approach, Yuach swung his sword horizontally. I dodged it by the hair while doing a front flip, stabbed the ground to support my weight, and kicked at his body with all my strength, further enhanced with armament hockey. My attack was able to send him flying, although he was able to block it with the back of his hand despite his previous overswinging. I didn't want to give him a chance to swing his dangerous weapon, so I followed up with another attack. I put my foot up in the air. This was the start of yet another technique I had never used, but somehow I knew that I would be able to pull it off. As I made a pitching motion, my hand squeezed into a fist and whirled. A big blue projection of my fist followed my action and flew at the Quincy King, rotating at high speed. Fist of Justice. It didn't reach him, though, as it was cut in half with no trouble. I didn't expect much, but I'm still disappointed. Zanken no Tachi, West. The fire started quickly expanding, with Yuach at the center of it all. The fire around him created a cloak of sorts, and it was hot enough to reach the ground where he was standing. I somehow remember reading this and seeing panels of it in the manga. But seeing this in person and feeling the heat by yourself is something completely different. Despite all that, I still have faith that I can come out somehow victorious. I have an ace in my sleeve that I haven't used just yet. The flames that would be the death of ordinary and even somehow strong Shinigami were coming towards me. So I activated Shunko to cover myself with my own flames to protect me. And at the same time, I used both my leg and arm to split incoming fire, creating a safe place behind me. Even with my Haki, Hiero, and Shunko protecting me, it was barely enough, but just as much as it was disadvantageous, it also brought new opportunities. I don't fear fire. Why should I when I control it? I started manipulating all the fire around, which made Yuach's eyes widen. He was surprised. Why wouldn't he be? He should be the only one capable of controlling these flames at the moment, but here I am. I tried to cook him with Yamajai's fire. It would be ironic if he would die by them when he stole them from my teacher. All the fire I tried to consecrate as close to Yuach as possible. Of course, he was trying to resist, and his effort was admirable, but I was slowly winning. I had more experience manipulating this element, and it was paying off, but suddenly I lost control of the fire. It was something unnatural, something that shouldn't happen, but it made sense the moment I looked into my foe's eyes. His irises split into two. He activated the Almighty, but it came at a cost. I could feel all the Quincy's losing their Ryatsu rapidly, and at the same time, Yawatch's was rising. It was too early, and he couldn't control his full power just yet. Even his right-hand man wasn't spared as he was losing his life at a fast rate until there was nothing left to be taken. To think that you would force me to use the Almighty. I wouldn't predict it in my wildest dreams, but I can't deny the truth. This will set my plans for at least a few hundred years behind to rebuild my army, but I have waited 1,000 years already, or a few hundred years more. But you truly are an anomaly. To think I can't see your future. Don't mistake it for a weakness, however. I don't need to see your future to know you meet your end today. Yawatch ominously declared, but the moment he took a step forward, a storm of seemingly pink cherry blossoms slammed into him, covering his whole body. The Quincy King walked forward out of the storm of small but dangerous pieces of the blade like nothing had happened. "Dad!" My daughter's voice came from the same direction as the attack. I turned one of my eyes to see Yukima and Byakuya together. They were a little roughed up, but they didn't seem to have any serious injuries. Dead Ryoto-sama. Another group appeared nearby. This time, it was Ranjaku and Trace Bestias. "Ryoto, I left Rukia with your lovers in that room, and came as fast as possible to help. Coyote Stark approached me in his resurrection, ready to fight at my side. I came to help as well. I regret that I couldn't be at your side sooner." The voice of Tyr Harabel, also in her resurrection, could be heard from my other side. "Don't forget your favorite kitty cat. I need you in one piece to enjoy you." Yuruchi remarked with her signature smirk. "It seems that I want fight alone. But to be honest, I don't know how much help they'll be with Yawatch's Almighty, but we'll see. He can see the future and alter it to his wishes. Treat everything like a lethal attack, and expect every single one of your attacks to not work." That's how he came out unscathed from Senbin Zakura's attack. Surprisingly, it wasn't as hard to talk as I thought it would be, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I warned everybody. There wasn't much time to discuss any strategy, so we would need to wing it, and that's what we did. All the Hollows, together with Yukima and me, immediately charged their Zero. Stark pointed his pistol and shot multiple blue Zero in quick succession. Tyr swung her sword Fin and fired yellow Zero in a wide arc. The rest shot an ordinary red Zero, but the target for all of us was the same. Seemingly, all the attacks hit their target and created an explosion that made the dust fly up, hiding the results of our charge. But we didn't stand in suspense for long, because Yawatch revealed himself unharmed, with his hand stretched out to block one of the Zeros. It wasn't the end of our assault, as both Byakuya and Ranjaku made their move. Byakuya had already activated his Bankai, so he only moved his hands to direct all of his cherry blossom-looking blades. Ranjaku yelled, "Growl, hey Nico!" and her Zanpakuto turned into dust that was more dangerous than it looked. Both of the attacks came from opposite sides and tried to kill the Quincy King by the 1,000 cuts, but were unsuccessful thanks to Blood, Quincy's defensive technique, and not even a tiny wound was visible at the powerful adversary. And he further showed his dominance by swapping away everything with one swing like it was a minor annoyance. We didn't allow him to make another move, as Yuruchi showed her mastery over Shunpa by getting behind Yuach before anyone noticed that she took a step. She was already using Shunko, giving it her all and minimizing any chances of Yawatch walking away unscathed, but she wasn't the only one trying to do that. Stark stepped in front of Quincy with both of his pistols aimed, but the moment he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. Stark was not expecting it despite my warning. I don't really blame him for it. Seeing your ability fail despite knowing fully well that it shouldn't is not something you could be prepared for. At the same time, the Shunko-powered punch was caught without even looking. Yuruchi tried to pull away, but her strength wasn't enough to do that as Yawatch was holding her fist tightly. It didn't last long as he threw her at Stark. He is playing and showing that he could end us whenever he wanted to. I'm not going to say no to an arrogant bastard. It makes my life easier, even if his arrogance is well-founded. The moment Yawatch was alone, Tyr jumped from above and released a powerful torrent of water. Unfortunately, it wouldn't do much, as the heat made the water evaporate instantly. She may have believed that she would be able to pour enough Ryatsu into her attack to reach our opponent, but it wasn't meant to happen, so she quickly switched to using her Zero again. Once again, it didn't do much. Yawatch seemed to not care about anyone other than me. He is able to see all of them without any issues, but I was outside his vision unless he was looking at me, and that still was limited to only the present. With a speed that he hadn't shown before, he shortened the distance between us. Zanken no Tachi, north. He called the attack, and that was the finishing move, if I've ever seen one. One slash, and it ends all, and I couldn't allow that to happen. If I die, there is the possibility that someone will kill Yawatch. However small it is, but after my close brush with death, I didn't want to leave to die. You could even call it post-near-death clarity. I don't accept the future where I die before I'm ready, just because I am too weak. I'm the one who controls my own fate and decides my own ending. My spider sense was screaming at me that I was in danger like never before, but I ignored it for the first time since I got it back. I have a risky plan, but with great rewards if I pull it off. I prepared my reverse blade in my hand and covered it in haki, giving it a black polish that was visible only to me. Full counter. 2 blades clashed, but I wasn't able to deflect the attack. It was simply too strong, and I was aware of that. I wasn't that naive to believe that I was strong enough to accomplish that, so my goal was to weaken the attack to the point where I survive it. My Zanpakuto, after a valiant effort, unfortunately broke in half, and Yawatch's blade cut deep into me, going from my right shoulder across my whole upper body and ending at my waist on the left side. It will probably leave another scar, and it was big enough to connect my 2 other scars from my early days, making it look like an upside-down N. But I was alive. I lived through this attack thanks to both my counter and covering myself with haki. And this opened one of my most powerful abilities. I showed a predatory smile as everything went according to plan for once. I wind up as I let go of a broken blade and take the other one from my mouth. The energy I was gathering was dense enough to be visible, and even Yawatch himself widened his eyes, but it was too late to dodge. Revenge. Counter. All the damage I received during our fight, and some more, was thrown back at my opponent, who wasn't ready for a counterattack and couldn't block, wounding him just as deeply as he injured me. Then I suddenly felt a pull on my soul as a Quincy cross miraculously still hanging around my neck started glowing light blue. A bow made out of rasher appeared in front of me. It had an ethereal look to it, and despite looking like an ordinary Quincy bow, I somehow knew that it was more like all the Quincy's who tried to imitate its beauty and failed spectacularly. It looked delicate enough to break at the attempt to use it, but the feeling it gave off was unmistakable and unmatchable power. I instinctively knew what I needed to do. I put down my Zanpakuto and pushed it into the ground. As my hand became free, I reached out to the bow and grabbed it. That moment was when an arrow started materializing and drew itself, ready to be shot. I recognized that arrow. I've seen it many times, after all. How could I not when it was there every time I visited my inner world? I just didn't recognize it as an arrow before because its tip was buried underground, and it looked like an ordinary pole. With steady breathing and aimed despite my grave injuries, I ordered the bow with my mind to shoot, and it hit its target right in the heart. Goodbye, Quincy King, and you're welcome, Soul King. Ping Quest completed mission getting back what you lost. Objective 1 survive until the last boss is defeated by you or someone else. Reward 100,000 SP, 1 gacha ticket with a powerful ability. 1 ability upgrade, random, Namekian's Dragon Balls, 3 wishes. All the rewards will be delivered after the return. The return will happen in 2 weeks after taking into account the user's injuries and situation. Finally, 3 RDS POV. An ordinary arrow to a heart wouldn't be enough to kill the Quincy King. And it's not accounting for the Almighty that would allow him to resurrect using remnants of his power after about 10 years. But what Ryoto had shot wasn't an ordinary arrow. The moment it touched Yawatch, he knew that it was made from Soul King's Ryatsu, and it disgusted him. While having the Almighty activated, Yawatch is connected to the Soul King and is able to see his humiliation at all times. Yawatch may despise Soul King for creating this world full of fear of death, but he hates more that Soul King, in his current state, is an anchor that holds all the dimensions together while also not allowing them to collide with each other. In his opinion, the world in its current state deserves to be destroyed and created anew. No matter. One more loss is nothing. I am a patient man, and it'll perfect my plan. Next time, there won't be any hidden information. I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Not expecting to hear anyone in this limbo between life and death, Yawatch turned his head in the direction of the voice in record time. It was the most emotion he had shown in a long time. Seeing the figure, he narrowed his eyes. Father, so, what do you mean by this, and why of all the times you decided to show up in front of me? Am I finally worthy of your time? At the end, Yawatch lost his cool for a moment, but calmed himself quickly afterward. The Almighty is a powerful ability that allows one to see all possible futures and alter that future into whatever outcome one desires. This statement is only partially true. There are ways to deceive the Almighty's sight, and your Almighty is not the strongest it can be, so the weaknesses are more evident. And your sight is not as almighty as you imagine. Of course, because only you, O powerful Soul King, is unmatched. That's why you allowed yourself to become a lump of flesh. Truly, your wisdom knows no bounds. You may not see this, but it was the best choice I have seen to create a better world. Before Soul Society, Hueco Mundo and the human world were separated. They existed as one dimension, and it was truly tragic. I couldn't allow life to continue like that, so I interfered. However, I must also apologize. If everything went as planned, you would be forced to be in the same state that I am. Are you implying that I would lose? I'm stating a fact. I know that you would lose. As you did just know, but in much worse circumstances. Thanks to an anomaly known as Ryoto Yuki, I could avoid this future. I helped him avoid death. And in return, I asked him only one thing, and that was to kill you. What a loving father you are. Send a Shinigami to kill your only son. But that was the end of this discussion as the Soul King raised his hand and pointed his palm toward Yawatch. This is mercy compared to the fate awaiting you at the end of your path. And it's this mercy in bestowing on you. Goodbye, my son. Yawatch wasn't one to accept such a fate, and he wanted to oppose his father's decision. But he didn't even get a chance as his body started fading away. The process was quick and painless till there was nothing left. Soul King didn't move after it and stare at the place where Yawatch was standing without saying a word until his own body started dematerializing. Yini Aftermath, 3 RDS POV. Currently, Squad 4's headquarters are busier than they have been in a long time. All the members are running around in haste, moving around the medical equipment and checking on the patients. Multiple captains and lieutenants were hospitalized because of the Quincy invasion, some more damage than others. But in the end, Squad 4 was overworked. It didn't help that some patients were more rowdy. Captain Ryoto, please stay in your bed. You're still injured and not in a condition that you should be moving. A member of Squad 4 begged Ryoto, who just stood up from his bed. Don't be like that. I need to move around a bit. I also want to check on others. You are not heartless enough to stop a loving father and lover from checking on his family. Are you? Ryoto asked with a raised eyebrow, clearly trying to pull some emotional strings on the poor medic. He almost succeeded, but it all stopped when a new medic arrived. I would kindly ask you to stop trying to emotionally manipulate my squad member, Captain Ryoto. Hearing this voice, Ryoto flinched, and the reason was understandable since it was the voice of the captain of Squad 4, Retz Unohana. Captain Unohana. Ryoto started with fake excitement. Do you truly believe that I would stoop so low as to manipulate this poor little guy? Do you really think so lowly of me? I'm just a worried father and lover. Ryoto wiped the non-existent tear. This lack of trust really hurts, you know? Before Ryoto, even finished his performance. Unohana allowed a low-ranked medic to exit the room since she would take over for now. Seeing that they are alone, Ryoto stops his charade and turns slightly more serious. "Can you let me see the others, Unohana? I promise he'll return to bed after I confirm that everything is all right." Unohana eyed Ryoto carefully. "As a doctor, I should advise you against moving at all costs. The wounds you sustained during the fight were very dangerous and are still currently in danger of opening up. For unknown reasons, your body stopped regenerating your skin tissues like you showed me before. Not that it would help much with how deep the wounds were. It probably would save you from receiving your newest scar. People often say that your body is a biography, but with all your scars, it's more true in your case than most others." The true reason for Ryoto losing his poisonous blood and other abilities was unknown to Unohana, but not to Ryoto. The reason he regained them in the first place was because of the Soul King, and when the connection with the Soul King in the form of a pole, or rather a buried arrow, left Ryoto's inner world. So did in the connection and whatever Soul King did to Ryoto. Names have power, so when Soul King bestowed a letter to Ryoto, practically giving him his name, he was able to restore the powers of Ryoto Yuki to Ryoto Yuki. It was somehow a loophole only available to Soul King, since he was the one upholding all of this world's realms. But Ryoto wanted Unohana to continue talking since she said, "As a doctor, but I know that trying to stop you would probably do more harm to you. However, I'm asking you not to strain yourself too much. I don't wish for you to increase my workload more than necessary." Hearing her answer, Ryoto allowed himself to smile a little. "Thank you, Unohana. I know that I'm not saying it too often, but I really appreciate everything you have done for me and for us. I don't know what would happen without you." This time, it was Unohana's turn to smile. "Think nothing of it. We are family, after all. I'm sure you are aware of it, but I think of Isane as my daughter. I found her and gave her a name, and you made her happy. Pulled her out of her shell and gave her a son and a loving family. Bigger and stranger than ever imagined, but a family nonetheless. It's natural then that I see you as a son-in-law. I couldn't thank you enough for what you've done. Just as you're thankful to me, I'm thankful to you. So let's just say that we are even, and don't forget that you can always ask me for help if needed, and he'll do the same." Ryoto's POV. I really thought it would take a lot more to convince Unohana, but I should listen to her and try not to reopen my wounds, so we'll take my time walking. First, you'll see my children. All of them who still need to be cared for are in one room. I entered the room without knocking, a bad habit I developed since I'm usually a top boss everywhere I go. I can also sense anything inside the room. There were 3 beds in the room, but only 2 were occupied. Masaru and Akio were in that room, since Jin was barely injured in his fight. The same could be said about Ranjaku and Yukima, although to a lesser degree, and I'm thankful for that. How is it, boys? Hope that hospital food is up to your standards. Dad, you know that no one can cook better than you. The closest one is Mom, but even she can't compare to you. Masaru answered with a strained smile, to which I replied with my own smile. Stroke my ego even more. I feel like I'm not praised enough for my cooking. Joking aside, I decided to change the topic to the one I came here for and drop my easygoing smile. How are you 2 feeling? Not bad, Dad. I wasn't that injured in the first place, and am still weak after using up all my Ryatsu. Masaru answered truthfully, but in the end, he started losing focus as he turned his head towards his younger brother, who was bandaged to the point he almost looked like a mummy. He was feeling guilty. Masaru stopped. Huh. I regained his attention. Akio chose to save you, so don't disrespect his choice to save his oldest brother. You would do the same for him, and so would I for all of you. I moved what I had left in my left arm with a slight smirk to emphasize that what I was saying was the truth. Don't feel too down about it. Sometimes things like these just happen, and the only thing you can do is to accept it and live on. Now onto my other son. And how about my fellow Scarman? Still in pain, I assume. As I talked with Masaru, Akio stayed quiet, and the older siblings will probably do the same. Better. It still hurts, but members of Squad 4 said that it will pass in a week or 2. Of course, the scars will stay. That's good, that's good. It's gotten a bit awkward now that I don't know what to say. I still need to tell them they'll be leaving with Rin soon, but it will need to wait until they are healed. I would love to stay with both of you, but I shouldn't even get out of bed. I only came to check on you, and since I already did it, I should go. He'll visit Rin and return to bed before I, Sane, and Uno and a team up to tie me to bed, and not in a fun way. My last comment caused my sons to cringe, but soon after, they smiled at me. We understand. Thanks for coming anyway, but you should take better care of your body. We still have a lot to learn from you. I waved my hand and exited the room. I walked slowly toward Rin's room, and I somehow got the feeling that she was waiting for me. Opening the door, my suspicions were proven right, as Rin was looking directly at me. You should be in bed, she said, and I will be after. I'm sure that everything is all right. I answered as I closed the door behind me and went to a chair next to the bed. I sat there in comfortable silence. We usually don't need to say anything to understand each other, but it feels stronger than before. It has been like this since we fought with Aizen, and right now, she is feeling a bit shaken. You use your Bankai on me. I started, and Rin's expression changed from her mask in the form of a small smile to a shock. How? It was pretty obvious. At first, I didn't have time to think about it, so I pushed it to the back of my head during my fight with Yawatch and his right-hand man. I was stabbed in the shoulder, but the pain vanished almost instantly. The next time I see you, you have a new wound on your shoulder in the exact place where I got hit. Rin looked embarrassed at how badly she had hidden it, but to her credit, she didn't exactly try to hide it, since she probably wanted to tell me that soon. Also, have you looked in a mirror lately? You cut the connection between our eyes, but one of your eyes stayed blue. At the moment, Rin had one of her eyes blue and the other brown. So I've been told. Rin turned quiet before speaking again. Ryoto, I apologize for doing that. I know that I said multiple times that I won't allow you to die before I say so, but doing that by linking our lives is something entirely different. I don't regret what I did, and I would do it again, but I'm sorry that I couldn't discuss that with you before doing that. I know, literally, at this point, thanks to our connection. But I flicked Rin's forehead. Please think about your health before trying to help me, as if you should be the one to tell me. She answered with a small smile, while being slightly annoyed as she rubbed her forehead. Now, onto the main topic. I'm slightly nervous saying that, but she'll discover it soon enough. She feels my emotions but thankfully can't read my mind, which means that she knows that I plan on telling something and waits patiently. Rin, in about 1.5 weeks from now, we are going back. Home, I mean. That was the biggest news I delivered ever, and it showed in Rin's emotions. A whirlpool of emotions flashed through her at the same time until they finally settled on acceptance. I see. So it's finally time. Yeah. Once again, we stayed silent until Rin decided to ask me a question that also wandered through my mind. Do you think that Well managed to fit into ordinary life again? Probably with time. Just like everything, it will take time. How does it feel knowing that you'll be back working under Saki? I asked, curious about her answer. Although I could probably make a very accurate, educated guess. We respect each other enough to wait for an out-loud answer. Strange. Nostalgic in some ways. When I was young, I thought that I would serve Saki, excuse me, Saki-sama, my whole life. It was my entire world, but today, being here over 250 years later, that was a small part of my whole life. Working under someone weaker and younger than me will be something unique, but not exactly new. I mean, I was Saki, Samus' bodyguard before, but it feels like child's play compared to being a captain. I even stopped calling her Saki-sama in my head. I guess I'll need to get used to doing that again. But it could feel like a nice vacation compared to whatever happens in Soul Society. I guess. I think we earned our retirement. Forced or otherwise. I can't disagree. Have you told anyone about this? I shook my head. You are the first. I thought that you deserved to be the first to know. I decided to tell everyone after we will be discharged. Rin nodded her head and hummed. How will you explain our absence to others? I already have an idea, but I'm not sure you'll like it. I managed to grin as I thought about my stupid idea, and Rin could only sigh as she knew that whatever I had in mind wasn't the smartest, but it definitely would be funny. Now that we were done with our serious talk, it was time for me to return before someone grabbed me by the collar and dragged me back by force. It took about a week before we were all relatively healed and could leave squad for headquarters. The first thing I did when we returned home was to cook a feast for everyone. I think they deserved it, and since my cooking was reserved for at most once a week or special occasions. It was mostly Rin who cooked since she enjoyed it. There was also a captain meeting, and the main topic was the Quincy invasion and Aizen's betrayal. In the case of the first issue, it was mostly solved as all the Quincy's who invaded were dead. Most, if not all. Sternritters were killed by Yawatch himself when he activated the Almighty, and I killed the last standing Quincy enemy. There are, of course, Quincy communities in the living world, but they had nothing to do with this whole war, but that's beside the issue. The second problem is Aizen. He escaped Soul Society together with Tozen, captain of Squad 9. Kamamura took the news hard. We don't know his current location, but thanks to the Arrancar's testimony, there's a lot of suspicion of him being in Hueco Mundo. Many witnesses saw Tyr, her Frachen, and Stark fighting the Quincy's, and I stepped in, saying that they were with me and explaining how I met them. I gave my word to everyone that they weren't dangerous in the slightest. And since Central 46 is dead thanks to the former captain of Squad 5, I only needed to convince Yamaji, and it was easy, surprisingly. Although they will still need to be under supervision of someone, and I choose Kisuk. Better be in the living world than be anywhere near my Yuri. After the whole thing with Yawatch, Yamaji wasn't in the best state of mind. Not that he was doing anything stupid, but it felt like he was constantly somewhere else with his mind, thinking about something. I mean, I get it. His worst enemy returned, almost killed him, nearly destroyed Seriidei, and almost killed his student. I don't doubt that he'll bounce right back soon enough. He is Captain Commander, and he has been in this position for over 1,000 years. I also mentioned Ryuka and how they opposed Aizen's plan to save Rukia Kachiki. I may have exaggerated a bit, but no one will know. Most importantly, I dug out all the evidence I had, plus what we learned today, to get a pardon on Yorichi, Urahara, and Tezsai. I managed to do it, to my Yuri's dismay. So, I say it was a win-win. Soon after the meeting, Rin and I explained how we would return to our world soon. The whole conversation was difficult, because it was a difficult topic to even discuss. It's just so unbelievable. The meeting was full of explanations, hugs, crying, and even laughs. I needed to clarify to everyone that it didn't mean that I would never see them. I would probably return, or maybe create a portal that would allow us to visit whenever we wanted. Soon, it's time to leave. Today is the day that I'll leave with Rin and return to Sainan, our hometown. We decided to meet in Urahara's study chamber. Before that, I said my goodbyes to everyone I was relatively close to. Sometimes in person, and other times I just left a letter like in the case of Yamaji. They were all surprised by my sudden departure, but they could do nothing but bid me farewell and wish me a good life. Also, after long discussion with Kisuk, we decided that I should take Hogyoka with me, so Aizen wouldn't be able to take it as he planned. I didn't really want to take this little plot device, but it was a best choice, so I did it anyway. The only ones present here are my family, Yorichi, Aisane, Masaru, Akio, Yukima, Jin, Ranjaku, plus Urahara, Stark, Tyr, and Trace Bestges and Soifon. We were waiting patiently for the moment Rin and I would vanish, but if I remember correctly, it wouldn't be sudden unless something had changed. I think it's the first time a group this big is waiting for me. No one noticed when this person with short platinum-colored hair and a cigarette appeared, and that was surprising since there were multiple captain-level Shinigami here. They were ready to attack, but I stopped them. Don't worry, he is an acquaintance. Only an acquaintance? He asked me. We met only once over 2 centuries ago. You don't expect me to see you as a friend, do you? I raised my eyebrow. Fair enough, but before we go to business, I have a proposition for you. That made me curious. A proposition? For reasons I'm not allowed to share. You got a chance. An emergency mission, if you will. It's not that kind of mission. He refrained from speaking about the system, but I was sure that it was what he meant about that kind of mission. All you need to do is to cook something for a certain group of people. They'll send you there. You complete your mission and get your arm back. That's all. They'll even give you a bonus and allow you to regain all of your abilities there. Now, that was something I wasn't expecting, but I wasn't the first to ask about the details. Can you really get Ryoto's arm back? Rin asked. Not me exactly, but he could get it back, yes. Trukun ansvereth. Can I go with him? Rin said, not wanting to leave my side despite the fact that we can't really be separated anymore. I don't see why not. It's not an official mission, after all. He finally answered after thinking about it for a short time while rubbing his chin. I also see that you made your decision, so I won't waste any more of your time. So let's get going. And don't worry, the whole thing shouldn't take longer than 24 hours, so before you know it, you'll get home. Wait, before I go, I have one last thing to do. I want to kiss all my children on their forehead as a last goodbye. Went to kiss Isane and Yuruchi passionately, and some children fake gag while others averted their eyes or tried to avoid looking inconspicuously. After that, I approached Kisuk and stood in front of him for an uncomfortable amount of time, as if I was to kiss him, but it only ended with a handshake. I bet he was disappointed. After that, it was Stark and Lillinette's turn, and I handshaked the former and patted the head of the latter. Soifon didn't want to show any signs of affection, but I did give her head pat anyway, which she reluctantly accepted. I also left some last-minute advice for everyone. The last but not least was Tyr and her fraction. I started with the trio of Arankars under Tyr and patted heads of Francesca and Sung San. Apache refused the head pat, though. Shame. When I finally approached Tyr, she expected an usual goodbye. A head pat, maybe, but she was in for a surprise as I zipped down her jack to show the lower part of her face and peck her on where her lips were. It was super effective, as she didn't know what to do and stood frozen. "I'm ready," I announced after being done. "Now, without any further delay, let's go." With a snap of my fingers, my whole vision went white, and even before I regained it, words flew out of my mind while some information entered my head. "Servant class, foreigner. Ryoto Yuki. I answered your call, however temporary it may be. Servant class, also foreigner. Rin Yuki. 2 people and 2 bodies we may be, but we are one in spirit. 1 heroic spirit, 2 people." It seems like the same thing happened to Rin, but whatever was felt familiar. I soon regained my vision of seeing 2 girls and an animal. One had short lilac hair, and the other had shoulder-length red hair tied in a side ponytail. She had a wide smile as if she got an early Christmas present. The gears in my brain started rotating as I began to remember why they seemed familiar. But when my eyes landed on the white-furred animal, all my senses started screaming at me that it was the most dangerous thing I'd ever met, and I could die at any moment. There was this primal fear that I hadn't felt ever in my life. Even meeting the Soul King for the first time couldn't compare to this. My whole body tensed as my hand reached for my sword. I didn't draw it, but I grabbed it tightly by the handle. And then I released Conquer Haki at full power with that thing as my target. Yini Side Quest, 3 RDS POV. The Haki Ryoto unleashed could be felt in the whole Chaldea organization. And some recognized the feeling. "Grandfather?" A petite blonde asked no one in particular as she stood up and headed toward the feeling. "Gramps back." Another blonde woman, although more wild-looking one that could be called a tomboy, yelled in excitement as she jumped out of her bed to run towards her grandpa. "That feeling. Is he already back?" A petite, green-haired woman with animal characteristics said with a small smile as she set her sights on her next target. The woman in the room said nothing as she felt domination through her whole body and through all of her senses. The only thing she did was to let out a battle-hungry smile. A beautiful woman with gorgeous long hair felt something familiar in the air. As her eyes were covered by a blindfold, she felt it even more than other people. Despite the feeling of danger, she smiled warmly. "Oh, if it isn't darling. He came back much earlier than I thought he would, but he tends to surprise people," she said as she cupped her cheek with her hand. "So the bastard is back. TSK, he is lucky that he didn't take a long time. Otherwise, I would burn him." A pale woman with long white blonde hair and yellow eyes commented, as if trying to convince herself. "Ryoto's POV, stop. 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 Ryoto. Fighting in Chaldea is forbidden unless in a training area." A red-haired girl jumped in between me and the beast. She was pretty brave for doing that when I was ready to attack at any moment, but this allowed me to take a moment and think about my situation. What I did was purely instinctual. I could feel the danger from that fluffy creature, but it was only the feeling I got. It didn't have any intention of attacking or fighting me or anyone. It's just a passive aura that he possesses, and apparently, only I can feel it. It may be because of combined power of spider sense and hockey. I finally relaxed and let go of my Zampicudo. Sorry about that. It looks like your pet. Scare me a bit. How did you tame it, by the way? I doubt you just fed him and it just followed. I relaxed a bit, but I was still feeling tense. I could still feel that it could kill me at any moment if he wanted. Suddenly, I felt a body hanging on me. I looked down to see the redhead with a big smile. It's really you, Ryoto. I mean, you said that you would return, and I believed you, but it was much faster than I thought. I'm so happy that you are here. She then started whispering. I don't know how long I would be able to handle all these servants without you. They get lonely really easily and have issues with the capital I. I'm so lost, but I have an idea or two. First, I picked the girl up by the collar of her shirt and put her down. Then I took out a lollipop and gave it to her. She talks too much. Maybe we'll keep her quiet for a while. I looked at the murderous machine in the form of a small pet, and it looked amused and smug. He knew what he had done, and he wasn't sorry at all. Little bastard, he won't get any lollipops from me. We'll see how he behaves when I start cooking. Can we start introducing ourselves? We told you our names, but we still don't know yours. Rin made a reasonable suggestion. I may have recognized these two, but their names somehow slipped my mind. I almost always call them Cute Eggplant and Gotcha Addict. Well, we know Ryoto Slurp, and you have his surname. Slurp, are you his sister? Slurp, the red-headed maniac, said in between licks. Him his partner. What do you mean? You know me? Are you cheating on me again? Ryoto. 3 voices, 3 questions, and 1 surprise arrival. We all turned our heads to the source of the third voice. It was a beautiful woman wearing dark armor, a pale complexion, yellow eyes, and a pissed-off expression. I kind of remember her, but never met her. I turned my head to Rin, who raised her eyebrow as she crossed her arms. I've never met that woman in my life. I defended myself as I pointed at the pale woman. This caused Eggplant and my summoner to flinch and create some distance between us. At the same time, the angry woman clenched her fist to create fire and threw it at me. I may have been cursed by some kind of fire god because I keep getting attacked by fire. Sucks to be him. He can't do anything to hurt me. I raised my hand and, with gracious movement, took over a fireball and allowed it to keep burning over my hand. My maneuver was done with ease, but it made me reveal my left side and the lack of my arm. Everyone in the room was shocked by the revelation, but I didn't focus on them, so I turned to Rin. Aren't you a little heartless, Rin? Allowing an attack on your poor partner? I asked as I exaggerated my movements, to which she rolled her eyes, slightly amused. You know that I know what you feel at all times, and you weren't worried for a moment. You're mostly confused, just as I am. She then turned to the other people in the room. Can someone explain how everyone here seems to know Ryoto? Who was the bitch or bastard who did this? It'll burn them. It'll burn them all. Was it that harlot next to you? The pyromaniac screamed. Ah, it's Sundara. It explains some things, but it is better to have a name to call her. So I opened my eyes and used something that I had never done. I know that I could. All-seeing eyes of God were made to perceive the truth of the world, whatever it means, so I could see a person's true name if I tried hard enough, and that's what I did. Above her head, letters appeared and started forming a name. Yauna di Ak, Ita. Right, Jalter. How could I ever forget? Apparently, we won't get any answers anytime soon. Rin mumbled under her breath as she massaged the bridge of her nose. I would try clapping to gather attention, but I would miss something vital for it to work. That's why I settled for the next best thing. I made the fire in my hand light up to a dangerous degree, only to make it disappear moments later. The contrast of light made everyone's attention shift to me. Now that everyone is listening, I'll explain a few things. First, this is the first time I've been here. If you somehow know of me, it was not the current me. Second, the arm is not an issue. Don't ask. And third, can we finally introduce ourselves, or were manners not invented in this world? I pointed at the redhead. You. Name. Now. Under my commanding voice, she straightened her back and saluted. It was funny, so I didn't comment on it and allowed it. Ritsuka Fujimura, humanity's last master of Chaldea. I turned my eyes to the cute eggplant. Mash Kirilite. Imzenpa is Sevant. And lastly, I turned to Jalter. Jandi ak Ita. I'm called Jalter by some, and I'm supposed to be your lover. Now, this is awkward. I don't even attempt to explain myself because Rin knows that I know nothing about it, thanks to our connection. But not everyone here knew about it. So I tried explaining myself, but a new person entered the room before I could. The genius Leonardo da Vinci-chan can explain everything and clear everyone's confusion. Mona Lisa look-alike, also known as Leonardo da Vinci, busted into the room and started explaining with visible excitement. But first, we should make sure that this Ryoto is the one we know and that we can accomplish it easily with one simple question. Ryoto, can you show me your arm? I'm not sure where this was going, but I did what I was asked to do and flexed my biceps, which caused my sleeve to burst open, revealing my arm in the process. Everyone in the room instantly crossed their arms over their chests and nodded their heads. Yup, it's him. No mistake about it, senpai. Only this idiot would do something like that. It seems my fame precedes me. Not that I'm complaining. Now that we have confirmed the identity of our dear friend here, let's talk about why he doesn't seem to recognize anyone here. The answer is simple to someone like me. Ryoto once shared with me that there is a special being, and there usually is only one of him. So that means that before us stands is from the past. A younger Ryoto Yuki. This is exciting to see with my very own eyes. Younger Ryoto? So how are you right now? John asked me. I'm about 286 years old. The eyes went wide, but I just shrugged and turned to Leo. I would ask you not to allow anyone more to meet me, and also don't spoil my future. It either won't matter, or everything will be fucked, and I would rather not take any chances. Right ahead of you. I warned every servant and even some staff members that you were close with. Your summoning was a surprise to everyone, and I was lucky enough to observe the attempt. Our dear altar here was just too fast, even for a genius such as me. Now, I would guess you want to start your cooking adventure in Chaldea. I was curious how she guessed my purpose here, so I asked. The answer made me laugh out loud because it was so obvious. That's simple. You'll tell me. True to Da Vinci's words. I haven't met a single soul after I left the summoning room. I went to the kitchen, and with the help of Rin, we made a feast with requests we received through Da Vinci. He'll say that cooking with one arm still is a small challenge, but Rin was there to help with anything I had some difficulties with. Our coordination was even more perfect than it used to be, and we finished cooking dinner and baking desserts in record time. With this done, we were finally sent home. 3RDS POV. Is he gone? A man with fluffy hair tied in a ponytail leans out of the corner, but before he gets his answer, he is kicked in the back, causing him to fall to the ground. Stop acting like a clown, Roman. Our system said that his signature vanished already. A white-haired woman with amber-colored eyes in her early 20s said. And as much as he was the cause of my many headaches, he was smart enough to stop learning about his possible future. If not for him, Chaldea as a whole may have possibly been destroyed, and, with it, humanity's future. I wouldn't want to take any unnecessary risks if failure means the end of humanity. And without him, you wouldn't work half as hard as you did. Oh, don't be like that. I bet you wanted to meet your hero in his younger days. The redhead tapped the young woman with her elbow, and she had a smug expression plastered on her face. Fujimaru, do you really want to be on cleaning duty from now on? She warned humanity's last master, and Fujimaru quickly stopped her teasing. I didn't say anything. Oh, look at the time. MASH, and I had a scheduled training session for about now. Bye. The redhead grabbed her kohai and escaped, while Roman snickered secretly until he stopped when he was discovered. However, as he was lecturing, he realized something. Do you think that Ryoto asked to bring foe at every summoning just to scare his younger self? Silence prevailed in the hallways until the scream could be heard by the whole organization. Ryoto, Gramps! The wild-looking blonde entered the room with her sword in her hands, ready to fight. Not seeing the person she was looking for, she looked around. Where is he? Madrid. He already left. Either way, he wouldn't recognize. He was Ryoto from before he arrived to Chaldea. The white-haired woman explained. Oh man, and I wanted to spar? Madrid turned from her cheerfulness to being downcast. I for one am happy he left so fast. I can never guess what's inside his head. Any attempt at doing that would cause me immense headache. Not to mention his cooking pranks are annoying. Even though servants' clothes can be regenerate with ease, using a bit of mana, it's still like playing Russian roulette with his food. A man with white hair slicked back, black upper body armor, and red shroud said as he entered the room shortly after the blonde knight. You were just saying that because he took your job from cafeteria and criticized your cooking. Mordred said as she stick out her tongue, at which the man sighed. That day in Chaldea, a feast worthy of festival was held, and servants parted like there was no tomorrow, with a lot of female servants had happy expressions eating familiar food once again. Yenny back in town, Karen's POV. That idiot did something stupid again. I warned him. God damn it, I warned him. But what does he do? Play safe and follow the canon, so he would get an easy reward? No, of course he doesn't. And I don't even want anyone to start arguing about the butterfly effect. It's a lie. Kind of. It depends, but that's not the point. With Eisen there, it's a lie because he would adjust his plans, so all would be fine and dandy. Am I being unfair to Ryoto, knowing that he isn't alone there and all his mental problems? Yes, but I don't care. He lost his arm, and worst of all, he made me worry. Should I be peeking at how Ryoto does from time to time? Not necessarily. Did I break a few rules? Possibly, but as long as I wasn't caught, I didn't break any rules. That's the law. Stupid Ryoto doing stupid shit. Stupid Ryoto being the one of the few people that I can call a friend. Stupid Ryoto being kind of cute when he is serious. Stupid Ryoto being nice to me even when I didn't deserve it. Stupid Ryoto getting me to care about him. Slam Truck San, I need a favor. I entered a spacious room that was decorated after a traditional Japanese room, and in the center of it was a low table that was mainly used for tea ceremonies. There was sitting that old hag Hole, sipping elegantly her tea. Oh my, she put down her cup on the table. I haven't seen you in a long time, and the first thing you say after coming here is asking for a favor? I'm hurt. I visibly roll my eyes. We both know that's not true. To be hurt by something like that would mean that you care about others' opinions, and we both know that you don't care about much. So can we stop your stupid game, and he'll tell you what I want, and you'll tell me that you'll either do it or what you want for me to do it. The old hag had the audacity to pout. She thinks that she is cute. Forever 18, my ass. Fine, spoil my fun then. What do you want to ask me of? Is it because your little boy toy lost his arm? My face went red hearing her comment. He is not my boy toy. And yes, I want you to do something about his arm. And maybe his system. It's outdated at this point and was from the very beginning. I mean, what kind of system allows for accidental tag-along? Truxan looked like she was thinking about my request. I know that I will regret asking her for help, but she is the only one I know who could possibly do something. You know that I can't do anything directly. Bullshit. But I may have an idea or two. Since all system functions have been sealed for the duration of the mission, we can give him an unofficial mission after he completes his objective. As for the system, I guess we could update it. I believe he earned it after not having it for over 200 years, but here it goes. Spit it out. What do you want? I crossed my arms and tapped my foot impatiently. First, as I said, a small mission. Nothing dangerous, but since it's not an official mission, the rewards won't be as good as they normally should be. In short, there will be evidence that he lost his arm at some point. Nothing I can't do about it. Again, bullshit. As for the system request, she then showed a gentle smile that gave me shivers and reminded me why I don't like her and why she also scares me sometimes. Ryoto's POV. I open my eyes to see a blue sky. I quickly analyze my surroundings because of a habit I developed because of my job. Knowing the space around you is essential and the first thing you do during the reconnaissance. It also lowers the chance of successful enemy ambush. I was on the rooftop, and I remember this specific rooftop fairly well. The reason for that is that this was the last thing I'd seen before being teleported. After assessing my situation, I looked at the only other person in proximity. Rin did the same thing as I did, and turned towards me at the same time as I did. Looks like we are back, I said as I turned my head to look at the town, our hometown. It seems so. It just feels so underwhelming and still doesn't feel real. I'm worried that it may be a dream and that I could wake up at any moment. But for now, I want to keep dreaming. Rin answered as she looked in the same direction as I did. We didn't need our connection to know that we both felt insanely emotional, so we stayed like that for a few minutes in silence. It was peaceful, but we didn't have a whole day to enjoy ourselves. Then I felt a hand on top of my left, and for the first time since we returned, I realized that I had it back. It wasn't a long time, but it's a bit funny how I completely forgot about it. Seems like that man kept his promise. Rin ran her finger over mine, as if to reassure herself that it was real. He isn't one to lie. Truckcohen seemed to be the most competent higher-level being, which isn't much since the only comparison was Karen and Sophia, which didn't give me a good first impression. I also checked my newly restored arm. I flexed my muscles here and there to see how they responded and if anything was wrong with it. I stretched it wherever I could as well. Then I took off my jacket and rolled the sleeve on my left arm to see how it looked, and something was different than it used to be. At the place where my arm was gone, and the leftovers, as you will, was a scar going around the whole arm as if showing where the new arm was attached to the old parts. I feel scammed, but at least it will be covered by my clothes. Are you up for some testing? I made a suggestion with a smirk, and Rin met mine with her own. What are your ideas? Aikido, maybe. I was always better at those than you. She answered with some pride in her voice. Sure, let's go with something visible, but not too destructive. How about Heido 31? Shaka? Fine by me. We put our hands and directed them into the air. Heido 31, Shaka. 2 red balls of energy flew up in the air and exploded. It seems the power didn't change much. True, but it felt weird using it. Maybe because we are in our real bodies made of flesh and blood instead of Reisher. Maybe, but thinking about it won't help us. Both of us aren't a scientist type. However, I know a doctor who could check us out. Remember our nurse Mikado-sensei? I think you mentioned her once or twice. You said she was an alien, right? Yes, she is apparently the best in the business and deals with many strange anatomy. Not to mention that she is my go-to doctor, and she has already examined me a few times and tried to figure out my blood in my eyes. I think she is a bit obsessed with them, and now she will be even more obsessed. Speaking about the examination, how do I look? Is there anything with my face? Is it the same as it was before? At the end of our back and forth, I asked about my appearance, and it wasn't because I was being narcissistic, but because I didn't want to worry my family too much. That's why I protected my face from scars and even minor injuries, if possible. You look exactly as I remembered you. It reminds me of our time in Rukongai District when we didn't have a lot of possessions, and we just scraped by from one day to the next. How about me? Do you prefer me how I was in Soul Society, or how I am now? It is a trick question. No matter what I answer, it will be wrong, but the correct answer is hidden, and I can see it. It's a stupid question. I like Rin, be it young Rin, older Rin, or even Rin as a mother. I love them all. Beat that, Rin. You won't catch me unprepared. Feeling Rin's emotions, I could tell that she was amused by my answer. She then put her hand on her chin and started looking at my eyes as she moved her head from one side to another. I must admit that seeing myself like this is unnerving, to the point that I would blame Urahara for inventing some machine that makes your outside look younger. Also, the ponytail outside a battle is a novel experience. It has been a long time since I did that, after all. I understand why I had this hairstyle back then. It was so my hair wouldn't get in the way during a fight, but having it on the whole time is unnecessary. Not to mention that it only showed how unskilled I was and was not prepared to fight in any and all situations. If I was ever ambushed without my ponytail, I would be in big trouble. I realized that she was using my eyes like a mirror by looking at herself through my vision. But didn't you put your hair into a ponytail during our fight with Aizen? I questioned. I could fight equally as well without it, but it just helps me set my mind into the right mode, if you will. Also, it shows that I'm not playing around. Fair enough. Now that our conversation has ended, I have decided to do something I haven't done in a long time and start talking with an old friend. Karen, are you there? But there was no answer, not from Karen, anyway. Ping system update. In progress. Information Notice System version 0.2 is currently being updated. During the update, the user won't get any missions, but all other functions work as usual. All the items in the inventory currently not in use can be retrieved whenever the user wishes to. As compensation for the lack of mission in the unspecified future, you'll receive Random devil fruit. No seawater weakness. 10 rolls on the item wheel. Control over the intensity of Jormungandr's blood. And 100,000 SP. We are sorry for all the inconvenience, and we hope to hear from you again in the future. Huh. So that happened. It's a bit sad not to be able to hear from her again after such a long time, but we'll be able to soon enough. This depends on how long this update takes, of course. The better question is if I should get all these rewards now or later, but after a short thinking session, I decided to get them now. You never know when you will need them, and I would rather have some additional abilities and not need them than the opposite. I've got one ability upgrade, so we'll save it for last. Then, I first decided to use a gacha ticket. It was a ticket with a powerful ability, according to the description, and to be honest, I'm excited. Getting stronger always is, and when progress is sudden and you feel that rush of power, it is incredible. The ticket showed inside my mind, glowing brightly to the point of blinding me, and showing a wheel that started spinning almost immediately. It went over many different abilities, all of which were powerful, and finally stopped at vector manipulation. This ability feels like it was made for me. It would normally be unusable by an ordinary person because of all the calculations needed for it to work, but thanks to my eyes, which allow me to see even the smallest of details and prediction calculation, it will fit right in with my other abilities. I'm satisfied with it, as its potential is immense. Now, let's go with the 10 rolls of items. Again, a wheel appeared, and I won some items in quick succession. Some are more useful than others. But the winner of this lottery was a manual. However, it wasn't an ordinary manual, but a total concentration breathing manual. I think I've heard about it from somewhere, but after reading the description of the item, I understood the gist of it. It will allow me to be stronger and faster, have more stamina, as well as allowing me to create a breathing style. I'm strong now, but oh boy, will I get stronger. Now, into the devil fruit. Having no seawater weakness is nice, but it will still be random. I know the saying that there are no bad devil fruits, only bad users, but there are still problems with compatibility. Once again, a wheel. I'm starting to see a pattern here, but all the bad-mouthing that I could start thinking stopped when I saw what devil fruit it had stopped. Kat fruit, model biako. This was incredible, just incredible. Kat fruit, model biakois a medicalsjan. I'm not sure what other abilities it may have other than being able to transform into a white tiger in its hybrid form, since I'm not well-versed in Biako lore. I guess I'll figure them out in time and read some books and some sites on the internet. Not everything will apply, but it will give me some ideas. Not wanting to wait any longer, I took the fruit out of inventory, causing Rin to raise an eyebrow at a strange fruit appearing seemingly out of thin air. The devil fruit was black and white, and shaped like a cat's head. It didn't look appetizing at all, but from what I remember, it tasted just as good as it looked. I bit into the fruit, and I almost grimaced and spit out the piece of fruit I attempted to eat, but I didn't allow myself to waste any food, no matter how much it made me want to kill my taste buds. No matter how short time, living in poverty tends to teach you that lesson. That's why I finished the whole fruit, even though only one bite would give me the powers. Immediately, I felt the power and instincts to transform myself. So, are you going to share what you have just eaten? From the look on your face, I assumed that it wasn't tasty, and since you seemed satisfied, it wasn't for its taste. I couldn't hide a lot from Rin, even if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. Thankfully, it was better to show what it did than to tell. With some effort, as it was my first time, I made a pair of white tiger ears with black stripes appear on top of my head. I instantly noticed that my hearing got better. So the thing you ate allowed you to grow cat ears on top of your head? I put my tiger ears back. Tiger ears, to be exact. But that's not the only thing I can do. I can at least turn into a real white tiger. It looks cute on you, but I think fox ears would match you better. She didn't even ask where I got it. It wasn't important to her, and if it was something she should know, she knew I would tell her. That's the trust we have with each other. We returned to our comfortable silence, and I had the last thing to do, use the ability upgrade. After, you guessed it, another will spin. It stopped on prediction calculation, 40 minutes a day, reset at midnight. The ability stays mostly the same, although it doesn't cause a headache in the case of overusing and is faster than before. The time limit is doubled from the earlier 20 minutes per day. It could be worse, but I'm completely satisfied with all the things I have received. The last thing I had to do was to check my pockets. Just like I put away in my pocket before, although there were different clothes at that point in time, I took out Hogyoku. I didn't have any plans with it, but it's a powerful wish-granting rock. I don't necessarily want to fuse with it, and I don't even know if I could since it's not a complete Hogyoku. Maybe I should give it to someone Mikado or Lala. They would use it, maybe wisely. I put it back in my pocket. Then I noticed that I had a necklace sitting around my neck, and after checking on it, it was Isamu's Quincy necklace. It thankfully got here together with me. We have been sitting on the roof for some time now, and I don't remember how long I was up there before we were sent to Bleach World. I think we should start getting up and readying ourselves for classes, but a familiar and cheerful voice interrupted us. Ryoto, Yanishi's back. Ryoto's POV. I turned my head to see a pink, bubbly ball of energy run to me and hug me. It felt warm, and for a moment, it stunned me. My arms stayed in the air for a moment, but after a short hesitation, I returned her hug. I closed my arms slowly around her and tightened my hold on her, but not in any way that would hurt her. As I embraced the girl in my arms, the only thing on my mind was, I'm home, Lala. But then I used Haki to feel her emotions, and I was bombarded with happiness, cheerfulness, trust, excitement, delight, and most importantly, love. All these positive emotions in such a pure form slammed into me, and I felt like I could melt under her embrace. Sensing my strange behavior, Lala freed her face from my chest and looked at mine, tilting her head cutely. Ryoto, there is something different about you. She started thinking deeply about what was off about me. She looked cute as her brain worked hard to solve the mystery. I was about to tell her that I would explain to her what happened to me, but then she got an eureka moment. I know, you are not sad anymore. Also, for some reason, your eyes are the same as Papa's. I didn't expect that. 200 years allowed me to accept myself. I needed to do that if I wanted to get strong enough to protect my family. So yeah, I'm not feeling as depressed about my past as I was before. I also guess that her comment about my eyes was about how people's eyes change after seeing so much death. I may not have been at a long-lasting war as our dear emperor, but we've both seen people die in an unnatural amount. I guess that I would need to explain some things. I sat down with Lala, still clinging to me, and looked at Rin. I wanted to share what happened to me with Lala, but I wouldn't share Rin's story if she didn't want to. She nodded her head, telling me that it wasn't a problem. She then took my hand into hers. It managed to calm me down a bit. I guess there isn't a way to say it gently, but I'll try anyway. Remember how we traveled where Koro-sensei, Keed, and Ryo were? It happened again, and this time it was with Rin and much longer than before. Lala followed my story with immense focus, hearing how serious I was. But her smile didn't falter as my hand worked hard and gave her all the head pats she deserved. How long was it? Now that is a 1 million question, isn't it? It was about 270 years. Hearing my answer, I could feel Lala tightening her grip on me, and her expression turned to one of determination. I'm not leaving Ryoto anymore. I'm happy that you feel better, but I wanted to be with Ryoto all this time. She then turned to Rin, then to me, then to Rin again, and finally back to me. I'm happy that you weren't alone. Also, does it mean that Ryoto is old? I'm not that old. There were a lot of older folk than me. Even Rin here is older than me. I joked a bit. I'm only 1 year older. Ryoto, could you stop making the same joke every time our age comes up? No. Now, back to the topic. Now calm down, Lala. It wasn't all bad. As you said, I wasn't alone. Rin was there, and I also met some other people, and also, I may have had 5 children with them. I was waiting for some kind of reaction, surprise, annoyance, maybe anger, or a combination of these, but I didn't expect relief. Then it's all good. I'm still not leaving you alone. If you're going somewhere, I'm coming with you. I glanced at Rin because I didn't know how to react exactly. I really should have expected a reaction like this from Lala, but it still somehow surprised me. Aren't you angry that I basically created a family with 3 other women plus kind of another one, and even had children with them? I asked. No, it was a long time, and you probably felt alone. She then inhaled quickly in excitement. Can I meet them? They must be nice since they are with you. Also, can I see your children? They must be so cute, and I know they'll get along with our child, too. She was mostly excited about the news. We don't have any method at this time, but maybe we will in the future. Also, all of my children are adults at this point. But were they cute? At her questions, I couldn't help but smile proudly. The cutest. I'm still not letting go of you, and I wouldn't dream of stopping you. Ding dong, we stayed a bit too long on the roof, and the break had already ended. I guess we should get going. Rin, do you remember where your class is? Rin shook her head. No, but I remember the general direction. I should still recognize some people, and the class should be labeled so it'll manage. I worked with you as my superior, and our squad didn't go up in flames. This will be much easier. She smirked at the end, and I couldn't even rebuke her since I was pretty lazy with my paperwork. But who can blame me? These papers never end. They just keep coming and coming. I had better things to do. Haha, a dry laugh escaped my mouth. Very funny, Rin. Unfortunately for you, I have zero remorse and will do it again. I am 85 sure Yamaji created all this paperwork just to torture us. It may be an old man's hobby, for all I know. Now, with these words, we stood up, and Lala clung to me like a koala. It looks like she really meant what she said and didn't plan on letting me go. We went downstairs, and while Lala and I had our class on the second floor, Rin's was on the first if I remember right. This will be our first class today since before it was only an assembly, a very long assembly for some already forgotten reason. I entered the classroom, and we were barely on time, so we didn't have time to talk with anyone just yet. I sat on my seat, or at least I thought it was my seat since it was the last of the two free ones. No one said anything, so I think I was safe. Next, an old teacher entered with funny glasses with a swirling pattern. The first thing he mentioned was choosing the student committee member for this class. There was only one candidate, and that was Yui Kotegawa herself, or, as I like to call her, the shameless girl. She always calls everyone and everything shameless, so I think it's funny to call her shameless girl. She was, of course, chosen because she was the only candidate. Democracy is a lie. She seemed satisfied with this, though. I was happy that she was pleased, but then she turned to me. My first decision as a student committee member is to decrease the shamelessness of the most shameless student of all, Ryoto Yuki. Oh, that's me. Did I ever do anything to earn her animosity? I don't recall anything too serious. I was just messing around, and I think I get it. Ryoto Yuki, respect your commitment to the task. As such, it'll reward you with a deal. It'll minimize the exposure of my bare chest. And for today, you'll drop this topic. No, I ignored the scream in the background. I knew it was made in a joking manner, although I could also feel that it was slightly genuine, and I extended my hand. Yui was faster than ever and grabbed my hand to shake it. Deal. Poor Yui. She doesn't understand that she is a sucker, but today, I didn't have the energy to mess with her, so I allowed her to feel victorious. Besides, if she ever discovered that I have a tattoo now, she would lose it. Completely lose it, I mean. The class went on as usual, but I wasn't paying attention. My whole focus was on Lala, and I was entirely focused on her emotions. It was just so novel to feel all the positiveness for once. It's not like Rin, Yoruchi, or Isame didn't have this warm feeling to them, but Lala is something else. It's like comparing my fire with Yamaji's fire. The class finally ended, and the time seemed to fly by. After all, it's true that time seems to pass faster when you're having a good time. I didn't stay to talk with anyone again and escaped the classroom before anyone noticed. Years of practice won't be defeated by normal high schoolers unless they are protagonists in shounen manga, and while Rito may classify, he doesn't have the ability to do so. My next stop was the infirmary, and unsurprisingly, Rin was approaching us. I didn't ask her to do it, but she knew that it would be appreciated if she came. I came in without knocking again, a bad habit, and approached the alien doctor and the school nurse on the side. Long time no see, Mikado-sensei. How are you today? The aforementioned nurse raised her eyebrow in confusion, but it wasn't a lawless imitation of a koala. We saw each other 2 days ago during Lalas. She looked at Rin, and I realized that she was trying to hide her pregnancy as she began talking before she noticed Rin. She knows. Ryoko nodded, but still curious, she didn't ask about it, and continued talking as she crossed her legs as if she was showing them off. But I remember her telling me that it was just more comfortable for her. I see. Never mind, then. How can I help you? Before I could answer, everyone in the room turned their heads at the sudden noise of a trail falling to the floor. There! We could see a shaking Ashizu in a Dejiza position with her head being pressed into the floor. PPPP please, don't TTT take. My S soul. Yindi home. Ryoto's POV. I was looking down at Ashizu as she was begging for her life. I'm honestly surprised that she didn't leave her body, which is literally Jigai outside of Bleach when I think about it. Maybe her fear of being killed, makes her stay in her body. I was never good at sending souls to Soul Society, even if on paper it was my job. I turned to Rin to ask her to take care of the situation. I don't believe she was aware that the nurse's assistant was a ghost in a fake body, but she sensed that Ashizu was not an ordinary girl. We're not here to claim your soul. We retired, but I could send you to the other world if you wanna, I think. Our residential ghost relaxed slightly, but she was still on guard against us. And in no tea, thank you. SSSS Shinigami-sama. She also didn't dare raise her head, even after Rin confirmed that we weren't here to get her. Meanwhile, Rin realized something when she spoke to Ashizu. She turned to me with a questioning look. We retired, right? I left our resignation letter to Yamaji when he was out of the office and wouldn't be there for a long time, so I wouldn't need to tell him that to his face. I avoided looking her in the eyes, and the realization hit her. Oh my God, you didn't tell Captain Commander about our departure. Are you aware of what hell'll do to us when he finds out? Hell speed up global warming and literally blow up walls of the multiverse to get to us. Rin was rightfully panicking as Yamaji had a certain reputation, but I quickly calmed her down. Don't worry, I thought of it and did something to prevent it. Rin calmed, hearing my confidence. I left my favorite lollipop flavor there together with the letter. And just as quickly as her mood improved, it plummeted down. We are doomed. Rin's head dropped low, and I quickly rested my hand on her head. Don't worry, Rin, I was just joking. I did leave a lollipop, but it wasn't the only thing I did. I cashed as many favors as I could, and even did some work so it would last for some time. Hell forgive us. He feels indebted to us, especially me, for finishing something he couldn't. This was the end of our conversation, so I clapped my hands to change the solemn mood. Now, Mikado-sensei, you asked how you can help me. With another examination, of course. We are in need of your expertise. There have been a lot of changes since I last saw you. Ryoko looked at Ashizu, who was still kneeling on the floor, and then turned back to me. I assumed that whatever you want me to check has to do with Ashizu's reaction. I gestured kind of with my hand. It's a part of it. Yes, but there is much more for you to see. I even doubt that you'll manage to test everything in one day. That piqued her interest. You really know how to pick a girl's interest, don't you? I smirked. That I do. But I'm also a massive tease. That's why we're doing this tomorrow. For small preview, look into Rin's eyes. Mikado followed my direction and started observing Rin's eyes. For the first time, she noticed her heterochromia. Mikado is a school nurse, so she should know that Rin didn't have this condition before. So I bet it was a surprise. I was even more surprised when I heard what Mikado had to say after seeing these eyes. Why does her blue? I have a similar feeling to your eyes, Ryoto. I'm impressed Mikado Zenzai. Only one glance. And you're already on the right track. I'll explain everything I can tomorrow before the examination. I already have plans for today. Our nurse composed herself, but I could see unimaginable curiosity twinkling with a bit of madness sprinkled in there. I'm very familiar with these eyes, since Kisuk had a similar look whenever he found something interesting to research. Rin realized the same thing if her emotions were any indication. I see. Then I can't wait until tomorrow comes. Mikado-sensei said, and glee could be heard in her voice. I'm starting to think that maybe it wasn't the best idea to ask Mikado-sensei for help when she went almost full mad scientist with my blood back in the day, but I trust her enough to keep my secrets. As they say, never lie to your doctor or lawyer. We then said our goodbyes to our doctor, and, still kneeling, Ashizu, we exited the infirmary. Now that all that was done, all I had left to do was return home. Yes, home. It feels strange to think like that. I had a home in Siriidi, but there is something different about your first home. Let's go home, Lala. Yes, Lala answered enthusiastically. How I missed her cheerful personality. It was also time for me to separate from Rin. I know that we can never be separated again, even if we would be on opposite sides of the world, but it felt strange to return home and go in two different directions. We didn't need to say anything to each other, and we both knew that if anything happened and we needed the other, we would rush to the other as quickly as possible. The way home was confusing. I'm going to be honest and say that I didn't remember the exact way home. Some things were familiar, but the whole path was not clear. Thankfully, I had Lala attached to my body, who acted as my navigator. As I arrived at the Yuki household, I saw Celine, the plant that Lala got for me on my birthday. She is my favorite plant, and I can't wait to sleep under her shade once more. I tried many different trees, but nothing compared to her. Ryoto? Lala called me because I wasn't entering the house. I was just standing there and staring at it. I was getting a bit emotional, but after many years of life as an assassin taught me how to hide these emotions. It's nothing. Let's get inside. And so I did. I opened the door, and I immediately noticed that Lala and I weren't the first to get back home. Mikan was already there, and hearing someone opening the door, she came to the entrance to check who it was. She was eating a vanilla popsicle. Ryoto, you were early. Weren't you supposed to wait for Nagisa-kun, Karma-kun, Keed-san, and Ryo-san to return home with them? Did I promise something like that? I can't quite remember, but if that's true, then I feel a bit bad. I suddenly remembered about Ritsu, an AI who lived rent-free in my smartphone. I took out my phone from my pocket. Ritsu, can you please inform everyone that something urgent happened, and I went home earlier than planned? Ritsu appeared on my screen, and she saluted. Yes, I'll inform them immediately, Ryoto. He smiled at her. Thank you, Ritsu. You are wonderful. She will be very helpful with all the paperwork in Seoul Society. I put my phone back and turned to Mikan, who seemed worried. It seems my words were badly interpreted. I whispered to Lala's ear to give me some space, but she didn't want to, although with some persuasive words, she reluctantly let go of me. I gave her a chaste kiss on her cheek as a thank you. I approached Mikan until I was standing in front of her. Did something happen, Ryoto? She asked, but the only answer she got was a hug from me. I would have hugged Rito back in school, but I didn't want to embarrass him in front of the class. Mikan panicked as I picked her up off the ground. Ryoto, put me down. Don't treat me like a child. Her protest stopped as she realized that my body was shaking slightly. It was just my emotions trying to have an out, but I didn't want to let them. I missed you, Mikan. My little sister, who was a bit too mature for her age, realized that something was not right. What happened, Ryoto? This time, the question was said much more gently. I finally put her down and looked in the eyes. More than you could guess. I'll explain when everyone gets back. In the meantime, how about we make some snacks together? She agreed, and I realized something. I got a bit used to having only one arm, and it showed as I worked my magic. I also forgot where most tools were kept, and Mikan looked strangely at me when I asked. We didn't do anything fancy, so we were done fairly fast. I also need to mention that Lala reattached herself to me. Mikan was already used to Lala's antics, so she didn't even mention it. By the way, Ryoto, someone dropped a package for you. Now, that was something surprising. I don't remember ordering anything, but that isn't saying much at this point, so I want to check it out. It wasn't a big package, but it wasn't small either. The only information on it was to whom it was sent, and the sender's name were what made my eyes go wide. It was a package from Karen. Indy explaining, Ryoto's POV, package from Karen. I really didn't expect to receive anything from her except maybe some insults. Who is it from? Mikan asked as she looked at me, observing the box. An old friend. Let's see what's inside. I decided to open it. Maybe during our separation, she mellowed down and sent me something nice. Inside the package, there were 3 pieces of paper folded in half on top of something that looked like a thick book. The pieces of paper had numbers on them, so I assumed that this was the order in which I was supposed to open them and either read them or see what was inside. I picked the paper with one on it, opened it, and immediately ripped it in half with a straight face, burning it with fire while still holding it. Mikan raised her eyebrow at my reaction. Ryoto, what was that music? Don't worry about it. I may have kept a straight face, but inside, I was disappointed in myself for falling for a Rickroll. I'm also kind of impressed, since it was a piece of paper with a video on it. God damn it, Karen. I took the second piece of paper, which this time, it was with number 3 on it, since I'm 99 sure that number 2 is just another Rickroll, opened it, ripped it in half again, and destroyed it with fire. Now I'm starting to get annoyed. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I don't plan on falling for it 3 times in a row, so I took the last piece of paper and attempted to rip it before I even opened it, but I couldn't do it. I was literally not strong enough to tear a mere piece of paper, which raised some questions. The previous 2 papers were destroyed easily enough, so if this one wasn't, it meant it was important. After all, you can't destroy a key item. I carefully opened the last piece of paper, but this time I wasn't met with an image of a famous singer. It was a normal letter, so I started reading it. Dear Ryoto, first thing, I bet you fell for these 2 Rickrolls. You can't beat a classic, can you? Sucker's gonna suck, and you, my dear, are an elite sucker in front of me. But enough of your naivety, and let's talk about what this all is about. Unfortunately, as you probably have already noticed, you won't get missions for some time. You'll live. You survived, you atch, and you'll survive anything these words throw at you, probably. I think I just jinxed you. Oh well, whatever happens, happens. Now, into what's in the box. I'm sure you are wondering what it is, or what is inside. I know that you love Rick Astley, so it's a photo album of his whole life. Just kidding. But can you imagine if I did that? I was tempted to do it, really tempted, but my willpower won this time around, and I did something different. You see, you were gone for some time, and it made me feel bored. And me being bored is never a good thing, so I volunteered yourself as my entertainment for the time being. It's not stalking if I did that before as a work. And I mentioned it just because I know you were thinking about it. Back on topic. I was somehow truthful before, because this book is a photo album. Just not Rick Astley's. It's many different photos of your time in Soul Society. I know that you were a sentimental little shit, and I was worried that you would cry yourself to death otherwise. So you better be thankful. There's also a pen drive if you want a digital version of the photos. Aren't I just the most considerate person you have ever met? Call me St. Nicholas, because I just keep on giving. Well, I don't think I have anything else to say, so I guess. See you later. Huh. I couldn't stop my mouth from forming a smile after I finished reading Karen's letter. There were many moments when I would have liked to take a photo, but cameras weren't invented just yet. So what is it? Mikan couldn't stop her curiosity as she asked me about the content of the package. Did I explain to you how Lala, and I know Rio, and Keed? I started answering with a question, and Mikan, despite not knowing where I was going with this, answered me almost immediately. You didn't go into details, but in short, the multiverse is real, and you were transported to another world for one reason or another. Did you already forget what you told me just a few days ago? I didn't think you were old enough to worry about dementia. The last bit was said with a smirk, but she didn't know how close she was to the truth. Few days ago? It's as if jokes write themselves. So now that we established that I traveled to a different world once before, I'm going to tell you that it happened again. And this here, I picked the album, is a photo album of my time there. My little sister didn't have a big reaction to my revelation. And you may wonder how long I was out there if the album is so thick. The answer to this question is 270 years. Her eyes went wide, and she stopped eating her popsicle as she looked me in the eyes. She didn't have any reasons to doubt me, and I wouldn't joke about something like that with a serious expression. My previous actions made more sense in retrospect, why I acted so emotionally and why I had problems in the kitchen. Ryoto, are you all right? That was the first question she asked after hearing that I had been gone for almost 3 centuries, and it really warmed my heart. I smiled and put my hand on her head once more. I am now. Let's go through all these photos when everyone comes back. There are even a few stories I can share. And so we waited. In the meantime, I played with Utsu, watched the penguins do their things, and went to my room to refresh my memories. Suddenly, I heard doors opening loudly, as if they were opened in a hurry. Ryoto, Rio, and Keed rushed into the house, and behind them, Nagisa and Karma. Is everything all right? We got a message from Ritsu that an emergency occurred, and you went home earlier. Are you feeling sick? Did something happen? It seems Ritsu didn't go into details when she passed my message. Something kind of happened. He'll explain everything when Rito comes back. I don't want to repeat myself too much. Their worries were still visible, but they didn't push me for answers. Rin's POV. The whole day was confusing, to say the least. Being back here in Seinen Town was like a dream, even though Ryoto promised me that we would come back someday, and I know how he is with promises. After setting a time for an examination with Mikado-sensei, I returned to Saki, Sama, and Aya's side. It still feels strange to be under someone weaker than me. For the longest time, my superiors were all stronger than I was. Be it Ryoto, when he was captain of Squad 7, or when I was promoted, there was still Captain Commander up there. Saki, Sama is someone who is important to me. My whole existence before my time in Soul Society was dedicated to her. But things have changed. I have changed. I also used Aikido, so my eyes look their original color. It's nothing too impressive, but it works as intended. Rin, is everything all right? I was broken out of my thoughts by Saki, who looked worried. There's nothing to worry about. Saki-sama. I was glad I remembered to call Saki, Saki-sama, and I even did it without an awkward pause. I'm not convinced, Rin. You were absent-minded after you came from spying on Ryoto-sama. You didn't even react when the teacher called you. He called me by my old surname, Kujo, and I haven't used it for a long time. I think it's 200 years. I don't remember the exact date. I asked Ryoto if I could use Yuki as my new surname. It feels like I've been called Rin Yuki my whole life. Both of you don't need to worry. I have a few things in my mind. That's all. I don't like lying to my first-ever friends, but it wasn't exactly a lie. I had a lot on my mind, but the severity of this fact will certainly be underestimated. We went back to Saki's villa. I then realized that I didn't think of it as my home anymore. Home is where the heart is. And my heart is with Ryoto and our small, big, strange family. I'm already missing our children. I hope they eat enough and stay out of trouble. We were about to eat dinner, and by habit, I went to the kitchen to start preparing meals for everyone until I saw the chef. I quickly backed away and waited patiently for food to arrive. I'm not used to living rich like that. After we joined Godei 13, we started getting paid, but we still lived modestly. Even after, we all lived together in a house big enough to fit all of us. We had everything we needed and sometimes a bit more, but it was mostly for children. During the dinner, I didn't talk much, but Saki did, and it was mostly about Ryoto. To be young and in love, what a refreshing thing to see. In the meantime, I noticed that Aya hadn't finished her veggies, so I reminded her to eat them. Aya, don't leave any food on your plate. Wasting food is unacceptable. I may have said it with more edge than I intended, but in my defense, it's one of the worst things one can do outside of the battlefield, at least in my opinion. Aya and Saki were surprised at me. I think I wasn't one to care about things like that before. But living in the slums does make you appreciate any and all food. I was barely hungry thanks to Ryoto and his stealing, but when he returned injured and went into a coma, I was forced to do what he did, and it wasn't easy. Aya thankfully started eating her greens, but she muttered something about me acting like her mom. Realization hit me. Oh my God, I'm old enough to be at least their great-great-great-grandmother, although I act more like a mother since I never became a grandmother, even though I wouldn't mind some grandchildren to spoil. After dinner, I suddenly felt the need to call my father. It wasn't because of my emotions, however. I felt Ryoto being emotional, and it was connected to his family. These feelings were powerful, and because I could feel them despite how well Ryoto was at hiding and controlling them, it meant they were powerful. My relationship with my father is complicated or businesslike if I'm forced to be more specific. He is the head butler of the Tenjuin household and is loyal to Saki's father, just as I was loyal to Saki. Talking to my father, who was, in fact, younger than me, was an interesting experience, and in the end, I was happy that I did it. Then I again realized something I didn't think I wanted to notice. My father tends to have his eyes closed, just like Ryoto does. Do I have daddy issues? And am somehow comparing how Ryoto looks with how my father looks? I heard that women are likely to choose a husband who is similar to their father, just like men tend to choose a wife who is similar to their mother. The human mind is strange like that. Suddenly, I'm happy that Yoruchi isn't here to notice that. She wouldn't let me forget that small detail. All of a sudden, I felt Ryoto wanted to see me. It wasn't longing because of loneliness or anything like that, but it piqued my interest. Not to mention that it gave me an excuse to see him, not that I needed any. I opened a window from my room and used Shuinpa in the direction of Ryoto. Ryoto's POV. Rito soon came home, and first I did was to hug him, which flustered my younger brother. We then ate dinner together. Apparently, it was Mikan's turn to cook, but I'm sure it was just an excuse to let me relax a bit after she learned how long I had been in another world. Not that I remember if she was lying or not. Then, I gathered everyone in the living room. I let my feeling of wanting Rin to come here out, and moments later, I heard the doorbell ringing. Everyone was confused because we weren't expecting everyone except me, of course. I think you got slower, Rin. Yoruchi would be so disappointed. I jokingly remarked, at which Rin rolled her beautiful eyes. Using Shunpa in this body was more challenging than I thought, but I got the hang of it halfway here. She explained herself, and then addressed the elephant in the room. What happened? I wasn't expecting us to meet up before our examination. I got a present from an old friend. I thought you would enjoy as well. What do you think about having a showcase of photos of our time in Soul Society? I smirked as I saw a shock on Rin's face. She wasn't expecting it, and to be fair, neither was I. I welcomed her home, and now that I think about it, it should have been the first time she came here. We entered the living room, where everyone was, and I stood in front of them together with Rin. I coughed to make everyone silent, and now that I had their attention, I began explaining. I know that everyone is wondering what was going on with me today, and now I'm going to clarify everything. First of all, to get everyone on the same page. I'm a world traveler. It happens sometimes, and every time it happens, time stops, and I return at the exact moment I left, no matter how long I stayed there. Be it a week, a month, a year, or even 100 years. And this time, I was gone for 270 years, and Rin here next to me was there with me. Vuvuvait, Nisan. What are you saying? Rito exclaimed, and he wasn't alone. Everyone who hadn't heard of my recent adventure was just as surprised, although Karma was the only one who hid it well, narrowing his eyes slightly. Who almost 3 centuries, and you still look the same. But I can guess it has to do with multi-world travel. How you survived all these years is a better question. It's beyond human lifespan. Great question, Karma-kun, and the answer is fairly simple. We were technically dead. We were in a world called Soul Society, which is a world after death. And we became Shinigami there. And before anyone asks for proof, I have 2. Proof number 1, or rather Bakudo One-Sai. I pointed with my index and middle fingers at Karma as I used Kido, and suddenly, the red-haired teen unwillingly brought his arms together behind his back and fell to the ground. What dash? The wave of shock spread through everyone as Karma suddenly lost control of his body. Nagisa, who was the closest to his best friend, started checking on him the moment he noticed something was wrong, but the attention shifted from Karma to me once again when I started explaining what I just did. What I just used is Kido. You can think of it as a spell that uses Ryuryoku, which you can think of as soul energy. This particular Kido is harmless and just restricts your movements, meaning that I can do this. I took out a lollipop and forced it into his mouth. Next, I brought a marker and drew a mustache on him. Karma couldn't do anything as I finished my masterpiece. My action had a second purpose. It also calmed everyone in the room, seeing that I was just messing around, and it wasn't anything dangerous. You see, as I just demonstrated, I can use Kido. This one is the weakest and easiest of the bunch. I'm not very talented in them, but as you can see, I can still use them. I deactivated Kido on Karma, and he immediately spit out the lollipop and started wiping the marker off his face with a dangerous glare and smile. He still hadn't learned how to treat lollipops with respect. You'll need to teach him about that in the future. And what is the second proof? He asked as he stood up while glaring at me, probably thinking about revenge. Glad you asked, my young assistant. Rin, let's show them our partners. Of course, Rin understood what I meant, but not anyone else in the room. Both of us put our hands in front of and summoned our Zanpakuto. This is Zanpakuto, and every Shinigami has it. It allows us to purify spirits and send them to Soul Society. I'm not sure if this function still works since we are in a different world, but besides that, it also has different abilities depending on the user. I saw a few heads nodding as they were following mine explanation. Then we followed it by releasing Shurkai, and our blades changed their shapes, which to be fair, caused much more uproar. While Rin's Zanpakuto didn't change much, mine did. This is called Shurkai, and it's a released form of our Zanpakuto. In it, the swords often change their shapes and sometimes gain abilities. Rin then continued my explanation. My Zanpakuto, Tsunagari, can connect two things with each other. For example, if I cut a rock and then your arm, they will be connected in some way or another. In this example, I usually connect their weight so that the arm or any other body part feels heavier. There is one more form above Shurkai, but it's better not to show it. They are our trump cards and are incredibly powerful. Ryoto could probably cut this city in half if he wanted by using Bankai. I could probably do it in Shurkai, but I'm not going to mention it as I saw everyone except Lala to widen their eyes. Lala was more excited more than anything. Rin demonstrated Tsunagari's ability to showcase her power and that she is telling the truth. She didn't do anything flashy, but it was enough to convince everyone. Everyone who was part of Class 3E had more calm reaction thanks to all crazy things we went through with Koro-sensei. Lala was very curious about the ability, and I bet she will build a machine that does something similar. I doubt that she will ever succeed in making something as powerful as Tsunagari, but as long as she has fun doing that, who I am to stop her. Rito was the most shaken, but that's who he is as a person. Mikan, despite her maturity, was having a blast seeing the supernatural abilities. She wasn't that impressed when she saw my fights before. I don't get young people. Now that we have some background on our situation, let me finally share why I gathered you all here. It was partially because I wanted to share what happened to Rin and me, but I also stumbled upon something interesting. I displayed the album I got from Karen. This is a photo album of Rin and my adventures there. So how about we look through them together as Rin and I explain the details surrounding them. So I sat in the center after they made space for me and opened the album to see the first photo. Yindi the reward, Ryoto's POV. I'll kill Karen. 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 Ryoto. What is the meaning of this? Mikan and Ryo demanded answers after they saw the last batch of photos. All went fine at the beginning. There were photos of my and Rin's time in Rukongai District, and as we went through the photos, we explained some things. Thankfully, there weren't any pictures of my first assassination, but there were after when I was injured. Mikan and Rito were the most shaken by the image of their big brother in that state. Lala, too, tightened her grip on me, but I reassured them that it was over 200 years ago and everything was already healed. This made them realize that I wasn't there to play around. Then, photos of our time at Shinigami Academy. All went as one expected from school life with a supernatural twist. That is, until our first mission in the world of the living, or rather, what happened after. I remember vividly that night because it was my very first time going out together as a group, and of course, Karen took multiple photos of that night. They may not have been too wild, but it was obvious what we had been up to. Karma attempted to make multiple copies of these photos, but I stopped him before he could even try. The difference between our speeds is just too big. Rin looked a bit ashamed to see what had happened in the past. Keed wasn't even that angry, but just dejected as she looked at the difference between herself and my lovers in the photo. The difference was noticeable. Of course, all pictures didn't show any private parts or weren't taken during the deed, and that's small mercies. They did, however, show my scars and tattoos. Before everyone started firing off questions left and right, I began defending myself. In my defense, I was drunk, and I just escaped a life-and-death situation. Besides, it could get worse. How? Nagisa inquired. Well, if we look further down the album, you'll know the answer, but I believe we can take a break for now. We can continue our viewing in the future, because I'm afraid all of you are having a heart attack at this point. We didn't even get to some other stuff that will make you question reality. Question. Karma put his arm in the air as he made a question. We've seen that you kept scars from the earlier photos, and you even got a tattoo. Did you keep them when you returned? Perceptive as always, Karma asked. I did. To prove it, I rolled my sleeve to show my dragon tattoo. But there was a small difference between what I have on my right arm and what was shown in the photo. I have an additional scar near the tattoo that made it look like a dragon was breathing out fire. I would show them my whole body, but I'm afraid it would be too much of shock for everyone at once. Mikan and Lala will see them in the bath tonight unless Mikan doesn't want to join. Karma, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes in suspicion until they widened in realization. It was a scar that didn't show in the photos, meaning that I probably had more of these. Karma was many things: prankster, smart, talented, and jerk, but he wasn't a bravado when it would hurt his friends. That's why he smoothly changed the topic. But really? For girls at the same time? What would Koro-sensei say? He would think that you became a delinquent. He exaggerated and put his arm on his forehead, as if the sole idea of me being a delinquent was physically hurting him. However, I focused on a convenient opportunity for a scene transition. Then why don't we go and ask him? I asked, and this question caused silence to spread throughout the room. What do you mean? You mean asking his spirit? Is it a Shinigami thing? Rio tried to rationalize my words, and her guess wasn't half bad and made sense. I decided to make a gesture to make all of the people here follow me to the garden. When we were outside, I started explaining some things again. Wow, today must be the exposition day, because I keep explaining things. You didn't think I kept traveling the multiverse because of some accident. No, I made a deal, and this time, one of my rewards is this. I brought Namekian's Dragon Balls out of the system. Some people recognized these wishing orbs, and their mouths hung open. I smirked at their reaction, but I didn't comment and focused on summoning the dragon. Come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. With that phrase spoken, the 7 big orange balls glowed. The sky became dark as night, and the light from them shot up, creating an enormous Chinese-like dragon that was more buff than he had any reason to be. State your wish. His voice was deep, but it also felt like it was going through your whole body. I also just now realized that I didn't need to speak Namekian. Lucky me, I guess. It would be very awkward if I said all of that and couldn't summon the dragon. Now all my hard work would finally pay off everything I went through for this sole moment. I was fidgety, nervous, excited, and tense. I felt all these opposite emotions at the same time. But before making that specific wish, I want to try something. For my first wish, I want you to bring back to life everyone that I regret killing. I can only bring back one person at a time. Resurrecting multiple people with one wish is beyond my power. I expected as much. It was a long shot, but I wanted to at least try. Plan 8 is, then bring Koro-sensei back. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and even I started to worry that it didn't work, but finally, the dragon's eyes glowed with power. It blinded everyone here. And when the lights subdued, a new person appeared in the garden. It was an octopus-like humanoid wearing a black academic dress, a small black squarish mortarboard cap with a yellow tassel, and a large black tie with a yellow crescent-shaped moon. He looked disoriented and looked around, and then he turned towards us, and I swear his eyes widened, but before he could say a word, all former members of Class 3E tackled him. Lala was with them, and it was the first time she let go of me since earlier today. Everyone cried as they hugged their middle school teacher. Koro-sensei was confused, but his confusion quickly turned into happiness as he returned the hug with his tentacles. I also approached Koro-sensei, but I didn't jump into him. I stood above him as he laid down under his former students. He noticed and looked at me. I, in return, smiled. I said it wasn't a goodbye, but see you soon. Yinian end of a day, Ryoto's POV. Koro-sensei tapped everyone who was on top of him to let him stand up, and while reluctantly, and some with tears of happiness in their eyes, they all stood up in the end. Mikan, Rito, and Rin hadn't seen Koro-sensei before, so they all reacted in their own way. Rin didn't have much of a reaction, though. Both of us have seen a lot of things in our lives. My siblings, however, were more expressive, with both of their eyes wide open. Although Mikon was the first to calm herself down, and shortly after, Rito did as well. We both live with an alien, after all, and my eyes aren't human. I also don't remember if I ever mentioned Koro-sensei to them. I may or may not do that. Now, free from his former student's clutches, Koro-sensei turned to me. Glad to see you again, Yuki-kun. Truly it is. I can't even believe that I'm able to say these words again, but seeing you again, I can only see how much you've grown as a person, and I couldn't be more proud. Koro-sensei said to me with a gentle tone, and it nearly caused me to tear up. God damn it, you ninja and your onions. But I also noticed how he said I had grown, and he didn't mean my height. He noticed the look in my eyes. An assassin recognized another assassin, but he also saw that I wasn't a cold machine made for killing. He could see that there was still warmth in my eyes despite my profession, not to mention my love for my family. Just what I expected from Koro-sensei. He also didn't mention anything about it, because of everyone around here. Despite my happiness, I would like to know how you managed the impossible and brought me back to life. I didn't answer vocally, but I turned my eyes towards the gigantic dragon in the air. Koro-sensei followed my line of vision, and realizing what he was looking at, his head whiplashed back and forth from the dragon to me in panic. Is it Dash? Yep, but I went for a walk and found them. That was the end of this discussion because something else caught my teacher's attention. But shouldn't the dragon disappear after making a wish? Look at that. Koro-sensei knows his lore, but he doesn't know it well enough. It looks. I still have 2 wishes. Speaking of which, again, I spoke to a wish-granting dragon. For my second wish, I want you to bring Keed's big sister back to life. This wish caused the most shock to Koro-sensei and Keed. My green-haired girlfriend was the second reason I chose the normal difficulty. With ordinary Dragon Ball, there would be more restrictions with a wish to resurrect both of them without big consequences, but I also needed a third wish for something special. As I spoke my wish, the dragon's eyes glowed again, and the body of a woman appeared in the garden. She was a beautiful, fair-skinned young woman with short black hair that had bangs swept to the left side. It was worth mentioning that while she was petite, her bust was large in comparison. Her eyes were closed, but it wasn't long before they flattered a bit and finally opened themselves. Just like Koro-sensei, she was confused, then became even more confused as she remembered her last memory, and then became even more confused as she looked around, not recognizing her surroundings. She didn't get a chance to act even more confused as she was tackled, and it was the second time someone had been tackled in my garden. Nei-chan, it's really you, right? While Keed's sister may have been confused, did I mention that she was confused? She recognized her sister despite her changed appearance. And immediately, her big sister instincts kicked in, and she started comforting her younger sibling. Yes, Akari, it's me. I don't know how, but I'm here. If it isn't the work of some kind of god, then I don't know how I am again able to hug you. I mean, I'm some kind of god. In name only, of course. But Shinigami are gods of death. And also, compared to ordinary people, I'm immensely powerful. Just like a human may seem like a god to a monkey, I also could be perceived as such. I'm just playing with the idea. I really don't think of myself as a god in any way or capacity. And I'm not saying that just because I could feel Rin's exasperation directed at me. I don't know how she's able to read my mind like that, because I know that she can't do that because of our connection. Otherwise, I would be able to do that as well. We all allowed the sisters to have their moment. Even Koro-sensei, though he wanted to speak with that woman just as much as Keed did. There was silence in the garden until Keed's sister finally looked around. Her eyes landed on Koro-sensei, and her eyes went wide. Aguri-san, I never thought I would see you ever again, as it is the first time we have met that way. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Koro-sensei, Aguri-san. It's nice to meet you. Hearing sensei in his name, now named Aguri, smiled warmly, knowing that Koro-sensei had fulfilled the promise he had made to her. Nice to meet you, Koro-sensei, Imaguri Yukimura. They shook their hand tentacle to celebrate their re-meeting. Cough, cough, I cough to gather everyone's attention. I don't want to ruin the moment, but I don't want to have a giant buff dragon in the air any longer than necessary. I am sure that someone has already called the police, maybe military, and I want him to vanish before they arrive. No offense. I said the last part to the dragon, but he didn't acknowledge it anyway, Barato. Excuse me, but who are you? Aguri asked me a bit sheepishly as she didn't want to sound rude, but it was a fairly important question. In return, I took her hand in a handshake and shook it vigorously. Ryoto Yuki, your sister's boyfriend, second year at Seinen High, a former student of Koro Sensei, former Shinigami and former captain of Squad 7 and 2, respectively, and probably future emperor of the Milky Way galaxy. Nice to meet you. You are Akira's boyfriend, but she's still a baby. That's what you focus on? He'll explain everything later. For now, let's go with my third and final wish. I turned to the dragon. I wish for Koro Sensei to turn human. If Koro Sensei stayed as he was, there was a possibility that the government would go after him again. This time, I would be able to stop the assassination attempt on him. I could stop the whole country from killing him, but he wouldn't want me to sacrifice my safety, my home, family, and friends for him, so I found another way. By turning Koro Sensei back into a human, I would solve this problem and give him another chance at life. My genius must be frightening to come up with an idea like this, and I won't disagree with that. Another blinding light was caused by a dragon, and the next moment, in Koro Sensei's place, was a blonde-looking man wearing Koro Sensei's clothes. He seemed confused as he examined his body. Then he looked at me, and I could see gratitude in his eyes. With my last wish granted, the eternal dragon vanished, and so did the Dragon Balls. However, unlike the original set, they didn't fly in 7 different directions and waited to recharge so that they could be used again. No, they vanished from this world. I could have guessed that they weren't reusable, but that didn't mean I wasn't a bit disappointed. The sky also returned to normal. Now that I was done with wishes, there was one thing to do, and it was to make some sense of the situation for the resurrected duo. So let me get this straight. Aguri started. You. She pointed at me. Are Keith's boyfriend. I nodded. And you also have other girlfriends. And fiancés. I corrected. Right, fiancés. But anyway, you were Koro Sensei's student together with Akari, and you were the same age, but you are older now, because multiverse shenanigans. Fascinating. And because of yet another multiverse shenanigan, you brought Koro Sensei and me back to life. Did I get everything right? Aguri finished her summarization and took a sip of the tea that Mikon had prepared. I think it covers the most important things, yes. I answered as I took out a lollipop and put it in my mouth. I was expecting her to be in more shock after experiencing something unnatural like that. I see. It'll probably freak out tomorrow when the realization that all of this is real hits me. But now when I'm still calm, as Akira's sister, I want you to take care of her and make her happy despite your unusual relationship. She bowed her head, and I did the same as a show of respect. There's no need to ask me for something I already planned on doing. It was getting pretty late, and the whole day had been very emotional, so all of us went to bed early. Aguri and Koro Sensei stayed at our house as they didn't have a place of their own, and Rin returned to her own home after we shared short kiss. I also showered alone today as I believed it was enough of shocking revelations for one day. All in all, the day was very eventful and filled with happy and emotional moments. I hope that tomorrow will be a bit calmer. And a cat. Ryoto's POV. I woke up in an unfamiliar bed, and I was immediately on guard. But I relaxed the next moment, remembering where I was. Right? And back home, and while still nostalgic, it feels alien. I just need to get used to it. As they say, time heals all. Next to me was a girl's body, and it felt strange. Not that there was someone next to me, but there was only one other person here. Usually, there were at least 2 women I love here, at least I say. Lala was still hugging me and using me as a teddy bear, and I'm not complaining. It feels nice. Also, while I'm used to being naked in bed with Rin, Isane, and Yuruchi, it somehow slipped my mind that Lala loves to sleep nude as well. Lala didn't see my scars yesterday. I turned off the lights and went to bed like that, but she'll see them now. I could technically alter her sight, so she would see what I wanted her to see but I didn't want to do that. I may save her from stress for some time, but the truth would come out sooner or later. Or I would just confess at some point. Maybe all these years of secrets made me want to be more honest and open, only with the closest people, of course. I wouldn't go out on the street and start yelling that I killed the Son of God. I would like to lay in bed for much longer, but unfortunately, I'm a student again. Oh shit, I'm a student again. Anyway, you'll need to get up from this comfortable position, and the first and most challenging step is to wake up Lala. I shook Lala gently. We have but she then made an unusually thoughtful expression that didn't look right on her face as she traced all my old wounds with her finger and later a whole hand when she felt more courageous. She first went for the parallel scars coming from my shoulders downwards. Then the big scar across the chest that was the newest of the bunch. The burn scar near my tattoo didn't get much attention, but she still traced it there, if just to touch it for herself. In the end, she stayed the longest on the scar caused by Bambietta's bomb that was on my shoulder. That one was one of the more painful wounds I got. I didn't say anything as I observed Lala, and was ready to comfort her if needed, but I once again seemed to underestimate her as she looked me in the eyes and asked, "Do you want me to heal them?" I knew that she was serious and capable of doing something like that, but I didn't want to. Despite their looks and what people would think when they saw them, they are part of me and have a lot of meaning attached to them. No, but thank you for offering. I'm not ashamed to have my scars visible. I'm even proud of some of them. Got them while protecting my family. While still having eye contact with me, her serious expression melted away and was replaced with her default cheerful look. Then it's all right. Then she pouted. I'm going to be mad if you get hurt anymore. It makes my insides warm hearing her say it so innocently. We'll try to be careful to avoid doing that. Not like I enjoy getting hurt anyway. The morning was peaceful until it wasn't because I heard a scream. Yeah, centuries of training made me move instantly. My body was ready to attack a possible enemy and defend my family. I moved, and with a few flash steps, because of corridors and not my mastery of the technique, I arrived at the source of the scream. It was our new and probably temporary resident, Aguri. She got scared by Koro-sensei, who, in his human form, apparently still had tentacles for hair in a manner similar to Aitona's before and used them unconsciously. So, the wish turned Koro-sensei back into a human, but it allowed him to keep his powers. Neat. I relaxed when I accessed the situation and found no danger. It seems I'm still a bit on edge. I hope that it won't continue like that for a long time. The morning was uneventful, except it was filled with excitement. We talked with Koro-sensei and Aguri about things we have done since they died. Kiid's sister was the most overwhelmed by everything since she was the most normal out of all of us despite working with tentacles that give what you wish for within reasonable means, of course. But still. Today, I was the one preparing breakfast. I wanted to celebrate, somehow, my first day of return. And what better way to celebrate than to make breakfast for everyone? I enjoy cooking, and I may have teased our doctor too much, and in her excitement, she was preparing all the stuff she thought she'd need. As long as she is fun and does her job, but she also warned me about not forgiving me if I left again, and somehow, I believe it this time, but we trust each other. Yui Kotegawa was crouching at the side of the road, and she was playing with a cat in a box. Nia, Nia. I could hear her calling out the cat cutely while trying to play with it, and with something I doubt anyone saw Yui with. A small smile. Sup, Kotegawa. What a coincidence meeting you here. Rin and I approached my classmate, and my voice seemed to scare Yui as she literally straightened up and jumped from the shock. She then turned to me, and not knowing how to react, she went for her default option. Annoyance. She put her hands on her hips and glared at me. Ryoto Yuki and... I don't believe we have met. Her annoyance disappeared as she realized that she didn't know Rin. Kujo. Rin Kujo. I'm a third-year student. Rin still had trouble introducing herself with her old surname. I can't blame her after being called Yuki for so long. Ah, Kujo-senpai. Nice to meet you. She bowed deeply to show respect to her senpai. You can call me Rin. Almost no one calls me Kujo. Rin seemed to not want to be called Kujo if possible, but Yui had different plans. I can't show such disrespect to my senior Kujo-senpai. Now, It was Rin's turn for her mood to sour. I insist. Please call me Rin. I couldn't possibly do that. Kotegawa stayed stubborn, and I could see Rin thinking about how she should handle the situation. In the end, she decided to wake up a little troll inside of her. She used the ability of her eye to create illusions for Yui to see. Her illusions aren't as powerful as mine, and they're much more easily recognizable as something not real for a seasoned warrior. I don't know what Rin showed Kotegawa, but Yui's eyes almost jumped out of her sockets, and her cheeks went red before she wiped her eyes and saw nothing unusual. Then it happened again, and Kotegawa started doubting her mind as she saw things that weren't there. I, on the other hand, decided to focus on the cat Yui was playing with, and it was a black cat with yellow eyes. She looked just like Yuruchi. No, it shouldn't be possible. Could it be? Kisuke works fast, but not that fast. The cat had a collar with a big bell attached to it. I opened my eyes and tried to see her aura. After closely looking, the cat looked curiously at me back. It had an animal aura, but I wasn't fully convinced. This cat just seemed so familiar to Yuruchi, so I checked her Ryatsu's signature, and once again, it was different from Yuruiki's. Am I being paranoid? After effects of calm after the craziness I lived through, perhaps. Rin, could you take a look at that? I asked my lover, and she stopped playing with her junior as a small punishment and turned to me, where I was crouching near the cat. I could feel her surprise. Yuruchi? The cat didn't react to the name and started locking its paw. Apparently not. Just a similar-looking cat. Rin then, as a last test, tried to grab the cat by the collar and lift it up because we both knew Yuruchi wouldn't allow herself to be handled like that. While the cat tried to resist, Rin lifted her up in the end. I think this confirms that this is not Yuruchi. Shame that this cat is apparently owned by someone since she has a collar. However, as I was thinking that, I heard a sound of cardboard being scratched, and I looked down to see the black cat scratching part of the box where there was written "Take me home." Huh, you know what? I'm taking this cat home. You're taking her? Yui asked me when she finally collected herself, although I could still see a bit of red on her cheeks. I think I will. Black cat is my lucky animal, and I can't ignore a beauty like that. While saying that, I picked up the cat and started petting it while it purred. I then noticed that it was a girl. The cat then quickly jumped out of my hands on my shoulder and later on my head, where she stayed comfortably. I'm going to name her Yuruchi. Rin raised her eyebrow. Really? You know that it will just annoy Yuruchi. And that's the reason I named her that. Now, I turned to Yui. Sorry, Kotegawa, but we don't have as much time as we would have liked. You can visit my home if you want to see Yuruchi sometimes to pet her or something. See ya. Rin bowed as well to say goodbye and followed me. Now that we were walking alone, my curiosity got the better of me. Hey, Rin, so what did you show Kotegawa for her to react like that? Nothing much. Just us kissing. She is fun to tease because of her reactions, and they say I have a bad influence on people. I disagree, and I have a living proof next to me. Anyway, we finally arrived at Makoto-sensei's house. Yindi examination. Again, Ryoto's POV. We knocked on the door to the mansion and waited for someone to open it. As we waited, Rin decided to start a short conversation. So, what do you think Makoto-sensei will test? Well, I hope to test most things. Makoto-sensei is one of the best doctors in the whole galaxy, and I trust her expertise. As you've seen, she managed to create Jigai by herself without any help as far as I know. Maybe there are some alien spirit species in need of bodies like that, but I'm not sure. The point is that she is good, and she can help us figure out our limits in a safe environment, and she'll even give us some kind of explanation. She even worked on my eyes and blood before. And you trust her that much to tell her our secrets? She inquired, and I nodded. There's a reason everyone knows of her. She heals you, doesn't ask many questions, and doesn't sell your information. She would be a good black market doctor with these ethics. Maybe she is, but I don't care that much. I shrugged my shoulders as I said the last bit and petted Yuruchi cat, who was still sitting on top of my head. What is with black cats and my head? Is it really that comfortable? Then, the double door opened suddenly with great force, and Ryuko, with a disheveled appearance and an excited, crazy expression, appeared at the entrance, the kind that wouldn't look strange on my Yuri. Once again, I suddenly doubted my trust in this doctor. I was waiting, she said, still stuck in the position when she opened the doors. I looked at her for a moment. I didn't notice, I said sarcastically, noticing what I meant. She quickly and hastily tried to fix her appearance with some degree of success. She then welcomed us inside, and only then did she notice a cat on my head. Her name is Yuruchi, and I picked her up today on the way here. She liked my head. Mikado decided not to pray more into it, and just accepted it as it was. But she changed into the main topic. I spent the whole day thinking about today's examination. You didn't give me many details, but knowing you, it could be anything. That's why I prepared everything I could think of in addition to what I already knew. You seem excited, Rin commented, and Mikado was happy to explain why. How could I not? She turned her head at impressive speed towards Rin. Ryoto's eyes and blood alone are something of a dream for any researcher and scientist. And you too came in here with more hopefully unknown abilities. Also, did her eyes change? The last comment was about Rin's eyes. I noticed that she was using a Aikido that she had developed herself. It wasn't anything special, and it was reasonably simple, making everyone see your eyes in any color you wish for. It was also user-friendly, as it didn't use up a lot of energy to keep it up. I was never working on creating new Aikido, but I was never that good with them. My hollow Ryatsu was too wild for such delicate work, but I still learned somewhat complicated Aikidos whenever I could. Rin then stopped the Aikido, and with the blink of her eyes, one of them changed colors into blue. Fascinating. Mikado observed Rin with interest on the border of obsession. Do you have the ability to control the color of your eyes? Or is it an illusionary ability? I once met a species of aliens that were able to create gas in their bodies that would make others hallucinate. There's also Bakian's mimicry ability. So many possibilities. Ryoko isn't right in the head today. I think I may have broken her. And I didn't even reveal anything yet. So where's Ashizu? I can't seem to find her in the whole mansion. I asked, not only to change topics for a moment, but also out of genuine curiosity, as I couldn't pinpoint her location in the whole mansion. Shizu? I gave her a free day. Seeing her reaction yesterday to both of you, I was expecting her to disturb today's research, whether she wanted to or not. When she gets used to you, we can test even more things. Speaking of which, can you explain the cause of it? I think she called you Shinigami. Rin and I exchanged looks, and after turning back to Mikado, I spoke. What do you know about multiverse theory? And so I explained Rin's and mine's small adventure while avoiding some details. The short version was our souls were sent to another world universe. What can we do? And what we were planning on testing. I also requested an ordinary examination of our bodies. I was curious how they changed because the body reflects the soul, and the soul reflects the body. If one changes, so does the other. So it's strange for me when my and Rin's bodies stay in their teenage state while our spirit looks like they are in their mid-20s. Throughout the whole story, Ryoko took notes. Any information that was new, interesting, or useful was written down. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Do you realize what you just shared with me can change everything? Other worlds are full of different technology, different rules, new resources, and possibly everything else that you can imagine and more. Knowledge about this in the wrong hands could not only be dangerous, but also catastrophic. Many organizations, nations, and whole planets would try to cross dimensions if they had proof that it was possible. It would create a whole new arms race. That's why it should be kept a secret. Then we're on the same page. It's not like I'm planning on announcing what I went through. She nodded at my agreement. If we agree on this, then we can begin the examination. The excitement in her eyes returned. You said that you wanted to do a checkup on your bodies. I was expecting something like that, so I prepared a machine just for that. If you remember, it was the same machine I used on you when we checked your blood. I upgraded it since then. She led us to the machine and told us to strip down to our underwear. I was never one to shy away from showing my skin. So, with the flex of my muscles, I lost both my pants and shirt. Speaking of which, it felt strange wearing modern clothes. I was more used to traditional Japanese clothing, so being out of them felt better. Rin rolled her eyes at my display, but she was already used to it, so she didn't even attempt to make a comment. Ryoko checked my body, but not in a sexual way. She inspected my wounds, but only that. She didn't try to get closer to me and touch them or anything. However, her expression softened a bit. I told her that I was in a lot of fights, where even though it was short. I even said to her that I got some scars that I kept here, but I bet she didn't expect something like that. Most of my torso was scarred, and a little bit on my arms and thighs. It was the body of someone who had seen battle and danced with death too often. I put Yuruchi down and walked inside the machine. From what I understood, it would scan my whole body to give Mikado more information about everything. The machine was working quietly, and as I waited inside, Mikado was working on the computer, analyzing the data she had gathered. Shortly after, the door opened so I could exit the machine. Next, it was Rin's turn to strip, and she didn't shy away either for being seen in her underwear. After all, Mikado and I were the only people here. She repeated what I'd done moments later, and soon she joined me by my side as Ryoko went over the detailed results of the test. It's strange, as far as this shows. In terms of her anatomy and biology, Rin is an ordinary teenage girl. There are a few inconsistencies here and there, of course. Your body also shows traces of pregnancy, but it's in a way that looks like it happened a long time ago. Mikado started a bit confused, but Rin was happy to clarify. No wonder. It was about 150 years ago since I got pregnant. Rin said calmly, but Mikado was stunned by the revelation. Did we forget to mention this little detail? I see, but still doesn't explain why the rest of your body has the making of a teenage girl. Why do you have very old traces of pregnancy while everything else stays the same? She then turned to me. The same could be said about you, Ryoto, but to a smaller degree. Some of your scars are much older than others, but your body still seems like a teenage boy's. However, I can't call it ordinary no matter what. Your muscles are denser, your blood is poisonous, your eyes are extraordinary that I can't even begin to describe it, and there are a few strange things here and there. It's amazing. She spoke so much and so fast that she forgot to breathe. I think I also saw a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. After this, we went over some ordinary tests, such as strength tests, speed tests, and so on. Apparently, I got stronger and faster than I had been before. My instincts also got better. Despite my body staying mostly the same, it also somehow changed. What surprised Mikado was that Rin also was supernaturally strong. Impossibly so. Her body shouldn't have been able to support this much weight, but she did it anyway. I theorized that the strength of the body was proportional to the strength of the soul. Ashizu could still use her ghostly powers while in her fake body, so it's not strange that something similar is happening to us. Mikado also wanted to have more of my blood for more research. It was time when I mentioned that I could finally control the intensity of my blood. That revelation made Ryoko want to have as many samples of my blood as possible with different strengths and intensities. It was then that I learned that I can even make my blood stronger than it was originally. It was so strong that the most potent poison Mikado had on hand didn't even have time to start circulating in my system. As the moment it entered my blood circulation, it was gone. It was destroyed instantly. And the poison wasn't weak, far from it. The strength of my blood shocked even me. I should set my blood to be harmless enough that it wouldn't start dissolving anything in contact with it, but still deadly enough that it would be able to slow down any possible poison, just in case. The speed at which it can become deadly was instant as well, and with my reaction speed, I shouldn't be killed by anything. Better to be safe than sorry. Then we tested some keto. Not every single one we know, of course, because it would take too long. But the most basic ones would give us an idea about their power and versatility in a body made of bones and flesh. There wasn't much difference overall, but using the energy was more delicate, as we already noticed when we used keto the first time here. Then we tested our eyes. Rin's eyes were obviously weaker than mine, but she had most of my abilities, although watered down. She didn't even need to close her normal eye to use it fully, as both of them held power, and the color change was mostly symbolic if nothing else. Rin didn't have much more to test after this, but I had a few new toys to play with, and I couldn't wait to try them out. First, vector manipulation. So Mikado-sensei, ready to have your mind blown? I asked with a cheeky smile, because what I was about to show her was arguably the most insane of my abilities. If used correctly, it has the potential to control some of the laws of physics. If you have anything crazier than what you have already shown me, then I don't know how it'll react. It's not like you have the ability to control, I don't know, let's say vectors. It would be absolutely absurd. Seeing my expression, she realized that she hit the nail on the head, and her eyes went wide. Oh my God, you have the ability to control vectors. Without any warning, she threw a pen at me. It was incredibly slow from my perspective, and I know why she did that. She wanted to see my ability in action, so I gave her exactly what she wished for. It was the first time I tried using vector manipulation, but thankfully I got the hang of it. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if the pen hit me in the face. Before the projectile reached me, it flew in a completely different direction at a much higher speed and accidentally went through the wall. Too much power. I thought my calculations were correct, but they were a bit off. It seems I didn't account for everything, not to the point that I would get smacked by something, but I will need to train with it later on. Incredible. It wasn't telekinesis, control of air currents, or anything like that. You change the vector of the pen to change its trajectory and speed. The data I got from this small test says it all. The reason I wanted to test vector manipulation and, for example, not my elemental bending, is because I can train bending by myself without any worries about the destruction of my surroundings. Just training my forms is enough, but even using both fire and water, I can do it relatively safely. This ability, however, depends solely on my capability of calculation, and if I'm off, the results could be catastrophic. That's why I wanted to see how it would work in a safe environment, and I was right, as I made a small mistake just now. Seeing my new ability, both Rin and Yuruchi raised their eyebrows. I wasn't surprised at Rin's reaction, but my new cat seemed to have eerily human expressions. Seeing that I was looking at her, she meowed cutely. Am I overthinking? Did Aizen really mess me up so much that I doubt an ordinary black cat because she looks like Yuruchi? Ryoto, Mikado called me. If you have anything more than that, I'm not sure my heart can take it. Then it's a bad time to say that I wanted you to take a look at one more thing. I don't need you to examine everything about what I'm about to do. I just wanted to test out this ability at least once to know how it feels. Its transformation ability, by the way. Ryoko looked like she didn't have any more energy to get excited, so she gestured for me to start what I wanted to do. Her eyes were still sharp, meaning that she was still analyzing everything I was doing. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and released the air from my lungs. I repeated the process a few times until I felt ready. Then I suddenly opened my eyes and gritted my teeth. My whole body started growing white fur with black stripes. Then my limbs started growing, all my muscles growing denser, and even growing new muscles. My whole skeleton was changing, and I wasn't able to stand on 2 feet anymore and was forced on all fours. From the back, a tail appeared, and at the end of my now paws, large and certainly very sharp claws popped out. In my mouth, my teeth became sharper and longer, especially my fangs. Teeth that are perfect for an apex predator. On top of my head, a pair of cute feline ears appeared, and one of them flicked at the end. The transformation ended with me roaring for no particular reason, but it quickly turned into a yawn. I looked around and saw shocks on everyone's faces. Yuruchi, on the other hand, was acting strange. She approached me and started rubbing herself on one of my legs. It looked comical with the size difference between us. She even started licking me and purred. Then she rolled on the floor and showed me her stomach as she blinked slowly at me. For some reason, I had an urge to lick her back as well, but I stopped myself. I took her, however, by her neck in my mouth, which was challenging because of my new size, and gave Yuruchi to Rin, who wasn't scared at all despite my new size. I was larger than any living tiger, but I was still smaller than the hollows we faced. The rough estimation I would give myself was that I was about 3 to 4 meters tall, but I looked much more prominent thanks to my longer body. Not to mention that she knew that it was me, and she didn't have any reason to be scared of me. It was worth mentioning that my scars were still visible in this form. Not waiting for anything, I started changing my form again, this time in my hybrid form. Every Zoan Devil Fruit user has at least 3 forms to choose from. The human form, the beast form, and the human beast form is the form I'm testing out right now. In this form, I became bipedal, with most of my beast traits still present. I checked my body a bit until I was satisfied, signaled by a nod of my head, and returned to being human. I think I'm going to sleep on all these new discoveries because I'm afraid I really am going to go crazy. I worked on some unimaginable stuff before, but you managed to beat all of it, Ryoto. I'm always happy to pleasantly surprise. I answered. We didn't have anything more to do here, and Mikado-sensei will need time to review everything she learned today, but this examination was a success overall. Yindi Return of the Shark Girl Fiancé, Ryoto's POV, Rin Yuruchi, and I left the clinic. Thankfully, Mikado had some spare clothes that I could use. Otherwise, I would need to embarrass Rin. I don't feel any shame after all. We walked in silence until Rin once again decided to break the silence. So a white tiger. Huh? Was it that strange fruit that you ate? You're only half right. Yes, it was from the fruit, but it's not a white tiger. It's the white tiger. Byako, to be exact. That was a surprise to her, but it was quickly subdued. Sure, why not? You have unnatural eyes, poisonous blood, spider powers. The ability to manipulate water and fire, part hollow. Have two Zanpakuto spirits, can travel through the multiverse, hockey, whatever it is, can rip off clothes on command, can summon parts of your limbs as see-through large projections, can heal illnesses with lollipops of all things, can change position with a flick of your hand, and can apparently control vectors. Why not add the ability to transform into a literal guardian of the West to the list? Did I miss anything? She was, of course, joking, but she, indeed, had missed one of my many abilities. Yes, actually, I can bring out people's desires with my voice. Of course, how could I ever forget? You silver-tongued devil and your devil's charm. It's funny how close she was to the truth. Sensing my amusement, Rin rolled her eyes and changed topics. But it somehow explains why our cute little Yuruchi acted like she did. You literally became the biggest cat around, and I think she got a small crush on you. She teased me, and I think she had fun calling this Yuruchi cute and little, seemingly without any consequences. Seemingly, because the moment she finished her sentence, Yuruchi jumped from my head towards Rin and used her face to get back on the top of my hair. I couldn't see my cat's face, but I imagined her as being incredibly smug. Rin, on the other hand, was left flabbergasted, not at the idea of a cat jumping on her face, but at allowing said cat to do so. We weren't exactly on guard at the moment, but still, it was challenging to get a jump on a former captain. Rin glared at Yuruchi, not in an aggressive way, but she stared at the cat with the goal of trying to figure something out. I think Yuruchi glared back, looking at Rin's minimal expression change. Ladies, please stop fighting over me. We can all be friends. Rin rolled her eyes as she stopped the mini-war with the cat. On top of my head, Yuruchi tapped me a few times as well, but there wasn't any strength behind them. Not that an ordinary cat could harm me if I didn't want to. By the way, I noticed that you turned into a hybrid form of sorts. Do you think that you could make only your ears appear? That's a strange question. I showcased my ability to do that on the rooftop yesterday. That's why I didn't answer out loud and just make the ears appear on top of my head. Yuruchi laid in a way that they didn't throw her off. Lucky kitty. Then Rin turned uncharacteristically shy. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she didn't even make eye contact with me. Do you think I could scratch your ears? I didn't see her cute side as often as before, but every time I did, it was a treat, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, the first scratch is reversed for you. But if you want it, you can scratch me even in my beast form. Not everyone could boast that they petted Byako or even a large white tiger. That seemed to be the correct answer as her mood elevated and reached my head with her hand. She was very gentle while touching my ears, and I even unconsciously purred, which I immediately stopped when I saw a teasing spark in her eyes. At some point, Rin and I needed to go our own way, as neither of our houses was in the same direction, but we would always be together no matter what. I was walking calmly next to the riverbank, humming some song. I was in a good mood. After an examination was done and a cat was acquired, I was on my way home, but then something shot up from the water. I wasn't worried because I knew that I wasn't in any danger. Observation hockey allowed me to measure the strength of others to some degree, And the person not only was weaker than me, but it was also someone familiar. At the same time, I felt Yoruchi tense up a bit on my head, but I calmed her down by putting my hand on top of her head. Ryoto. It was my shark girl fiancée Alma. But as her eyes landed on me, she got confused. Ryoto? Yes. You are Ryoto, right? You must be, but you feel different. Your aura is also different, but also the same. The aura has merged from two separate parts with different colors into one. Alma was talking to herself as she crossed her arms over her chest and tilted her head from right to left, thinking deeply. You also seem older, more dangerous, and more attractive. I just want to jump on you at this very moment. She continued. I, on the other hand, was expecting something like that from her. She was attracted to strength, after all. Could you do that thing that makes me submit to you? She asked shyly, and I needed to think for a moment what she meant. The only answer I could come up with was that she wanted me to hit her with Conqueror's Hockey. I don't know why, but who am I to refuse her? So, without any warning, I released my hockey. The moment I did that, Alma's tail started wagging like the tail of a happy puppy, and her expression turned into a lustful smile with a bit of droll on the side. All of this took a few seconds at most, and moments after I turned off my hockey, Alma returned to her senses with a shake of her head. Yep, you're definitely Ryoto. I won't mistake this feeling for anyone else. Also, that was incredible. Can we do that again? Please, please, please. She begged me for something my enemies would beg to avoid. She really is something else. Maybe later. Also, you missed a family meeting about a few important news stories. Sorry, I dozed off in this river, and the current took me somewhere else. I took some time to get back, and that was when I found you. By the way, I caught some fish while I was on the way back. Can you make something tasty from them? She took out a few fish tied together with some kind of string. Where does she keep all these fish? I don't know, and I don't think I want to know. Sure, let's go home, and I'll prepare something. On the way, I can explain what you missed. In short, I am older and stronger. Have 4 new lovers, and have 5 children. What? Alma took the news much better than some of the others who are in on the secret. Maybe it's the alien mentality, or she just doesn't care that much about stuff like this. It could be either way with her. We finally arrived home, and when I entered, I heard a scream coming from the garden belonging to Keed's sister. Moments later, she came running towards the entrance, where I could see panic in her eyes. What happened? I asked calmly as she grabbed my shirt, searching for some kind of safety. TT, there's a giant plant in the garden. I instantly dropped my battle mode as I heard her reasoning. Oh, that's just Celine. She's my plant. I'm honestly more surprised that it took so long for you to notice. She was behind you yesterday the whole time, but I guess the giant dragon took the spotlight. Your plant? She asked, dumbfounded. Yep, she's a real sweetheart. Celine wouldn't hurt a fly, even if she wanted to. I gestured for her to follow me as I went towards the garden. When I arrived, Celine noticed me immediately, so I greeted her. Hi Celine, how was your day? I hope it was all good. I'll water you soon, so just wait patiently. I'll spend some time with you later, so don't you worry your cute little leaves about it. Hearing that I'd be spending time with her later, she moved her head happily. Then I turned to Aguri as I was caressing Celine's body. See? Harmless, like a small kitten. Aguri was dumbfounded. I couldn't really blame her since Celine looked pretty intimidating and like a carnivorous plant, but the topic changed when Alma invaded Aguri's personal space. Hello, my name is Alma. Imryuto's fiance. You are pretty. You have a strange shirt. Are you also one of Ryoto's lovers? He said that he had 2 other girlfriends some time ago. Are you one of them? Alma bombarded Aguri with questions, and I could see it was making her uncomfortable, so I picked my fiancée by the collar of her shirt and picked her up. This made her silent, and her body went limp for some reason. I don't know why. She isn't a cat, but it still worked. Sorry about her. She is easily excitable. YeniPatreon.com Curate. 10 chapters ahead and exclusive illustrations. Wani-san, Mikan's POV. I was walking with Ryoto's old teacher, who was called Koro-sensei for some reason. Koro-sensei is not his real name. That much was told to me, but no one said why he was called it, and certainly no one told me his old name. It wasn't that important in the end, and I want to admit that I was curious. I feel like it's what everyone who knows the secret wants. Do you have something on your mind? Yuki-san? Koro-sensei suddenly asked, taking me out of my thoughts. I'm just thinking. Ryoto revealed a lot. I mean, it's just a lot. He may vanish today, return the same moment, and be older by another 300 years or something. What if he gets hurt even more? What if he dies and never returns instead? I'm just worried. I don't know why, but I explained to Koro-sensei how I really felt deep down. He has that kind of aura that makes you feel like you can share anything with him, and he'll give you advice in return. Koro-sensei took his time to think about how to answer me. I understand your worries. You, as his younger sibling, have concerns about Ryoto's safety, and they're not unfounded. Young. Well, not so young anymore. Yuki-kun has a tendency to find troubles wherever he goes. When I met Yuki-kun, I think I should start calling him Ryoto-kun with all the Yuki family members. He was a troubled young man. He was lost with some purpose, but still lost. During my time teaching him, he was getting better, and Lawless-in was definitely a big help in that. But even with that, I could still see underlying issues hidden within him. However, when I saw him yesterday, I could see that my former student was fully grown up. Not his body, although he looked a bit older, but in his eyes, I could see that he had gone through a lot and came up on top in the end. I don't know if he will do something similar in the future, or maybe something even more dangerous. What I know is that Ryoto-kun cares about his family, and I can see how much he loves all of you. You can't stop what he'll do in the future, but you can be there for him when he is near you. That's all you need to do to help him, and that's everything. Ryoto needs to be happy. That's why he'll do everything in his power to return home. As he finished his lecture, I stopped walking and looked at him. I wasn't expecting thoughtful and sound advice like that. Just be there for him whenever you can, and that's enough, he says. I want to disagree. There is something else I can do, but the longer I thought, the more it became clear. Being there for Ryoto may be enough, or just maybe a first step. They'll see how it goes and adapt. Feeling a bit better, I turned to Koro-sensei, who had a broad smile showing all his teeth. Thank you, Koro-sensei. I smiled with my eyes closed, and I felt a hand on top of my head. You have nothing to thank me for. I am a teacher, after all. I was a teacher, am jobless, and am using my former students' kindness to not become homeless. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? He started panicking, realizing that he didn't have a paying job. My smile fell as my face became expressionless, and I looked at him in disbelief. I couldn't believe that this panicking man was the same man who had shown incredible maturity and wisdom to make me feel better just moments before. Ryoto's POV. Even after the examination, I was one of the first to return home. Mikan was here before me, but she went shopping with the help of Koro-sensei. The first years, meaning Keed, Ryo, Nagisa, and Karma, explored the city or maybe met up with the other first years. Lala was with Haruna, and Rito was playing football as far as I know, at least. There wasn't much to do at the moment, so I decided to relax, but not in the way I usually do. I don't mean that I want sleep under Celine. Oh, how I missed relaxing under my favorite plant, but it'll do it in a new way. What I discovered today is that being in my beast form is surprisingly comfortable. Aguri-san, I just want to warn you that if you see a big white tiger in the backyard in a few moments, don't panique. As a rule, if something is strange but doesn't immediately try to kill you and is in this house, it should be relatively safe. This whole city is filled with strangeness, and you should get used to it. Besides, if you ever are in danger, a certain handsome former assassin will save you. I teased her at the end, and before she could say anything because of her embarrassment, I transformed into my beast form as I lay in the shadow of Celine. When I started transforming, Yuruchi jumped off me, but soon joined my side to relax. Alma had stars in her eyes and tried to scratch my ears, but before she could touch me, Rin appeared next to her and caught her wrist. She must have felt something about scratching in my emotions. Somehow. Otherwise, I don't know how she knew to appear at this very moment. Also, she got faster. Then, without saying anything, she approached me just to scratch behind my ears, which was very nice, by the way. She smiled at my reaction, which was a small twitch of one of my ears. After she was satisfied, she kissed me on my forehead and left in the blink of an eye. She just came here to cash on my promise of letting her be my first scratch in this form. Members of her squad probably wouldn't believe that her fearsome captain could have such an adorable expression. Alma stared at Rin the whole time with an expression that said, "She is strong." But I just wanted to take a nap. So I invited her to lay with me in Yuruchi. She instantly accepted with a big smile on her face as she jumped and landed at me. Next, she buried her face in my fur with bliss on her face. So soft as you see, not everything makes or needs to make sense, but we are happy either way. I spoke to her, and she flinched, hearing my voice from the large beast of an animal. Also, tell everyone about me being here in this form. We don't want them to get a heart attack. And so I started dozing off. I was still aware of my surroundings, but I was unable to drop my guard. I felt too vulnerable if I did. I'm sure my edge will dull in the future, but for now, it'll stay like that, ready to defend myself at any moment. I could feel both Yuruchi and Alma started falling asleep as well. In the next hour or so, everyone slowly returned, and I introduced Yuruchi to them. I may also have forgotten that I was still in my Byakko form, so the reactions to me were mostly shock and a bit of fear. Lala, as usual, wasn't scared of a big kitty as she told me. Mikon had a face that meant another animal, but didn't say anything otherwise. Her eyes went over my whole body, and she noticed a few scars on my body that she couldn't see before. I was ready for her to start asking about them, but surprisingly, she didn't and just approached me to feel my fur up close. That was unusual, but she was always more mature than she should have been. I am partially at fault for that, and I plan on fixing it in the near future. Then I felt it. Donji. That was not something my spider sense warned me about. They were my natural instincts that I trained to their limits, and now they were screaming at me that someone much stronger than I was. My body went into a fight or flight response as I quickly stood up, ready to fight. Thanks to my feral look, my menacing form looked even more intimidating. I slightly opened my mouth to show my canines. Even my eyes were open to make me even more threatening to whoever it was. The wind around me started to grow stronger and the lighting started cracking. It all happened in mere moments, and it ended just as fast when my eyes landed on the person in front of me. In fact, it all happened so fast that neither Alma nor Yuruchi reacted to what happened. Strange, but I didn't even notice it at the moment. The size difference between me and that person was significant, but she dwarfed my powers without any effort, which should have made me even more nervous. Instead, I relaxed and lay on the grass underneath me again. "What do you need, Sophia?" And my question. The woman in front of me didn't move or say anything for a moment and was keeping her carefree smile the whole time. The kind of smile that told me she was strong and didn't need to worry about anything because nothing could be of danger to her. What? I can't visit my own little brother after he completed a difficult job? Since when did I become your brother? I asked, but I already knew the answer she would give. What do you mean when? Im evoluonis vanis son. Everyone includes you too? Silly. She bopped my nose, and, as usual with her, I couldn't even react to her movement. Im 3 centuries old, strong enough to kill the Son of God in one of the worlds, but am still just as powerless against her as I was before my mission. I sighed before talking again. You still didn't answer my question. Although I felt like she was hiding something with that line. That was just a feeling I got for no reason at all. She pouted, seeing me ignoring her Wani-san roleplay. Fine then, you bully. I came here to congratulate you on completing your longest mission so far, and also on fulfilling your promise and the goal of this whole mission. Your Wani-san wanted to visit, but a bully truck-san forbade me. I want to play with my little brother and his children, but it was taken away from me. Sophia whined about her experience, but I had difficulty sympathizing with her. Thank you, Sophia. I just decided to thank her for her thoughtfulness. Also, when you see Karen, just tell her that I'm waiting to hear her annoying voice again. I remarked, joking slightly but also partially serious. Now that I was more relaxed, I noticed that Yuruchi and Alma didn't move at all and were in the exact same position they were in before I stood up, which shouldn't have been possible. They were also still asleep for some reason. Seeing my confusion, Sophia decided to clear it, but as usual, she was talking in a roundabout way. She put her index finger to her mouth. We shouldn't disturb their rest. I want voice that it was somehow okay to disturb mine, but I heard that. I rolled my eyes, but at that moment, an idea came to my mind. Hey, Sophia, would you mind doing me a small favor? Any new teacher, Ryoto's POV. I woke up fairly refreshed. Naps are great like that, but maybe my feline body makes them even better. Maybe that's why Yuruchi liked being in her cat form that often. Thoughts for later. Yuruchi, my newly acquired cat, and Alma were still clinging closely to my body, but alas, it was time to wake up, so I stirred my body a little to wake them up gently. Alma woke up first as she slept lightly. Yuruchi was a bit more of a challenge. And it was one more point for me to name her Yuruchi, because the original Yuruchi was difficult to wake up, especially when she was in her cat form. Turning back into human, I noticed that I was once again naked. Right, my clothes don't change with me. I changed back to my beast form and asked Alma to bring me some clothes from my room, which she did enthusiastically. I'm still not used to modern clothes. Maybe I should go shopping to update my wardrobe. I need to get more traditional clothing. The rest of the day went as usual. We ate dinner and looked through the photos a bit more. We still didn't reach my children, so I guess I'll explain this little detail a bit later. It was time for a bath, and Lala wanted to join. Wait for me too. Surprisingly, Mikan wanted to join us as well. I agreed because I didn't have any good reason to refuse her. I mean, I could technically come up with a good enough reason, but my instincts were telling me that it would be all right, and my instincts are rarely wrong. Inside the bathroom, all three of us lost our clothes. Lala was the most enthusiastic about it, while Mikan was shy despite having done it many times before. I didn't care about exposing my body. Inside, we cleaned ourselves and each other until we went inside the bathtub, and there we relaxed. From time to time, I noticed Mikan taking glances at my body, my scars, to be more accurate. I was waiting for her to make a comment or ask a question about them, but nothing came up. However, I could see determination in her eyes. If she doesn't plan on asking, I'm not planning on answering, but I'm happy that she is respecting my privacy, even if it's more for her benefit than mine. After the bath, it was time to sleep, and I was waiting for a new day to come. 3RDS POV. The day at Seinen High was typical for the most part. That was not the case in the headmaster's office. No. Sophia-chan, I'm always here to help a beautiful woman, such as yourself and Aguri-san. But I can't, in good conscience, allow someone without a teacher's degree. The headmaster easily lied. He would allow any woman to teach at his school, but Koro-sensei wasn't a woman. Then how about you give him a test? A test drive? Let Koro-sensei teach a class or two, and then if he isn't suitable, I won't say anything if you decide he doesn't fit in your school. Pretty please Sophia tried to reason with the short and fat headmaster, and the last part made him agree instantly. Okay. He went on his knees, clasped his hands together, and worshipped her like a goddess. Sophia could use her power to make him agree immediately, but where was the fun in that? In the meantime, Aguri and Koro-sensei observed their future boss behavior. Attention, everyone! The headmaster started as he entered the classroom. It wasn't the first class of the day, so it was unusual to have announcements. Not to mention that he looked uncharacteristically professional and with serious expression. He even wore his suit. Some students didn't even know that he owned one. I want to introduce you all to a new teacher. Again, to the students' surprise, the headmaster seemed downcast. Usually, he would be happy to hire a new teacher, if it was a beautiful woman, of course. But the first years of this class didn't know the principal like the rest of the school. They didn't know that if he had this reaction, it could only mean one thing. Either someone stole his dirty magazines, or he was forced to hire a man. The headmaster gestured towards the entrance to the classroom as the door opened. Is Koro-sensei. Please treat him well. As it is his first day, they'll observe him today from the back of the classroom. That said, the principal went behind everyone so he could find any fault in his new, hopefully not for long employee. Everything didn't go according to plan. Nothing did. Koro-sensei, can you help me with that question? Yes, I'm coming. Koro-sensei, what does this here mean? Ah, you see. Koro-sensei, are you single? I am, but my heart is already taken. How could this blonde man be this good a teacher? His explanations? Clear to everyone. His attention to his surroundings and to his students? Impeccable. Also, when did he have time to prepare tea for him? The headmaster tried everything to make him look unprofessional and unqualified, but nothing worked. Asking a difficult question to catch him lacking, Koro-sensei shot him down by saying that the question was above the current curriculum but still answered him, but not before giving a short lecture about everything that was needed to understand the answer. Dropping a pencil on the ground so Koro-sensei would slip on it, the pencil somehow ended up back in his hand, saying that his throat was dry. A whole tea set appeared in the room with hot tea ready to be served. And the worst of all, Koro-sensei was popular with his students. To hell with that handsome man. He needs to find something against him. Anything, no matter how small, would do. Before he got any idea, the lesson had ended. It was then that Koro-sensei approached the headmaster. Headmaster-san, I wanted to thank you for giving me this chance to teach in your wonderful school. That's why I wanted to gift you something nice. I asked around, and they said this is your favorite snack. Koro-sensei said that he brought out his hands, which had been hidden behind him moments ago. What he had was a box full of hot meat buns. It was Headmaster's favorite because the buns reminded him of naked butts. They were in their shape to a small extent, so he needed to use imagination, but he had plenty of that. Maybe Koro-sensei wasn't so bad after all went through the principal's head. But most of his head was with fantasies about butts at the moment, and it showed on his face. That's why most, if not all, of the girls were looking with disgusted faces at him. But it wasn't so bad for the headmaster. Not only was he used to it, but he was also starting to like it too. Ryoto's POV. I didn't pay a lot of attention in class. It didn't make much sense to do. It felt pointless at this point, but I appreciated the quiet, relatively quiet environment. I just muted the teacher, but I would definitely notice if he was talking to me and even know what he was talking about. I was playing with my web shooters. They felt alien on my wrists, not in a way that they didn't fit. In fact, they were made to perfectly suit me, but it had been a long time since I wore them. I even forgot to put them on yesterday, and the day before, I didn't notice them being there, and I don't like it. Lala made these web shooters for me. It was a present, no, a request I made to Lala when I was much weaker, and I don't want to forget things like that. I am aware of how human I am. Despite all my inhuman abilities, I'm very much human, and I don't have a perfect memory. Some things just vanish from my memory, even if I don't want to. The human mind is incredible and maybe even capable of remembering everything in its life. Maybe all these memories are just hidden very deeply where I don't have access to them. There are also some key memories that will always stay even if you don't want them to. I wonder how much I have forgotten. It bothers me a bit and makes me question some things. For example, if I remembered the things I had forgotten, would I make the same decisions as I did in the past? Or will my choices change? Could I be called the same person, or would I be different from the man I am today? That leads to yet another question. How much is a person made from their memories? If I suddenly lost all my memories, would I still be Ryoto Yuki? Or would I be just a shell of a man named Ryoto Yuki? I'm getting philosophical with all these questions. Maybe it's just my age talking, but that's the reason I'm checking on my web shooters so thoroughly. Also, there's no Karen to talk some sense into me. I miss her, but I know we'll hear from each other again. Sophia and I were leading Koro-sensei and Aguri somewhere. They didn't know where, since it was meant to be a surprise. It is the second part of my favor to the so-called Wani-san of all. Ryoto-kun, are you finally going to tell us where we are going? Koro-sensei asked me, and I smiled. Patience, Koro-sensei. Patience. Although on second thought, we are here. I stopped walking in front of a house. It's pretty sizable and perfect for a starting family, with plenty of extra space in case they have children. So what do you think? I asked as the pair looked at the house. It's a beautiful house. But why are we here? I'm happy that you think so, because it's yours now. I dropped the bomb. What? Both of them screamed. Boy, do I love shock value. It's just so fun shocking everyone. You see, I was thinking that it must be difficult for both of you to live with all these children and even some strangers. That's why I took it upon myself to fix that. And don't worry, I didn't pay for that. I stole it. I waved my hand in dismissal as I said that. Nah, I'm just joking, but I really didn't need to pay a single yen for that. I don't want to say that. And I don't want to take advantage of your kindness like that any more than I need to. You already gave me a second chance at life, and even gave me and Aguri-san an opportunity to work, and don't even deny it. Koro-sensei was clearly uncomfortable taking so much from me, but I was prepared for something like that. I scratched the back of my head as I was trying the best way to word it. I may like fucking with people, but a serious topic deserves my seriousness. Then how about it? You get the house, and you do a small little thing for me. Lala is pregnant, and in a few months, shall give birth. So I want you to be this child's godfather. You are going to be a parent. Ah, so that's what I forgot to tell him. Any decision. And you can thank Konik for giving me inspiration for writing a new chapter. Ryoto's POV. Explaining to Koro-sensei that Lala was pregnant was an experience. But I think I did a good enough job. I am a grown-up man, at least my soul is, and I can make grown-up decisions. The fact that the pregnancy was caused by accident because of my blood before I was considered an adult in any way was omitted. In the end, Koro-sensei accepted the deal I offered. I couldn't be happier with that. Another one of my goals has been completed. With that said, Sophia handed the keys to the house to Aguri and Koro-sensei. Now that I was done with that, the three of us needed to talk with another person who should know about this sudden change in the pair's accommodation. I mean, everyone at the house should be notified, but Keed would be the most affected by it. Her dead sister has returned, so I imagine she'll want to spend more time with her. Sophia didn't stick around for much longer and separated from us. We arrived at my home and found Keed to talk with her. We sat in the living room with Keed on one side and three of us on the other. Why do I feel like I'm in trouble? She probably took our serious mood for doing something wrong. I mean, it's her former teacher, older sister, and boyfriend. Nothing like that. I decided to be the first to speak up. We just wanted to tell you that Koro-sensei and your sister have found a house to live in, so they'll be moving out. Hearing that, Keed was surprised, as she didn't expect them to move out so fast, but her surprise quickly turned into happiness, as having a home of their own was a good thing. That's great. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been to do. Not really. I just used a favor. But this creates a question. What do you want to do? Not understanding my question, I continued. You have a choice to make. You can either stay here just like you did until now, or you can go live with Koro-sensei and your sister. Keed's eyes sharpened a bit, showing that she still had an edge after the whole assassin training. Are you telling me to move out? It looks like emotions got the better of her. I can't really blame her. A lot has happened in the last couple of days, a lot of revelations, and even more craziness. She's a young girl who went through a lot. It was the reason why I connected to her so much, and maybe that's why I feel so responsible for sorting her issues out. She was feeling better after the tentacles were removed from her body, but deeper issues weren't as easily resolved. I know from experience. Of course I don't. I'm saying that you have a choice to make and think carefully about it. You learned about the mortality of life and what kind of feelings it brings out. You have gotten a chance not many had, and you could spend additional time with someone important to you. A person you thought you had lost. A person you thought you wouldn't get a chance to speak with anymore. Why not use it to the fullest? Keed was deep in thought as she listened to my reasoning. So I decided to tell her a story from my life. You know, I had a friend in that world. We didn't have much in common besides one goal that we shared, but we somehow became close. The only thing I have left of him is this. I took out the Quincy Cross, which thankfully traveled with me. It would be sad if I lost it. Do you know how he died? She silently shook her head, but was listening carefully to my short story. He died of natural causes. Age caught up with him in the end, just like it will with all of us. As I was attending his funeral, despite being his friend for most of his life, I still thought that I didn't spend enough time with him. What I want to say is that no matter what you do, you'll definitely feel like you did too little. So do yourself a favor and do what you feel is right. I couldn't make the decision for her, so I only gave her what I had experienced without leading her too much. I can only share my opinion and allow her to learn on her own. People learn best from their mistakes and disregard others' attempts to share something that would allow that person to avoid the same mistake. Thinking that they wouldn't do anything that would lead to that, not knowing that it was the first step in doing that. I don't think of myself as someone wise, but with age comes experience, and with experience often comes wisdom in some sort of shape or form. And I think that's how my words were viewed by Keed. Wise words from someone much older than her. Maybe it was the first time she realized how real my stories were. Hearing about something and witnessing it are two very different things. I acted like myself these last few days. A bit mellowed down version of myself, but still myself. Now, I acted more maturely than I had any reason to. After saying what I had to say, I turned quiet and let Keed think in silence. In the meantime, I noticed Koro-sensei taking glances at me and, using observation hockey, I could feel a bit of concern. I mouthed without letting any sound out that I was all right and truthful in what I meant. Time heals all, and although sometimes it leaves scars, they can also be mended to the point of almost not being visible. My attention turned to Keed again as she seemed to make her decision, looking at her expression. I think I want to Mom, Ryoto's POV. In the end, Keed decided to live with her sister and Koro-sensei. My tale may have contributed to her decision, but in my opinion, it was the right thing to do in the long run. She is young and should spend time with her family for now because, as I said to her before, you never know when this time could end. It meant that there was one less resident in the Yuki household, but it didn't mean that the house would become quieter. Also, if I accidentally got in Koro-sensei's way, I apologize. Everyone at home said goodbye to Keed. Although we will see each other more than often because we go to the same school and we will visit each other almost every day. I also mentioned to Koro-sensei that he should visit a doctor. He has a new body, and we don't know how everything has changed since he retained his powers. While nothing should be out of the ordinary because Dragon Balls aren't a monkey's paw, they won't grant you a wish in a horrifying way, and you don't even need to be specific, but better safe than sorry. I can't stay too optimistic when there's a chance of something going wrong. I don't necessarily like that I think that way, but I can see that it's the safest way to live, even if it can be stressful as well. The next morning before school, it was time for my daily morning training. I call it training, even though it wasn't as demanding on my body as my usual training. I guess not all training sessions need to be like that. I also don't need to be stressing about getting stronger as fast as possible. I'm not saying that I can sit around and do nothing. I still want to get stronger, but with doom and death not breathing on top of my neck, I can take my time for now. I brought out the manual for total concentration breathing and read through it. The principle for this technique was simple, but doing that was completely different. I needed to expand my lungs to intake as much air as possible. This will cause my blood flow and heartbeat to increase, as well as my body heat, which will result in my bones and muscles becoming more excited, whatever that means. I sat cross-legged under Celine as I concentrated on my breathing. The exercise was very simple. I breathed in as much air as possible, then held it until I couldn't and breathed out. This would allow me to slowly stretch out my lungs so I could intake even more air in the future. That's the first step of the training, and I will take my time with it before I proceed to the second step. I took my time, stopping my exercise an hour later so I could prepare breakfast for everyone. Mikan should relax more, sleep more, and, act her age for once. We ate breakfast together, and while I could make everyone's clothes explode, I stopped myself, for now. Nothing special happened at school, and I was returning home with Lala, who was holding my arm with a big smile on her face. I should take each of my lovers on dates soon. It will be good for me, too, to just spend time with them. Rito and Haruna were also accompanying us this time around. Both of them were nervous for some reason. I say some reason, but it's pretty obvious why. It really reminds me of how Isamu behaved with his future wife. Lala and I returned home, and I immediately noticed a new pair of shoes at the entrance of woman's shoes that I didn't recognize. I checked with Haki where she could be, and she was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Mikan was also there, but after hearing that someone entered the house, she made her way to us. The unknown woman wasn't hiding, which meant that she wasn't waiting to ambush us, which could mean that she wasn't here to attack us. She was probably a guest since Mikan was with her. I also didn't recognize this aura signature. It didn't feel dangerous, but I didn't let my guard down for now. Mikan ran out of the living room and was slightly panicked. I already knew that from my usage of Haki, but it's truly surprising to see her in this state since she usually tries to look composed and calm. Rito, it's bad. Hurry up and come. She didn't explain much more as she took both of our arms and dragged us with her. I could stop if I wished, but I allowed my body to be pulled. Lala then let go of my arm and followed behind us, probably thinking that something interesting was going to happen. When we finally arrived in the living room, I understood why Mikan was panicking. A mature woman with orange hair and yellow eyes was sitting on the sofa with sunglasses above her forehead. She was also wearing a gold necklace and noticeably fancy clothes. She was also in the middle of drinking her drink while crossing her legs. It was none other than my adoptive mother, Ringo Yuki. And Mom. Rito was obviously shocked to see her. She usually works overseas and rarely visits due to her work as a fashion designer. I'm surprised that I remembered that much since we barely interacted after we were big enough to take care of ourselves. Wow, that sounded awful. She and her husband, Saibai, aren't bad people. They just have a very busy life. They still provide for us, and if anything happens, they will drop everything to get to us. But my feelings are pretty complicated after experiencing being a parent. I would go the full Itachi route if it would keep my family safe, but it isn't really applicable in this situation. I feel the best way to summarize is that my adoptive parents are good people, but not the best parents despite their good intentions and love for their children. Noticing us, her expression became much more lively and cheerful. "Oh, welcome home, Rito. When did you get here?" Rito asked, still perplexed by the whole situation. "Just now. I have some work to do in Japan, but it doesn't look like I'll have too much time. But enough about me, Rito. I already heard from Mikan, but what's this about your brother having a lovely little alien girl as a fiancé that's been freeloading here?" Hearing someone talking about her, Lala appeared behind me. "Nice to meet you, Ryoto's mom. My name's Lala." She enthusiastically introduced herself, raising one arm upwards. "Well, so it's her." Equally as enthusiastic, Mom was about to greet her, but looking at her from up close, the look in her eyes changed. It became much sharper. Without saying a word, she began looking her up from many different angles until she grabbed Lala's butt and then the rest of her body. It wasn't done in a sexual way. After being done, she closed her eyes and concentrated intensely. Then she opened them suddenly. So her measurements are 89-57-87. Her breast size, her height, but her overall condition seems pretty good. Wow, having a body this great, so close. Damn straight. She has a great body. I crossed my arms and nodded my head sagely in agreement. Ryoto's mom, that tickles. Lala complained. No, a complaint is too strong of a word. Lala just weakly protested. "Oops, I'm sorry. I just went into work mode." Mom tried to explain herself. If I remember correctly, she did stuff like that to everyone who interested her. "Work mode?" Lala innocently asked. Mom's a fashion designer, and she also produces models. I explained to my pink-haired fiancé. "Wow, that's amazing." No, it's nothing that amazing." Mom was embarrassed by being praised like that. "Speaking of which, Mom, can I ask you something?" I spoke up for the first time and got everyone's attention. It was the first time Mom got a better look at me, and once again, she got that look in her eyes. I allowed her to take a closer look, and she groped me in a few places. She then attempted to take off my clothes, but I grabbed both of her wrists gently before she could do anything. I don't mind getting naked, but I don't know how to explain my scars again. Realizing that she got into work mode again, she started apologizing, but then she smirked and elbowed me lightly. "I see how it is you get a fiancé, and then I discover you get a great muscle definition. You wanted to give a girl what she deserved. Want to become my model?" That question came out of nowhere. "No thanks. I'm not looking for a job right now. I look for something as far from the job as possible. Technically, I have a job. I am mangaka with Zaston. I need to take one day to see him, maybe tomorrow." "Shame, you would be a star. Now, how can I help you? Could you make or at least recommend a shop where I can get some traditional clothes?" You could say I started to have a new appreciation for them. My adoptive mother looked at me with a lot of seriousness. Much more than before until she smiled. "Sure, that's not a problem. It's not every day you ask for something. You would actually look great in traditional clothes. Yes, yes, I can see that. They'll send them to you when they are done. You'll get clothes for every occasion possible, and then some. She only gets this excited about clothes. It's nice having a job that you like so much. What was that saying? If you love your work, then you want work even a day in your life, or something like that. Thanks, Mom. I could feel her happiness rise when I thanked her. It looks like I might be on the way here, so it'll just... Haruna felt uncomfortable witnessing a family moment while being an outsider, but she was immediately stopped when our mom looked at her closely. It didn't stop at that, as she started stripping her. Rito stopped her as fast as he could. Cut it out. That brought Mom back to reality. Oops, I'm sorry. It's just you're so cute. And, your name is... Quickly covering herself with clothes, Haruna started introducing herself. My name is Haruna Serenji. I'm in the same class as Ryoto-kun and Rito-kun. Carefully observing Haruna's reaction, Mom starts connecting the dots. She's sharp sometimes. Are you perhaps? Which one of my boys do you fancy? She asked teasingly, but there was also hidden curiosity. She whispered it to Haruna quietly enough so no one would be able to hear her. I still could, though. Embarrassed by being the center of attention, Haruna excused herself with a weak excuse and ran away. Afterward, Mom didn't stay for a long time. She needed to leave Japan again. She didn't even meet Rio or Keed, although she met Yuruchi. She wanted to pet her, but my black cat didn't allow it and ran up on top of my head where Mom couldn't reach her. The penguins were hidden the whole time or just didn't show themselves. Before she left, she gave me a big hug and whispered good luck to me. The whole time, she didn't mention anything about grandkids, which was surprising. So I asked Mikan about it. You didn't tell Mom about Lala's pregnancy? Should I? My question was answered with another question, at which I shrugged. It doesn't really matter in the long run. It's just that the next time she or Dad visit, they will be surprised by a small child in the house. I took out a lollipop and put it in my mouth. Now, how about I make everyone a snack before we go on with our day? Any stuff to do? Ryoto's POV, you know what? No day like today, as they say. That's why I decided to visit Zaston today. It's also not so late yet, so I don't want to waste time. I may not remember exactly the way to our office, but there are ways around it. I just need to find a strong signature in the city in the direction where I think our workplace is. Zaston is a Devolukian and is much stronger than an ordinary human, and I wouldn't mistake him for Yami either. As I was about to exit the house, Yuruchi jumped on my head. It seemed that she wanted to tag along. While going towards the studio, it started jogging my memory a bit, and I started remembering the way more and more, and in no time, I arrived at my destination. I was well aware that Zaston was inside, so I entered without knocking. Even though Zaston is I want to say he is a first-rate warrior, but I feel like he was hit by a train one too many times to have this title. Maybe we can call him a first-rate warrior with a weakness towards trains. His kryptonite, if you will. It could work, I suppose. I nodded my head in agreement with my own idea. Wait, where was I? Right? Even though Zaston is a first-rate warrior with a weakness to trains, he didn't react to me entering the building. It wasn't because I was hiding my presence or even Zaston's incompetence. I was not releasing a dangerous aura in any form. So Zaston didn't detect me as he was focused on his manuscript. I coughed into my fist to get his attention, and Zaston quickly spun around in haste. He squinted his eyes to see better, since his vision was worsened by the light from the still-open door to the entrance. But before he even saw who I was, he went down on one knee. Forgive me, Your Highness. I wasn't expecting your visit today. I mean, Yuruchi is a bit spoiled, but that is not the point of her being called Your Highness. Joking aside, it didn't exactly feel unnatural since I'm used to my subordinates bowing like that when they report to me. But Zaston wasn't my subordinate just yet, so I closed the door behind me and spoke up. What are you doing, Zaston? Hearing my voice, the Devolukian was confused, and he raised his head to take a better look at me. Now that there wasn't a light source blinding him, he recognized me. Ryoto Dano. What? I swear it was Dash. But that presence Dash. Zaston seemed to confuse me for Gid for some reason. Maybe it's my aura of a leader that I built up during my career as a captain, Or maybe it's my Byako side that gives off this vibe of an emperor. After all, white tigers can symbolize royalty as well. Never mind that, Zaston. I have some time, and I don't know how busy you'll be in the near future, so we should get some work done. Yes, Zaston saluted me, habit, I assume, as he would to his superior. I ignored it, and we started working. It was fun coming up with ideas for the story. Of course, first, I needed to refresh my memory of what we had created so far. Then, I gave some ideas using my own creativity and what I remembered of Spider-Man. It was productive, but I wanted to leave before the night came, so I said my goodbye to Zaston and left. I could get home fast if I wanted to by using Shunpa, but I decided to take a walk home once again. It wasn't a walk. I was just walking home. There's a big difference, and I don't want the universe crushing on my head because of the semantics. In the city, I noticed a familiar-looking blonde girl sitting on a bench and reading some magazines. She hadn't noticed me yet, so before I decided to do anything, I held Yoruchi in my hands in front of me. So what do you think, Yoruchi? Should I approach her normally, or should I prank her a bit? Meow. Wow, you wanted to scare her? You really are evil, Yoruchi, and you must be a terrible influence because I'm considering it. You know what? I'm going to poke her, and that's all, but if anything happens, it's on you. Yoruchi gave me the flattest of stares a cat could manage. Don't give me that look, young lady. It was your idea in the first place. This time, Yoruchi didn't even try to argue as she slapped me with her paw. It didn't hurt, but her audacity was evident. Someone doesn't want her fish to be tasty, I see. This time, my cat gave me a look that said, just try it. I put her back on top of my head. Stupid cat being cute even when she tries to be threatening. Also, I think she would get her fish even without me. Maybe she would get the penguins to help her. But now, because the devil, cat, whispered in my ear, I was forced to do what I was about to do. It certainly wasn't because I like surprising a professional assassin. I was establishing my dominance and fucking around at the same time. I got silently closer to Yami and poked her side, which caused her to jump away in alarm and transform her hair into a big fist in an attempt to smash me. I smiled as I put my index finger up and covered it in hockey. The hairfist-shaped fist crushed into my finger and stopped without pushing it back even a little. Using hockey was probably overkill, but whatever. I couldn't use it for a long time, so every bit of training can help even if it feels like I'm bullying a child. Hey, Yami. I greeted her with a smile, at which she narrowed her eyes. Ryoto Yuki, you've become even more dangerous since I last saw you. Strangely so. Every part of my body tells me that you're dangerous. Despite saying that, Yami didn't make any attempts to escape or even defend. Then why aren't you trying to avoid me? I asked curiously. Because you are my target, and I will not abandon my mission once I accept it. Also, if the Princess of Deviluk is attached to you, then you can't be a bad person, even if you are Eki. They'll still kill you, though. Or so she said, but I could read her like a book if I wished to. What she said is partially true, and her feelings tell me that she believes what she is saying, but there are more layers. She isn't afraid of me, even though she feels how dangerous I am. I don't know how much she feels, but I'm sure she still downplays my danger level. Fair enough. Want a lollipop? I offered her a lollipop, which she accepted. Do I need to teach her not to take candy from strangers? Maybe I should. When she took the treat from me, her eyes wandered up to the top of my head. Right, I haven't introduced Yoruchi yet. Once again, I took the Black Beauty from there, much to her dismay, and brought her in front of Yami. Yami, this is Yoruchi, my cat and lucky animal. Yoruchi, this is Yami. She is an assassin who was hired to kill me. And, as you have heard, she didn't give up just yet, so protect me when the times come. I'm sure Yoruchi rolled her eyes, but then she tilted her feline head and bopped Yami on the nose. Goo, do you want to hold her? I asked, and since Yoruchi didn't try to escape my grasp, she allowed it. Yami didn't take her eyes off my cat, and carefully brought her arms out to hold her. Having the animal in her arms, she allowed a smile to creep up on her face. It wasn't a big smile, but on her usually expressionless face, it looked big. We sat together on a bench in silence as we locked our snacks while Yami petted Yoruchi. Yami was a troubled girl, but I hoped that times like these would make her feel better or at least allow her some time of peace. In Yami's fashion, Ryoto's POV. We sat in silence as Yami petted Yoruchi. In the meantime, I enjoyed my lollipop. It didn't last too long, though, since the company arrived. Ryoto, Yami-chan. It was Risa who, the first thing she did, hugged Yami and started petting her on the head. She allowed it for only a moment before she vanished from her grasp before Risa even noticed it happened. I hate being petted like an animal, Yami said as she appeared a few meters away from her assailant. I stopped myself from snorting because she said that as she was still petting Yoruchi. Yami-chan is so cool, but also so cute. Risa tried to tease an expressionless assassin. Then I noticed who was accompanying Risa, and it wasn't her usual friend, whose name escapes me at the moment. It was Keed and Rio. Sup, Ryoto? What are you doing here? Rio greeted me, and Keed nodded as well. Nothing much. I was done with some work, and was about to get home until I ran into an acquaintance. I pointed to Yami, who was still avoiding Risa. You never mentioned a blonde gothic girl before, Keed said, and I shrugged my shoulders. It never came up. She is just an alien assassin who is here to kill me. I'm her target, and that's all. Sometimes, when she gets annoyed by me, she tries to slash me or something. I answered nonchalantly, and they didn't show shock at my revelation, although they felt it and only stared at me. You know, I should be surprised, but after everything you told us before, I'm not. I'm a bit disappointed that there wasn't more of a reaction, but it makes sense. An alien assassin isn't enough anymore for them to be shocked beyond belief. Also, my unconcerned attitude meant that there was no danger. It's not like the first time someone is trying to kill me. Keed here was closer to killing me than Yami was, I said as I patted her head because the green-haired, flat-chested girl was embarrassed and feeling a bit shameful about that little piece of history, but I reassured her with a quick hug. Yami is not a bad girl, but she lived through many difficulties. Her lifestyle and job weren't much of a choice, as it was forced upon her, so don't treat her too harshly. She deserves some happiness in her life. By the way, what are you two doing with Risa? Risa's senpai approached me because we have similar styles, and since we were new to town, she offered to show us around and take us on a little shopping spree, Rio answered. Then I heard Risa speaking to Yami. What were you reading here, Yami-chan? She asked as she held up the magazines Yami was reading before she started petting Yoruchi. Books on Earth fashion. Earth's clothing has a lot of colors in it. In comparison, Yami-chan always has the same outfit. Why don't you try something different once in a while? That's a great idea. Rio joined the conversation, already listening to my request, and try to get Yami to try some new clothes with Risa. No, I'm fine with my battle dress. But Risa and Rio weren't listening as they dragged Yami to the nearest clothes shop. I looked at Keed, and she looked back at me. We smiled at each other. We were already close to weirdness, and it was familiar territory to us. After that, we followed the trio of blondes. Yami was currently curiously looking at a pair of orange-colored panties. An interesting choice. Are you planning to buy them? Yami decided to ignore me and put the panties back before she went into the changing room. The girls prepared clothes for her to try out. When Yami was done changing, she showed her first outfit. She had a tomboyish look, wearing black shorts with a skull on them, a tank top, and a hat. She looked cute in this one, and everyone agreed, but since it was only the first outfit, she went back to change again. This time, her clothes were more reminiscent of her original outfit, which was a gothic Lolita style. It suited her, but the girls decided that something more casual would be better. It took about 30 minutes for everyone to agree on something. I just steered away from this discussion. One more opinion would make this whole process much longer. Yami now wore much more girly clothes, including a short skirt, a yellow shirt that literally said girly girl on it, a necklace around her neck, and an accessory belt on her waist. She also changed her hairstyle to long twin tails. The girls gushed about how cute Yami was in her new clothes, so I decided to give my opinion this time. It looks good on you, Yami. You look cute. Yami didn't answer, but she blushed slightly, which indicated that the shell around her was starting to melt. Is it okay if I don't pay? Yami asked. Don't worry. We flat-chested people should stick together, Keed said as she held Yami's hand with great enthusiasm and determination in her eyes. She was happy to see someone with a small bust size, since most people around her had big boobs, although Yami was still bigger. Okay. Then, someone decided to approach us. Well, well, there are a lot of cute girls here. Hey, why don't you come play with us? A trio of cliché-looking delinquents was looking towards us with cocky grins. Let's have some fun. These kids really have a death wish. Even if I wasn't here, Yami would destroy them without any effort. I sometimes forget how unaware ordinary people are about the strength of others. It's daring in a way. Now, boys. Let's try to be civil here. For your own safety, you should turn around and try your luck elsewhere. I tried to reason with them, but just as I suspected, it didn't work. What did you say? Are you trying to pick up a fight? The leader of these punks walked into my personal space and attempted to pick me up by my collar, but he couldn't because I was taller than him, and he was too weak. It looks like peaceful negotiations have broken down. I was about to set all of these boys' pants on fire, but Yami stepped in. That guy is my target. Do something to him, and you'll pay. Of course, at the threat of a little girl, the delinquents laughed, but it only lasted so long because they were lying on the ground, beaten up shortly after. Although Yami beat them up effortlessly, she didn't seem happy at her victory. Opposite, in fact. When Yami moved at high speed, her dress tore a bit. I'm sorry, but my normal clothes seemed to be the best. Yami looked a bit sad or dejected, as if she knew that changing clothes was pointless and that they would be destroyed when fighting in the end. We then separated in a bit of a downcast mood. Wait, Yami still got Yuruchi. I ran after Yami to get my cat back, and the cat seemed to make fun of me for that. What's worse, the girls were the same when I reunited with them. On the first break of the day the next day, I decided to visit the library. Yami was checking some books. She seemed to go back to her original attire. All the girls who helped with Yami's makeover were with me, and Risa wanted to check it because she didn't believe that it was the case. She walked up to Yami and flipped her dress up to reveal the orange panties that she had checked yesterday in the shop. Noticing that I was looking, she made her hair into a fist, and it flew right at me. Once again, I stopped, although this time I just caught it with my hand and smirked. So you did buy them. I hate eki people. Yindi runs struggles, runs POV. Today is the day I'm going to make Ryoto-kun acknowledge me. He doesn't know that I even exist. But this changes today. I don't even know how it is possible for me to be still unknown, with Rin trying to spend as much time with Ryoto-kun as possible. How did he not sneeze, even one time in all this time? But no worries. With my natural charm and strategic mind, I'm absolutely sure I will be able to win Ryoto-kun over and steal him from Lala. The plan is simple. Ryoto-kun is in the library right now, so I'll be waiting for him until he comes out, and I'll run into him. I really should have done it sooner. I heard the library door open, and that was my signal to act. I went around the corner and sneezed. And hello, I'm not giving up today. Fine then. How about I slowly ease my existence into him? It'll make him food, and he'll realize how good of a cook I am, and then I'll show myself. He'll be like, who made this amazing food? I need to find her and marry this woman. And then I'll say shyly, I did. I hope it tasted good for you. And he will be like, it tasted amazing. Marry me. Forget about Lala. She doesn't even know how to cook. I found the true love of my life. Hee. That's good. I already can see it happening. I wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and went to start preparing meals for Ryoto-kun. But what should I make for Ryoto-kun? Maybe a fish dish. Fish is a precious commodity on Mamors since it is mostly a desert planet. So if I show that I can work with materials that I'm not familiar with and it turns out delicious, it shows that I'm even a better cook than he thought. Yes, it can work. Thankfully, the home economics class had one last fish in their fridge that I could use. It looks like destiny is on my side and will help me get closer to Ryoto-kun. I can just imagine our life together. First, we'll go on many dates together, and we'll hold our hands together and kiss at the end of every date. Then, after he graduates, we'll have our wedding. After the wedding, of course, we will have our honeymoon and our first night. Yeah, as I was daydreaming, I didn't pay attention to my surroundings, and suddenly, the fish vanished. What? I hastily looked around, and then I noticed the dead fish on the ground, but it wasn't alone. A penguin was holding it and dragging it away. Seeing that I noticed him, he stopped all the movement, as if hoping that I couldn't see him if he wasn't moving. I don't know why a penguin is here. Did it escape the aquarium? But this is not important. The important thing is that he is a fish I need. I approached the penguin very carefully and slowly, so I would not scare him and make him flee, but the moment my foot landed back on the floor during my first step, he puked out a rubber band, pulled it, and flung it towards my face, and it hit right in the mark. I was so dumbfounded that I just stood there as the penguin escaped. Realizing that my way toward Ryoto-kun's heart had just been stolen, I ran after the flightless bird that had just exited the classroom in a rush. I couldn't let him get away, so I followed immediately. You want to get between me and Ryoto-kun's happiness. Then I noticed that the penguin wasn't alone anymore. There were 3 additional penguins, and all of them slid away from me on their stomachs. This girl is loco if she thinks the fish will solve all her problems. It can only solve one, and it's hunger. Kowalski, put her out of her misery. One of the penguins talked. Maybe they are some sort of aliens. Good, then I won't feel bad when I whack them a bit, but I got a bad feeling when the tallest of the penguins turned around and pulled out some strange device that gave me shivers. The same kind of shivers I had when Lala wanted to test her new machine on me. That's why I ducked when he shot at me. The laser went over my head and hit the door behind me. I looked around to see that the door had turned into a jelly-like fluid. I turned back to the penguins looking alien in horror. Did they try to kill me over a fish? Kowalski, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I meant to knock her out. I don't think the boss will like it if we make one of his classmates disappear, and I don't want to make him angry. No kabom? The penguin who stole Ryoto-kun's fish asked as he puked a stick of dynamite and a matchstick that he lit up. Not this time, Rico. Not this time. Not her, at least, but the floor, why not? Hearing that, the crazy-looking bird got even crazier and threw the dynamite at the floor, which made a hole in the floor. The group of 4 flightless birds jumped in, and since it was the last fish in the whole school, I jumped after them. What a persistent girl, and a bit crazy. The worst possible combination, but I know just the thing to lose her. With another crazy one. Operation Distraction, Private. It's your turn to shine. Yes, Skipper. One of the 2 shortest penguins slowed down and did a cute pose with one of his legs. Foot up in the air. I would probably stop and awe in front of his cuteness, but not today. I will make Ryoto-kun a meal. And he'll love it. I dove on the ground and grabbed the cute animal with both hands. Then, lifting him up to eye level, I breathed deeply. I got him. I got him. Now I have a hostage that I can use. Look, this girl tries to strangle the cute penguin. One of the students of this school pointed at me as she yelled. Her voice brought every girl in close proximity to our location, and soon I was surrounded. Oh, so that's what he meant with defeat crazy with crazy, because all these girls had a crazy look in their eyes. They all jumped me, and during the fight, a small animal escaped my crutches. What's even worse is that they took the fish, so I won't be able to make a dish for Ryoto-kun. Okay, fine. No plan, then. I'm going up to Ryoto, jump on him, hug him, kiss him. They'll do everything that I need to do. I'll use my own body to show how much better I am than Lala. She doesn't know anything about how the opposite sex interacts and how to make a boy happy. That's where my advantage lies. I ran through the school looking for Ryoto-kun, but I stopped when I saw a dog with a bat in its mouth. He looked back at me, and the last thing I saw was a bat flying towards my head. I dropped to the ground, and before I lost consciousness, I saw a satisfied look on the dog's face. Ryoto's POV. At Chew I sneezed, but I didn't feel sick, so someone must have been talking about me, or maybe only thinking. But somehow, I feel that I missed something interesting. You need more album viewing, Ryoto's POV. Today was time for another album viewing. Last time, we stopped at my drunken adventure, so next was, of course, the Quincy meeting. There wasn't much to see there, although Rin and I needed to explain what Quincy is and how their powers work. There were also photos of Isamu and his accidents. Rito looked like he had found his long-lost brother, which was even funnier when I explained to him how I helped Isamu and his wife get together. I even had evidence for that. But seeing young Isamu was nostalgic. I also showcased my Quincy cross on a necklace that I got from my friend. I unconsciously smiled when I was telling that story. Later, nothing much was happening, so there were many normal-looking photos. There were also many pictures of Rin and my training and even our little tournament in the study chamber. Now, that was a trip down memory lane. I completely forgot that it happened, but memories just slammed into me when I saw the photos. Then there was Bankai training, and when everyone saw my evil twin, either they laughed nervously, made a joke at my expense, or, like in the case of her dear Rio, she thought that he looked cooler with a battle-hungry smile. I needed to explain the Zanpakuto spirit, and what better way to do that than to show it? So I did that. Taking out Zangetsu, I brought him out with a thought. While seeing him in photos and hearing the explanation about his existence is one thing, seeing Zangetsu appear in person is something completely different, and everyone's mouths went wide open. If you don't plan on catching flies, you should close your mouths. Zangetsu commented in a snarky way. It's, Rito started, creepy, and Mikan ended. It's nice to see you too, Pipsqueak. Zangetsu wasn't one to let someone else have the last word. EY. So your sword spirit looks exactly like you, but it's black and white. Not very original, if you ask me. Karma commented with his easily recognizable smirk, but I found that what he said wasn't exactly correct, so I decided to correct him. It's not exactly sword spirit as you have said. Zangetsu was born from my soul, is part of me, and is Zanpakuto's spirit, but at the same time, he is a separate entity. It's complicated, and I myself am not sure how it works fully, but that's a gist of it. So a sword spirit? I sighed, in a way, but these two words are not enough to describe his nature. Zangetsu has his own thoughts, philosophy, and wishes. A lot of Shinigami can't talk to their Zanpakuto, and even if they do, some can't even get along with them, which makes them much, much weaker as a result. To be stronger, you need to cooperate with your Zanpakuto, but even that is only the first step. Zanpakuto is not your weapon or partner. It is not part of you. You are a blade. He is me, and am him, and without him, I wouldn't be standing here with all of you. There was silence, but I could see Zangetsu opening one of his eyes slightly to take a glance at me, as if to say, praise me more. Why did I get Sundara for a sword? At least there is still Gyaku. Suddenly, another person, or rather Zanpakuto, appeared. It was a Jiru-styled woman, Rin's Zanpakuto Tsunagari. She looked as cheerful as always, but Zangetsu didn't like that, as Tsunagari started chasing him. Both of them vanished in a spurt of speed. Well, let's resume the album viewing. I decided to ignore what had just happened. I also wonder if he knew he could return to my inner world with a thought. I'm going to annoy him about that later. The photos continued, and there was a moment when Rin asked me if she could be called Rin Yuki. This particular picture didn't have text, nor were there any videos with sound. No, both of us just knew this moment by heart, and so we told that story. So you haven't married, but you became Rin Yuki? Keat asked, and Rin answered. Ryoto didn't want to marry, even if we were a married couple in everything but name. He wanted Lala to be his first wife, even if it meant he would never marry at all. Don't get me wrong, Ryoto loves all of us, but Lala is very important to him. She was his first love, helped him through his problems at his most vulnerable, and is pregnant with his child. It was the least he could do in his mind. Hearing Rin talk about me like that was embarrassing. I didn't show it all, but I couldn't hide it from Rin, who looked at me. Just like me, she didn't show any emotions, but I could feel amusement oozing out of her. Then I was tackled, or at least there was an attempt as I stood strong. Looking down, I saw Lala, who was hugging me. Her eyes were full of love, and her tail wrapped around my leg. I feel like if there weren't people around us, she would do much more than just give me a very passionate kiss. Does that mean that Yoruchi is Yoruchi Yuki and Aisane became Aisane Yuki as well? Mikan asked as her curiosity piqued. Actually, no. Yoruchi and Aisane wanted to keep their surnames. Aisane has sentimental feelings toward her surname, and Yoruchi couldn't change it even if she wanted because the Shohoin clan would throw a fit, and you didn't want to be an enemy of a noble house. At least I wasn't strong enough just yet. We were at an impasse. If they made an enemy of me, they would regret it, and that was the same case for me. So we made an agreement. Today, they would be forced to bend the knee to me. Also, as I was answering Mikan's question, Yoruchi jumped on my lap, and I started petting her. She seemed tense, but relaxed under my touch. It made me slightly suspicious, as if whatever we were talking about affected the cat. so I used all my senses to feel my new cat again. However, no matter what I used, she seemed like an ordinary cat. Maybe it's just my mood affecting her. I really should fix my paranoia soon. It didn't take long for another controversial picture to appear. What? Everyone scraped at the top of their lungs as they saw a photo of me holding 3 babies, their mothers in the background, lying in their beds. What? I asked innocently, although I knew the source of their shock. Why you? You are a father? Keith asked with wide eyes. And that was a question that everyone in the room. Yes, proud father of 5, in fact. 3 different mothers, and somehow the same birthday, just like triplets. Later on, I also adopted 2 additional children, which doesn't make them any less of my children than the others. We should see their photos soon. Ryoto, how old they are right now? Mikon again asked, which was a fair question. They are about 150 years old. Give or take a few decades. We don't count years that much in Seoul society. What are you curious about your nephews? Mikonoba-san? I tease her, and it earned me a pillow to the face from my blushing younger sister. After this revelation, we didn't look at any more photos since Rin and I were bombarded with questions about our children, and talking about them was very relaxing. Yini Lala again, Ryoto's POV. It was the evening after the album viewing, and I was quite literally dragged by Lala to our shared room. She didn't stop when we arrived there and pulled me further into where her lab and an even bigger bed is, so I knew what she wanted from me. I knew that even before we entered this room, I was not so thick-headed as not to notice it. It would be the first time we would sleep together after my return. Lala was very understanding and wanted to give me some space to acclimate myself a bit. I was eternally grateful for that, and I'm going to show my gratitude to her tonight. Our roles reversed as I picked up Lala into a princess carry. The moment I completed my motion, she hugged me by the neck and gave me yet another passionate kiss. Lala was beautiful, alluring, sexy, and definitely talented in sexy stuff. She was just natural at that. Everything she did seemed to be done with the intent of impressing me, but everything she did was instinctual, which was even more impressive, and I had much more experience than her. With subtle but very effective gestures, plus light touches here and there to keep her engaged. I could feel Lala respond to my kiss, knowing my approach was working. We finally made it to the bed, where the moment between us continued. Feeling the air on her skin, Lala pulled her face back from mine to glance down at herself. Seeing that her clothes disappeared, she looked back at me and smirked, seeing that the same thing happened to me and knowing that it was me who did that. She jumped on the bed and made a very suggestive pose as she looked into my eyes. I swear her pupils turned into hearts. But that wasn't what was on my mind at the moment. I had only one goal tonight, and it was to make Lala the happiest and most satisfied girl in the galaxy. I moved closer to Lala, and just a touch was enough for me to know that she was ready for me. Still, at that moment, Lala decided to change our position and pull me down while she straddled me as she sat a bit above my pelvis. At the same time, she brushed her very sensitive tail near me, and I could see that she was clearly enjoying herself. As we were enjoying ourselves before the main event, Lala opened her eyes to look into mine. Ryoto, I love you. My name was followed up by 3 simple words. So little was said, but so much was conveyed. There was no need for anything more, and I answered in kind. I love you too, Lala. I raised my body a little, pecked her lips, and went back down. Lala laid her body on top of mine and rested her head in the nook of my neck. I want to create a family with you, Ryoto, Lala suddenly declared, which was strange in my opinion because it was obvious that she wanted that. And so did I. Me too. I want to have a big family with you. Having many children, with everyone else being part of our family, also having your children. You'll be a wonderful dad, and it'll be a fun mom. I want everyone to be happy and have fun every day. That is my dream. I was on the opposite side of a heartfelt confession. It was very in character for Lala, wanting everyone to be happy, to the point of her being willing to share with me. I already was planning on doing it, but hearing her say that to me made my determination to do it even stronger. I promised that whatever happens, it'll make your dream a reality. As a first step, how about I become Ryoto Deviluk Yuki to show my conviction? Originally, I wanted to say something like this after our child's birth or maybe at the wedding, but I feel like I need to answer her serious confession with my own. Time for words ended as we once again kissed eagerly, as if we had tried to devour each other's faces. Without separating, Lala pressed herself close against me and let out a soft sound into my mouth. Mm. I let Lala move as she wished for now and followed her lead. She started out slow, but it didn't take long before the speed of her movement increased until she pushed herself upward with sudden force, then came back down with a lot of strength. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that she used all of her power. Maybe she did, but only the strength she could muster at the moment. Otherwise, I doubt my body would have survived. Lala finished with that last movement, but she didn't stop. While she didn't raise her hips anymore, she continued moving against me, and it felt incredible, but it was my turn now. I flipped her back and reversed our position, with Lala under me and me on top now. I smirked confidently. My turn now. With these words, I started doing my magic. First, I moved slowly, taking my time to learn what she enjoyed most, exploring every detail of her reactions in different places to find her sweet spots. And when I found everything I wanted, it was time to bring heaven down to earth. I moved with rapid, determined energy, focusing on what worked best, and Lala noticed it immediately. She didn't mind, though, and loved every moment of it. With each intense push, I felt the excitement building more and more, while Lala had multiple already and was going to get even more. Her legs locked behind me, holding me close so I wouldn't pull away. Silly Lala. That was the plan from the start. With one final movement, I held her tightly and let myself go completely, the moment washing over us both. We had such an intense session that I wouldn't be surprised if Lala ended up with twins from it. In the heat of the moment, Lala wrapped her legs around me and bit my shoulder hard enough to leave a mark, but not hard enough to draw blood. As we caught our breath, we locked our eyes again. It wasn't the end of our fun. The morning after Ryoto's POV, I opened my eyes after Lala, and I went to sleep after we were done. I checked the time to see that I had rested for about 30 minutes. Yeah, we may have overdone it a bit, but I have no regrets. But still, Lala must be a succubus or something, because I don't know how she could keep up with me otherwise. What's even more impressive is that we could have been spending time together much longer, but we have school today. My endurance record to this day is 3 days and nights of nonstop activity, shared with Rin, Yuruchi, and Isane. That was the time my children were conceived. I then felt my tail. I completely forgot that I had let my tail out so my and Lala's tails could entangle, something we couldn't do before. It was a nice and intimate thing that we could do now. Right now, we were lying in bed facing each other. She still had her eyes closed, but some hair covered her face, so I gently brushed it to the side. This small gesture was enough for Lala to wake up. When her eyes focused enough to recognize me, she smiled beautifully. "Good morning," I said as I gave her a quick peck on the lips. "Morning, Ryoto," she answered. After that short exchange, we didn't say anything and stayed in silence in bed, but alas, it was time to get up, and I didn't mean that part of me this time. It was already a bit later than I usually wake up. Reluctantly, I let go of Lala's tail and let it sway a bit before letting it go back into my body. I don't know where it stayed, but it literally shrunk back until nothing was left. I shouldn't question how Devil Fruit's power works, but it makes me wonder. After we escaped the deadly crutches of our bed, we went to take a shower together, but nothing sexy happened. My will is strong, but Lala almost broke it. Now that we were clean and ready for the day, we dressed up and went downstairs, where everyone was already sitting at the table. Mikan had prepared breakfast. I also noticed that everyone had bags under their eyes. Surprisingly, even Keed was here today. I wasn't informed that she would be staying the night today. Not that she was unwelcome. As we entered the room, Lala, who was hanging around my neck, and I instantly became the center of attention. Everyone's faces went red seeing us. What? Are you animal in heat?" Mikan uncharacteristically screamed, while still blushing furiously. I was about to answer her, but I stopped as I raised my finger only to put it on my chin. "That's a good question, actually. Can I get in heat? I mean, I'm technically a white tiger, but I'm not an ordinary animal. If I can get into heat, does it mean that a real Byako can as well? I hope not. My libido is already quite big, and if I couldn't control it, it would become a problem. Now I'm curious, but I'm not sure if I should ask Makoto-sensei for help with this. She's starting to scare me a bit. If I'm not careful, she'll turn into another Mayuri, or in a better case, Kasuke. What were we talking about again? I lost myself a little in my thoughts. Then Mikon pointed at me threateningly with a ladle. We were talking about how you can't seem to control yourself, and don't even have the decency to close the door. Did we forget to close the doors completely when we entered the room? I asked myself because I don't completely remember. Maybe we did forget about it. I then approached Mikon and put my hand on her shoulder, like a parent about to teach their child a valuable lesson. Mikon, when you're older and find someone you love, you'll understand that you can make mistakes in the heat of passion. She slapped my hand away and narrowed her eyes. I thought we talked about it before Ryo-san and Keed-san. Yeah, but it was centuries ago. I joked, and Mikon could only sigh because it was kind of true. Then I put my hand on her head as I gave her some head pats. For what it's worth, it was an honest-to-God mistake, and I'm sorry that you heard everything. Mikon's cheeks reddened as she escaped my hand and exited the room, but you heard her muttering something about acting or looking more mature. Then I turned to Keed. You spent the night here? I asked, and Keed, still with her rose-tinted cheeks, answered. Ryo didn't want to stay alone, so she asked me to stay with her. It was too awkward otherwise. I would think that it would be more awkward to be together, but it shows how much I know about girls, even after almost 3 centuries. Never mind that. Lala, how did it go? Ryo, like everyone else, had red cheeks, but she was also more mischievous than everyone else here. Her curiosity couldn't be contained, and Lala, being Lala, didn't feel any shame about sharing her experience. Ryoto always made me happy, and I get a lot of these excited feelings when we hang out. Tonight, he was even better. So Lala started explaining in great detail what we did to one openly curious girl and the other secretly curious girl. I didn't want to be part of this conversation, so I muted it and focused on something else. Thankfully, a distraction came into the room, and his name was Utsu. Rito also made his escape when he got a chance. I approached my bonking-loving dog, but when I got into his range, he attempted to bonk me with his bat. I only raised my eyebrow at his attempt and blocked it with ease. I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy if he had that green mask on. The power of this mask is just bullshit, and no matter how strong I get, it would probably be a challenging fight. I remember that I hid it somewhere, but the exact location slipped my mind. He'll probably find it when I least expect it. No matter how long I was blocking Utsu's attempt at eradicating my horniness, I realized that he wasn't planning on giving up, so I sighed inwardly and allowed him to hit my head. Bonk, ouch. How the hell did it manage to hurt me? I used hockey to block it for training purposes. I'm never letting him win anymore. But thankfully, Utsu was satisfied with only one hit. And I'm going to bet that he will be surprised when Yoruchi becomes my favorite pet. Feeling the disturbance in the air, Utsu looked at me with narrowed eyes and backed away. He kept eye contact with me and pointed his paw to his eyes and then to mine, telling me that he had his eyes on me. This dog is strange even to me. I clapped my hands to gather the attention of the gossiping girls. Seeing that I was successful, I started talking. So I was thinking, but how about it'll take each one of you on a date after school? My proposition was met with great enthusiasm. Yini dates, Ryoto's POV. Today, I have 4 dates to attend. Keed won the lottery, so she goes first. After her is Ryo, then Alma, who heard about the dates and wanted to join, and lastly Lala. It was a weekend, so we decided to meet up in the morning. While we could have met at either of our houses, we decided to meet in town. It's cliché, but sometimes being a bit cheesy is precisely what a girl wants. And seeing Keed smile at me, it looks like I was right. She skipped towards me with light steps until she was next to me. So what's the plan? She asked me. Well, since you asked, the plan is simple. Since you like sweets so much, I found a great cafe we could visit, and afterward, if you want, we can go shopping for a little while. My lady seemed satisfied with the plan, So we proceeded to go to the cafe I mentioned. Before we started going, though, I opened my hand and put my arm out so she could take it. She blushed at the thought of hand-holding, but she took my hand hesitantly. I couldn't help but tease her a bit. Do you think we'll go to hell because of the pre-marriage hand-holding? I lowered myself so I could whisper in her ear, which made her shiver a bit, and she attempted to take her hand, but I didn't allow it. No takevax. Also, you don't need to be so embarrassed. Things escalated quickly between us, so I don't think hand-holding is a big deal anymore. Stop, she whined as she put her face into her free hand. Her reaction made me laugh, and I grabbed her by the waist to hold her closer to me. You know that you don't need to feel guilty about that whole trying to kill me thing. You aren't even the closest one to almost killing me, and you definitely didn't leave the biggest scar on my body. I doubt that you are even in the top 10 at this point. Not to mention that you weren't in the best state of your mind. She noticed something from what I said. You were in so many dangerous situations in your time there? She asked curiously, but with a hint of worry as well. And I nodded solemnly as I recalled many different instances where I was severely wounded. I was. You saw 2 of these moments in the album already, and they weren't even in the first 10 years of me being there. There was a time when Masaru, my son with Rin, trained his Bankai, lost control, and I needed to walk through a literal wall of flames worthy of being called hellfire. Then there was a time when my other son, Akio, tried to kill me by sending me to another dimension. Don't worry about it. And let's not forget about the war. A lot has happened, but most importantly, I survived all of this and can enjoy a peaceful day like today with one of my girlfriends. So let's forget about all these soppy things, and let's have fun. I didn't take a no for an answer as I pulled her and hastened my steps. It was time for us to have fun, not for Keed to listen to some old sad stories of my life. The date with Keed was enjoyable, and I loved how expressive she was when she tasted many different sweets. I didn't enjoy them as much. They weren't bad per se, but compared to my cooking, they were just subpar. I should bake something for Keed soon. After we had finished a short shopping trip, it was time for my second date, which was, of course, Hugh. She was very enthusiastic about the whole thing, and it showed. So, Mr. Boyfriend, do you have any plans for our date? She asked cheekily, not expecting much. But if she thought that I invited everyone without a plan, then she was greatly mistaken. Well, I thought that we could go to karaoke for a bit, since you like music so much. My answer made her pause a bit. You remember that I like music? She asked as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. I mean, it's been a while, but I remember you mentioning it once or twice before. I may be a bit older, but I don't have Alzheimer's or dementia. I'm not even that old compared to really old souls. But I feel like it's not about that I remembered what you liked despite my age that you were surprised about. I believe that some insecurities were born in your heart. Am I right? And of course, I was right on the mark as Rio became quiet. But after a short moment of silence, she nodded her head in confirmation. You know, Ryoto, I really dislike boring boys, and you are as far from boring as one can get. You have Lala for a fiancé, and she's an alien. How crazy is that? Not only that, Lala is a princess, and that means that by marrying her, you'll become an emperor. You're also far from ordinary with your super strength, reflexes, eyes, and everything else. I thought that nothing would ever be boring with you, but then you returned, and I realized that I'm the most ordinary of all your lovers. There is nothing special about me except that I was deemed a prodigy before. I'm not a princess. I'm not an alien. I'm not from another world. I'm not an old soul. I can't turn myself into an animal. I'm just an ordinary, typical, average, and run-of-the-mill human. I don't know if I deserve to be your girlfriend. I let her talk, but that was enough, so I flicked her forehead, which she didn't expect. The moment the pain registered, she quickly covered her forehead with her hands in a futile attempt to stop the pain. Not that there was much of it anyway. Wadash, what are you doing? She asked as she was still rubbing her forehead. I'm trying to flick away your stupidity. Did it work? Huh? You? An ordinary girl? The same person who was part of Class 3E. The girl who was part of an assassination classroom? The one who was learning under a yellow octopus-like creature who was also our teacher? And, most importantly, the girl who captured the heart of one and only Ryoto Yuki? The one who you hold in such high regard. Are you making fun of me? Do you really have such a low opinion about my taste for you to degrade yourself so much? I put both of my hands on her cheeks and opened my eyes so we could have actual eye contact. Heel, I chose you because you were you and not someone else. It wasn't because you were a princess. It wasn't because you were an alien. It wasn't because you were from another world. It wasn't because you were an old soul. It wasn't because you could turn into an animal. It was because you were Rio, and it was enough. Hearing me say it, Rio was overwhelmed by emotions, and tears started gathering in the corners of her eyes, but she didn't break our eye contact. I have a feeling my feelings went through her thick head. It was a good guess because my only clue was her kissing me suddenly. It was a bit of a challenge for her since I was taller, but she managed with a little help from me. After we separated, we again locked our eyes, and I wiped away traces of her tears. Feeling better? I asked with a slight smirk, which made Rio unusually shy, but she answered nonetheless and gave me a bright smile. Thanks to someone. Now let's go have some fun. And so she dragged me so we could sing to our soul's content. It was fun. Not worrying about anything and singing whatever I wanted without any worry was fun. Just good old fun. Rio was impressed by my singing. And why shouldn't she? I was perfectly mimicking the voice of every singer I tried to copy. After we had our fun, we ate some pizza. As we were about to end our date, someone jumped on my shoulders. Of course, I knew who it was, and I could easily dodge it. But why should I when it was my lovely fiancée in R2, Alma? It was time for Alma's date. So, I separated from Rio and started my date with Alma. Alma was in an extremely good mood as she was humming while holding onto my arm. You seem to be cheerful today. What's the occasion? I mean, it's not that big of a mystery, as it was pretty evident that she was happy about our outing, but it's a good conversation starter either way. My question was met with a knowing smile. I am on another date with a man I love. Of course, I am happy. It's also a chance to learn about Earth's culture. It's very interesting. The mating rituals of Earthlings are intriguing. They're also, most of the time, overly complicated, but it also reminds me of hunting. Like everything you do is to wear down your target until you can get the killing blow, but instead of killing your target, you wear it down until he says yes. I almost wish that we could go through it, because it sounds fun. If you want, we can always pretend to do these things. We can even go hunting today. Hearing the words hunting and today had the desired effect as her already big smile widened, giving me a toothy grin. We found the woods that would become our playground during our date. I even used my beast form so I could run freely there. It was amusing, and Alma even rode on me while I ran, which was a thrill for her and even me. We had a game of rodeo. She tried to stay on top of me while I tried to throw her off. Of course, I didn't try my best. If I did, she wouldn't stand a chance, and it was, after all, just a game. Last but certainly not least, it was time for my date with Lala. I was ready for some craziness. Maybe a device Lala built that she wanted to showcase malfunctioned, or in her enthusiasm, she just used it without thinking about it further. I love Lala, but she can be more energetic than an ADHD kid who drank 5 cups of strong coffee with 5 spoons of sugar on top of it. And still, I feel like my comparison is lowballing it. What I got instead was Lala wanting to spend our time together at home in her room. We made ourselves comfortable on a sofa in front of the TV and covered ourselves in a warm blanket as we cuddled. The whole time, we didn't do anything crazy. We just enjoyed each other's company as we watched whatever we wanted. I realized that Lala wanted me to relax because I spent the whole day with other girls, and she probably saw that they were in a better mood, and it was obviously because of me. She wanted me to just laze around, and she was even using her own date to do that. She really is a sweetheart. I even think she wanted me to have a good time after my time in Soul Society to some degree, and it worked. We stayed like this until we fell asleep. It was a great day. End a weekend, Ryoto's POV. I was once again sitting in the garden under Celine. I was training total concentration breathing, and it was relaxing. I was, after all, just breathing in a very specific, but breathing nonetheless. I was slowly getting the hang of it. It wasn't to the point where I could use it in battle, but I could feel the difference. My training, unfortunately, was about to end earlier than I anticipated because Lala stormed the garden with her usual eagerness. Ryoto, let's go to the beach. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to my lab. Lala said to everyone who was invited, which included Haruna, Kotegawa, Rin, Rito, Mikan, Alma, Rio, and Keed. I tried inviting Nagisa and Karma as well, but they have their hands full with clubs for some reason. I think they are just trying to live their high school life to the fullest. The next on the list was to invite Rin, but once again, she couldn't come, although regretfully. Saki apparently had some Oju Sama stuff to do, and Rin needed to be there as her bodyguard. Shame, I want to see her in a bikini, but there will always be the next time. So this is Lala's lab. Haruna was awed by the technology in the room, and she wasn't the only one. I thought the monster plant in the garden was strange, but this, impossible. Kotegawa commented the others who lived in this house were much more used to this level of technology, so no one said anything about it. Risa and Mio had other plans, so they couldn't come. Haruna said to Lala, explaining her two friends' absence. Is that so? It's a pity, Lala answered, and I could hear how genuine she felt about this despite her upbeat tone of voice. It wasn't like she was heartbroken by the news. She wanted all of her friends to enjoy themselves on the beach during our weekend. I'm warning you. I'm coming only to control your behavior. Of course, it was said by none other than Yui Kotegawa. Who would have guessed? Say that when you drop your flow tie. I said to now flustered Yui. What? Shut up. Meanwhile, Rin asked a very important question. Say Lala-chan, how will we get to the seaside from here? Foo about that. She took out a strange machine. Tada! Gion Vartkun Dix. Everyone was awed at the sci-fi invention that would allow us to teleport to the beach. I, on the other hand, had a strange feeling at the back of my head. Something in me was saying that what we were about to do wasn't going to go according to plan, but I didn't get any warning from Spider's sense as we were about to teleport, so I guessed it was fine. Also, I doubt anything Shorgid is going to be a danger to me at this point in this world. And so we teleported. In the blink of an eye, our surroundings changed. It was a bit disorienting not having control over where I ended up, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Teleportation was seamless, and, ironically, my superior senses made it worse for me as the rest of the travelers didn't seem to have any problems. As usual, I did a quick scan of everything around me with Haki, and I realized why I had that strange feeling. Rin isn't going to be happy when she feels where I ended up, but for now, I'm going to enjoy the weekend here. There's nothing dangerous here as far as I'm concerned, but I'm going to take a quick look in a minute just to be sure. Listen, everybody, get everything settled. I'm going for a walk. And I couldn't stop my grin as I said it. Rin's POV. I audibly sighed, feeling what had just happened, and I couldn't stop myself from rubbing the bridge of my nose. How does Ryoto get into these situations? I didn't stress too much because he wasn't scared, afraid, or even too confused. It was like he expected something like that to happen. He was feeling a bit of amusement from the whole situation. Rin, did something happen? You seem weary. Saki asked as she noticed a change in my mood. I smiled slightly, knowing that even when she was busy, she was observant enough to see change around her. It's nothing, Saki-sama. I was just reminded that I'm in love with an idiot. I said it without thinking, and the sound of a pen dropped on the floor as I turned to Saki, who had her eyes widened. Shit. Then Saki's mood did 180, and her expression brightened as she took both of my hands into hers. Why didn't you tell me anything? Do I know him? Do you need any help? All resources of the Tenjuin family are at your disposal, and I'll help however I can. A man who captured your heart must be amazing. Not like Ryoto-sama, but it's not a fair comparison. A drop of sweat went down my cheek as I heard Saki rumble for a bit. I appreciated that she was ready to help me that much, but I don't know how she'll react when she hears that I got with Ryoto before her. It took a short while before I calmed Saki down, and she dropped the topic, for now. Ryoto's POV. Yep, my suspicions were confirmed the moment I saw an honest-to-good dinosaur. No matter how old I get, dinosaurs are still cool. Shame that it wanted to eat me, though. It went home hungry, but this confirmed that we ended up on another planet. The question is if we are stranded here or not. Knowing Lala, it could be either way, but it didn't matter that much in the end. If we are here for too long, Rin will know that something is wrong based on my emotions. We'll survive until then. I checked about 100 square kilometers around us, and it was relatively safe. The only danger was the dinosaurs and some prehistoric-looking plants, but I could protect everyone from them without any problems. Nothing too bad. The surveillance of the surrounding area didn't take too much time, so when I returned, everyone was still packing out their stuff. Found anything interesting? Mikan asked when she noticed that I was back. Nothing too much. I answered. We came here to have some fun and not to panic. First, we can relax for a while until we must return, and if then there's a problem, we can tackle it at that time. I want to take a swim. It has been a while since we went to the beach. Before she could even answer, I dragged her towards the water. And a weekend too, Ryoto's POV. I believe it's important to mention that I wasn't wearing only my swimming trunks. I was also dressed in a white hoodie that covered my whole upper body. It may have looked strange, but this specific hoodie was made of a very thin material, and together with its light color, it was made to be worn in hot weather. Mikan may have looked at me strangely when I got in the water, but her jaw dropped when we started splashing at each other. Not even one droplet found its target when I used water bending to protect myself. Then her eyes widened, and she tried to run away when I gathered a big ball of water because she knew what was coming next. My younger sister must be very smart because she was correct, and the ball of water made contact with her. When we were done playing, we went to our towels to dry ourselves. As we walked, she gave me a stink eye and pouted. It's not fair, she said as she looked at me, who was barely wet. The only source of water on me was the sea, and none was because of her. Life's not fair, I answered as I made a quick motion and gathered all the moisture from my body, drying myself in the process. I dropped the water after I was done. Mikan, seeing this, was most definitely jealous because drying her hair alone would take a long time. So as a good older brother, I playfully showed my tongue to her. Of course, I was joking, so after she thought I was serious, I dried her fully. I was a bit tempted to drop the water I gathered on top of her again, but that would have been too mean. Thanks, Ryoto. You are very welcome. Now that you are dry, do you want to stay with me under the umbrella or play in the sand? I'm not a child, she said. Neither am I, but I'll probably either build a sandcastle later or dig a big hole. Maybe both. You don't need to be a child to enjoy something, but sometimes it's easier to enjoy something when you're younger. I said what I wanted to say and lay on the towel under the umbrella with my arms under my head. Mikan could do what she wanted, and to my delight, she went to play with someone. I couldn't relax for long because I noticed Yui being hesitant to enter the sea even with her big floaty. Sai sighed as I couldn't leave her alone in good conscience, so I got up and approached Miss Shameless. The whole time I was walking, she didn't notice me. It was both because she was too distracted by the sea and because I was walking silently out of habit. So when I was finally next to her and poked her on the shoulder to get her attention, she jumped in fright. Kia! She then turned to me with an angry expression. What are you doing? She demanded an answer from me as she put her hands on her waist a bit above her hips. Well, I noticed that you're not entering the sea, so I thought that you couldn't swim. Of course, I was correct, and Yui's reaction only confirmed it. She was embarrassed by her inability to swim. Shut up. Leave me alone. I ignored her refusal to acknowledge what I said and continued talking. Besides, you have your rubber ring, so you don't have to worry about drowning. I didn't add too much even if I thought about it. I mean, it's still a possibility. Not with me around, but still. That may be true, but... She was still not convinced. Then how about I help you learn how to swim? I proposed. We are here to have fun, and if she can't swim, she can't do that. Also, she may lose some hair from stress when she learns where we are. I started walking towards the water again, as if she already agreed. Wait, are you planning on swimming in your hoodie? I expected this kind of reaction from Kotegawa, and I couldn't stop myself. How bold of you. Invite me for dinner first before you try to get me out of my clothes. My response caused her to flush red and mumble incoherently. It was kind of cute how she acted. Without saying anything else, and without any warning, I took her hand and gently guided her to follow me. I don't know if it was a conscious or unconscious decision on her part, but she allowed me to pull her. As the ground under our feet became further and further away from the sea level, Yui became more and more scared. Don't you dare let go of my hands. I rolled my eyes, not that anyone could see it. Does she really have such a low opinion of me? It was a rhetorical question. I knew that she was just scared and panicked because of her fear. She also tried putting on a brave face at the same time. I started instructing her how to float without her floatai. It wasn't easy for her, and it's often the case with people who are a bit scared of swimming, but with some patience, she was able to float while holding onto my hands. She had her eyes closed, however, and she had them shut tightly with no intention of opening them. It was time for the next step, and I let go of one of my hands. Wait. Don't let go. Don't let go. Yui panicked as she tried to grab anything with her now free hand. Calm down. I still have your other hand, and am not letting go of it. Try to do a swimming motion with your free arm while I pull you. Don't forget to move your legs at the same time. And so our lesson continued. Yui was starting to be more confident and even opened one of her eyes. Finally seeing with her own eyes that it was somehow safe, she relaxed a bit. And that was a perfect time for me to let her go. She panicked once again, but to her surprise, she didn't drown. She couldn't even if she wanted with me here, but she didn't need to know that. A lot of people just need a bit of self-confidence, and suddenly, something clicks that allows them to swim. Yui, seeing that she could stay above water on her own, couldn't be happier, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. It probably felt for her like this day couldn't get any better, but that felt like a challenge, and I don't run away for challenges, so I use water bending not only on Yui, but also on everyone else. I created a whole water park with my power for everyone here. It was a fun time, and out of everyone, I bet Yui had the best time. Even Alma, who was literally in her element, wasn't as full of smiles as she was. But alas, the day was ending, and so was our short vacation. And Lala started preparing her teleporting device to get us back home. It shouldn't take longer than a minute, but as time passed, unease crept into everyone but me and, surprisingly, Alma. It looks like we can't get back home, Lala said awkwardly as she scratched the back of her head. End a weekend 3, Ryoto's POV. What do you mean we can't go back? Well, we do now. Yui screamed. First, you can calm down. Panicking won't help you. I calmly said as I was thinking of safely waiting for rescue. Technically, we could survive here for years with my help, but I would rather avoid it. I just got back home, and I don't want to be stranded so soon. Ryoto-sama is right. Lala-sama, where is this island? Peak asked while still being in his hairband form. Okinawa? Yui inquired. Then we can find people on this island. Rito optimistically added, and this comment made almost everyone calm down. But we're not on Earth anymore. And Alma dropped a bomb. What? And that caused everyone to scream in horror at that horrifying news. What? I thought everyone knew. The humidity during the year here is completely different. The water is also not exactly the same. I thought it was why Ryoto left in the beginning. To check if everything was safe around. Alma explained her reasoning, and I must admit that she hit the nail on the head with it. What she said made everyone turn their attention to me, as if to ask if she was right. At which point I shrugged my shoulders nonchalantly. She isn't wrong. I didn't say anything because we came here to relax and have fun. I also couldn't have known that we wouldn't be able to get back, so I just checked our surroundings for any danger, and if everything went well, no one would even know that they visited another planet. I explained my reasoning calmly, but it didn't help with growing anxiety in everyone's mind. So as the oldest person around, I decided to calm everyone here. Don't worry, it's not like we were stuck here for long. In the worst-case scenario, we'll be here for a week or so. Our first priority should be finding shelter, a source of food, and fresh water. That's why we'll split into 3 groups. Alma, Kotegawa, and Rin will be the first group that will be responsible for finding water. With Alma, it should be easy. Alma gave me a salute with a grin. Yes, sir. I ignored this remark and turned to the next group. Rito, Haruna, Mikan, and Lala, all of you should look for food. Pete can scan it to test if it is edible. Lala mimicked Alma and saluted me as well. Then it was time for the last group. Rio and Keed, both of you received survival training. So finding somewhere where we can rest shouldn't be a challenge unless you got too rusty. I won't be mad if you admit it before you embarrass yourselves. I ended with a little joke, which was appreciated by the pair, who suddenly looked more confident. It was Rio who answered me. Who do you think you're talking to? We'll find a nice cave, and if we don't, we'll build it ourselves. He nodded, which meant that she agreed with Rio. In what group are going to be in, Nikki? I was a bit surprised by Ren's question. Not because it was unreasonable or stupid, but because I wasn't accustomed to my orders being questioned. When I said something, my subordinates followed it to the best of their ability because they knew that I probably had a reason for it. The only one who even thought about questioning me in my squad was Soy Fawn. But it was more so she could understand me better. No one except Alma and Lala noticed my small shock because it was so brief, but they didn't comment on it. I'm going to keep tabs on everyone. This planet seems like a prehistoric Earth, so dinosaurs are roaming around. I also found some carnivorous plants, so be careful when you are around them. How are you so calm? Yui almost whispered as if not believing the whole situation, so I tried to reassure her. It's because there isn't much danger here. There's nothing stronger than I am, so you can just think of it as a camping trip. As I said earlier, help is coming, so we just need to wait. Now that I think about it, it's the first time I've been on another planet. It's a bit underwhelming. It doesn't look that much different from Earth. Hueco Mundo felt more exotic, in my opinion, and it was mostly a desert. Now let's go to work. The three groups split up, and I looked after all of them. With hockey, it wasn't that difficult, and I would be able to react if any of them were in danger, although I doubt it would come to this. Each group had at least one person who could fight, so they could defend the group if necessary. The end of the first day was coming close, and everything was looking good. We found a shelter in the form of a cave. There's a source of drinkable water in a river nearby, and there are even some fruits, but I felt that such a large group needed more food than that. That's why I volunteered myself to hunt some meat. I was, of course, successful. It wasn't the first time I did that, after all, and even if it was, there wasn't an animal strong or even fast enough to run away from me. I was the apex here, and I felt that the Bayako fruit influenced this. Guess who's here? And found some food. The reactions were mixed. Hito, Miko, Lalahio, and Keed weren't that surprised by what I did. They already saw photos of me hunting some animals during our album viewing. Haruna, Kotegawa, and Rin were a bit off-put, probably because it was their first time seeing dead animals. They probably shouldn't look when they'll start chopping their body for parts that we'll eat. I'm going to do it with Zangetsu because I think that he looks like a big kitchen knife, and no amount of screaming in my head will make me think otherwise. Alma, on the other hand, had hearts in her eyes. I ignored her right now. Although Sex in the Wild sounds fun, it's not time right now. I prepared dinner for everyone, and the morale was high, but I could see that Yui wasn't feeling right, so I was observing her. After we were done with our meal, which was delicious because I made it, Lala noticed that something was going on with Yui, so she approached her. Lala was incredibly perceptive, but she can be blind to some things, and to grow, she must confront situations like these. Although some of me want to preserve how she is currently, I believe it would be better for her future to grow. I didn't want to create a scene, so I made everyone give us some privacy, and I was just in time because Yui exploded. Whose fault is it that we're stuck here? Apparently, Lala tried to calm down Yui, but the stress was getting to her, and she just said what her emotions told her. Lala didn't react as her usual self and apologized with a downcast expression. I'm really sorry. Yui seemed to realize that she had made a mistake, but she wasn't used to this kind of situation, so she stammered for a bit. I decided that it was time for me to step in. Lala, can I talk to you for a moment? I asked with a small smile, trying to get her mood back to normal. I think I succeeded a bit because Lala smiled back at me, although I could see that her smile was a bit forced. We walked silently towards the beach, which was unusual for Lala, but I didn't speak either for now. When we finally arrived at our destination at a beach, we were met with a beautiful view of a night sky full of stars. You know, stars here are different than they are on Earth. They're also different from how they were back in Soul Society. You can realize that you aren't home much earlier, but it hits you only when the stars don't match what you remember. Lala solely focused on me as she carefully listened to every word I said. That's not what I want to talk about, but the moment I saw the sky, it reminded me of that. I had never been a fan of stargazing before, but I came to appreciate it. I think it was after my children started wanting to explore, and one day they found out that they could navigate through the stars, so they tried to do it on their own. When I found out about it, I, of course, taught them what I knew. It wasn't much, so I learned on my own as fast as I could, so I could teach them the next day. I shook my head humorously as I smiled wryly. I'm rambling again. No, Lala said for the first time. I like to listen when you talk about things you like. I like to listen when you talk about your life. I want to learn about you more and more until I know everything about you. To show how much she wanted to know about me, she opened her arms wide open. It was cute, and I decided to tease her a bit. When you finally know everything about me, then what? Getting caught off guard, she didn't know the answer, but she put her hand on her chin and started pondering. Once again, it was cute, so I waited until she came up with something. I was honestly curious about her answer, and if she'd even come up with one. Times like these make me happy that I survived all my past battles and struggles. In fact, these times make me appreciate what I have now even more. I know, when I finally know everything about you, we can find something new about each other. Lala had a revelation, and she looked proud of it. I must admit, I liked her idea more than I thought. Then, when that day ultimately comes, we'll search for something together. I smiled and then asked, "Are you feeling better now?" It was as if she had just remembered that she was supposed to be sad, but her expression quickly changed to gratitude. She knew that I talked to her to make her feel better, but I did something better. I made her forget about her worries entirely, but I should also say something more. In my experience, people will get mad at you sometimes. Sometimes it will be justified, and other times it won't be, but knowing you, it doesn't matter because you want to make all the people around you smile. So, I'll advise you to try understanding the other side and why they got mad at you in the first place and try to avoid it in the future. Most importantly, though, it is for you to decide who is worth trying so hard for. But don't forget one and most important part of it. Don't forget to be your adorable self. With that, I pinched her cheek, at which she giggled. Now go back to others so they won't worry about us. I'll be back soon. I want to stargaze a little bit longer. She nodded and gave me a quick kiss before she departed. I looked back up to see the night sky, and without turning back, I started speaking. You can apologize to Lala tomorrow. She doesn't have a bad bone in her body, so she'll forgive in a heartbeat, Kotegawa. As long as you are sincere, of course. I addressed the peeking girl who sheepishly walked behind a tree. How long have you known I was there? She asked. I'm not sure if it was genuine curiosity or just attempt at breaking the ice. Since the beginning, I didn't know that our dear class president was shameless enough to eavesdrop on a private time between a pair. That comment managed to fluster Yui, which, to be fair, wasn't a high task. Wasn't eavesdropping. I didn't hear a lot, and I just waited for the right moment to come out. Yes, I respected your time together, that's all. I still didn't turn towards her, but allowed myself to smirk while she couldn't see my face. Fine, I'll believe you. But if I catch you spying on me one more time, I will be forced to call you a pervert or a stalker. I'm nice enough to let you choose. Fine, I'm not going to spy like this again, so it doesn't matter what you'll call me. I mean, not call me. She didn't even notice that she admitted to spying on me. She really is fun to mess with. She also left after that exchange. I think she got the answer she was looking for and left. Or she just forgot what she came here for. Both options are equally probable. I stood up and brushed away the sand to return to the cave where we were all sleeping. Indie Weekend 4, Ryoto's POV. The morning came, and unsurprisingly, I was the first one to wake up. I did a quick scan with my hockey to check if anything had changed during the night. Don't take me wrong. If any kind of danger approached the cave, I would immediately wake up ready to attack. But I wasn't constantly scanning my surroundings. To my surprise, I found a new aura in my range, and it was a presence very familiar to me. To be honest, I wasn't expecting help to arrive that fast, and I doubt that she came here to help us. All of this is just a happy little accident. Without waking anyone up in the cave, I vanished by using Shumpa. I appear behind my favorite school nurse as she was inspecting some kind of plant. She didn't notice a new presence behind her. She seems a bit sloppy when she is on an unknown planet. That? Or I'm just that good at hiding? Yeah, I'm probably just that good. I decided to wait until she finished studying. I didn't want to disturb her when she was so focused. Interesting, she muttered to herself as she wrote something in her notebook. What is? I couldn't stop myself from asking. Mikado immediately turned around with a pistol-like weapon pointed at me with her eyes narrowed. I could feel her emotions with Haki. She was frightened that she couldn't sense me while I was so close, but it quickly changed to relief and suspicion. Relief that it was just me, but suspicion that she could find me here. Without lowering her weapon, she spoke. Tell me something only Ryoto knows. At her request, I opened my eyes. That was all the proof she needed. My eyes aren't easily replicable. I'm also pleased that she is so careful while traveling. I would hate it if something happened to her on one of her research trips. I wouldn't want to go hunting again so soon. I retired from the position of captain of Squad 2 already. After all, seeing my unique eyes, the school nurse finally lowered her guard and put away her gun. Ryoto, what are you doing here? I doubt you are on this planet for sighting. We wanted to have a fun weekend on Okinawa Beach, but Lala's machine teleported us to another planet. It happened yesterday, and we are sleeping in a cave not a long way from here. Hearing my explanation, Mikado couldn't help but smile and shake her head in a good mood. Nothing ever boring with you around. Is it Ryoto? Do you need a lift back to Earth? Or do you want to keep having your vacation on this planet? Although, as a school nurse, I would advise against missing your school days. She teased me, but living with Yoruchi for so long made me pretty immune to this level of teasing. To be fair, I wasn't that affected by teasing before, either, but I feel like I achieved another level thanks to her. I would prefer if you gave us a ride home if possible. It's not that bad here. Dinosaurs are cool and all, but I would prefer relaxing at home instead. Are you sure? I could come back in a week if you want. Not many people would turn down a chance of being stranded with beautiful girls. Not seeing any reaction from me made Mikado give it one more try. Many beautiful girls and 2 boys who all want to get back. Come on, Mikado. I would like to get back before anyone else wakes up and start panicking because I'm not there. I roll my eyes. Come on, Ryoto, I just jest. Show me the way to your cave. It'll do you one better. Without clarifying, I showed up next to her in less than a second, picked her up like a princess, and flash-stepped back to the cave. The only sound in the forest was a scream that was quickly fading. KYA! Triple A. It did require using a few steps, but I was back. Carrying Mikado didn't slow me down a bit. I'm not sure if it was my spider or Byaku's strength that allowed it. If anyone asks, it's 100 Ryoto's strength, though. I put my doctor on her feet, and her appearance changed a bit. Her hair and clothes were more disheveled than before. She looked like she had died and had seen a face of God. I also need to comment that her scream was incredibly cute, and it was visible on my face because Ryoko gave me a stinky eye as she was fixing her appearance. Not a word. I didn't answer, but my smile must have widened because she narrowed her eyes even more. I don't know what you're talking about. I couldn't keep teasing her because we were interrupted. Ryoto? It didn't take long for Lala to wake up. We were sleeping in the same bed, and when my body heat vanished, it made her miss something, so she woke up. I cupped my mouth with my hand and yelled back, I'm outside. I found a strange animal and brought it back. Do you want to see it? I looked back to Mikado, who had a flat expression. I think I'm winning. Curious about the strange animal I mentioned, Lala was exiting the cave and saw me with Mikado. I couldn't help myself, so I got behind our nurse and picked her up as if she were a lion cub. I did it effortlessly. Look, can we keep her? Now, Ryoto. Don't make a promise that you can't keep. She teased, and I was tempted to throw her upwards. That's an intrusive thought, if I've ever seen one. I put her down and focused on Lala, who giggled because of our interaction. I found help. Wake up the others. We are leaving this planet. We were walking towards Mikado's ship. She didn't know exactly where I had taken her because I was moving too fast for her to see. From her perspective, she was in one place and then in another moments later. She felt the speed, though. Thankfully, she had some kind of GPS that could lead us back to her ship. Even if she didn't have it, I could just get her back to the place I took her from, and then she would know how to get back. I couldn't help but look smug the whole way, the kind of way that translated to I told you so. It was mostly directed towards Kotegawa, who didn't meet my eyes at all. I was enjoying myself, and it was obvious to anyone who had eyes. We only spent one night here, and it wasn't so bad compared to my year-long stay in Hueco Mundo, where I was forced to drink blood because I couldn't find any water until I met Tyr. Good times. Soon enough, we were near Ryuko's vehicle to the point it was in our eyesight. Most of our group felt relieved knowing we would return home soon enough. Everything was looking up, and that's when everything went down. Suddenly, I felt a heavy presence coming from behind, and quickly checking everyone, it seemed that I was the only one aware of it. My instincts flared up, and I turned around to catch a fist aimed at my face. The punch being stopped created a small shockwave that notified everyone of a new arrival. The punch itself wasn't that strong compared to what I had experienced in the past, but I was aware that that person was holding back. It was just a playful punch to say hello to test me. "Dad," Lala asked in confusion. The confusion came from my father-in-law's new look. Although he still looked youthful, he didn't look like a kid anymore. "Hey, sweetie," he said to Lala. "And hello, son-in-law," addressing me. His grin widened to the point that it looked unnatural. That smile made me realize that I won't leave this planet without annoyance. In a surprise at the end of the weekend, Ryoto's POV, I lightly pushed away Gid who allowed it to happen judging by his grin. "That's Lala's dad?" Keat asked. "He looks so young." Rio added. Alma and Run were shivering because of the fear they felt because of the meeting of the Emperor of the Milky Way galaxy. Rito and Mikan didn't react in any remarkable way besides worry, since they felt the power of the punch I had just blocked. I knew why he was here. I could feel it even without hockey. Gid wanted to fight me, and he wasn't planning on leaving without said fight. The air around me became more tense as I silently accepted his challenge. "Mikado, take everyone on a ship and wait outside the atmosphere of this planet. It seems it'll have a bit of father-son talk," I said as I cracked my neck on one side and then the other. The crack was audible, and I'm sure everyone had heard it. "Lala, call your mother, and she should hurry. Otherwise, this planet may get destroyed. We haven't seen each other in about 4 to 5 months, and you suddenly seem like a different man, confident enough for you to survive until I decide to destroy this planet. If I remember correctly, you were barely in exercise the last time we fought. And I remember that last time you threw a hissy fit that almost destroyed part of my hometown the moment I managed to land a solid hit on you. And I can promise you that this time, it'll land more than just one blow." My comment made Gid grin even more for some reason. "I like the look on your face, Ryoto Yuki. It suits the future emperor like yourself." I didn't know what he meant, so I unconsciously touched my face to check, and I had a feral smile plastered across my face. Huh, so that's a thing. I don't ever remember being a battle maniac, but I guess I have new animal instincts to which I'm not completely accustomed. I'll need to work on it. I would like to study my state right now, since I'm not someone who likes to fight, but at the moment, I want to showcase my dominance. I refuse to bow my head to anyone. That's also the reason I didn't turn away from Gid the moment we locked eyes. It was a silly game of will that both of us refused to lose. Soon, I could feel everyone getting on the ship. "Don't dare to lose Ryoto. He'll tell Karma how badly you lost if you do," Rio yelled as she went inside. "Kick his ass," Keat added. "Gee, good luck, Nissan." Rito stuttered. "I'm not sure what's happening, but good luck, Ryoto-san." Haruna quickly followed Rito. "Don't get hurt. I don't want to see any new scars on your body, or I'm taking over the kitchen." Mikan threatened me with my kitchen privileges. "Sorry, but I don't think I can promise it when I'm fighting against Daddy Dearest. He is one of the strongest beings I've ever fought." I answered with even voice, and Gid raised his eyebrow. "One of?" I ignored him, at which he frowned. "If you win, they'll have your babies." It was, of course, Alma who said that. "And if you lose, it'll play a nurse for you, and when you're healthy, then we'll have babies." At any other time, her proposition would have been tempting, but right now, I was wholly focused on an upcoming fight. Someone else had something to say about Alma's comment. "Be babies. Don't be shameless, Alma-san. Don't encourage this pervert." I don't even need to mention who said it. Yui's remark confused my shark fiancée, who tilted her head. But I like it when Ryoto is a pervert, especially when we're close. He holds me tightly and shows his affection in a very possessive way, making sure everyone could see how much I mean to him. Not to mention when he Alma couldn't finish whatever she was about to say as Kotegawa, who was red as a tomato with steam coming from her head, interrupted her. "Ah, shameless, shameless, shameless." With these words, she escaped into the ship, and Alma, not understanding what her deal was, followed behind her to uncover the newly discovered mystery. Show him who is the man. Aniki, Rin encouraged me. The only ones left were Lala and Mikado, who was planning on boarding last to close the doors after her. She approached me and kissed my cheek. As she was leaving, she waved her hand enthusiastically. "Have fun, Ryoto, Papa." And so, I was left alone with the strongest man in the Milky Way galaxy. We didn't move for the first few moments regarding each other. Mostly me regarding Gid, not the other way around, but I opened my eyes from the very beginning. The silence was broken by my father-in-law. "I don't know how you did that, but you somehow got the eyes of a veteran. You have eyes that have seen war even though, according to all reports, you've never been in one. Care to explain? You know how it is. One day, you are relaxing on the roof of your school, and the next, you have over 2 centuries of experience." He was confused. What I said was an obvious lie in his eyes, but he could read people well enough to know that I was not. "You're a confusing man, Ryoto Yuki," he stated, but then smiled, but amusing at the same time. "You would be the perfect son-in-law if you weren't so annoying." I was starting to get impatient. I knew that logically I should stall for time as long as possible, but I wanted to test myself at the same time. Enough talking. Let's get started. Now Gid had a feral grin that matched mine. "Now you're speaking my language. I thought you were a coward because of how you handled my test last time, but it seems that you grew some spine as well." My starting move was Conqueror's Haki, which Gid shrugged off as he picked some dirt from his ear with his pinky finger. "That strange power again. It's definitely stronger than last time, but it's still nothing to write home about. Imgenilus. So it'll allow you to make one more move before I take a step. Aren't I a great father-in-law, or what? And Sephi tells me to be nicer when I'm already a walking charity." Ha ha ha. His laugh didn't last because suddenly he went down on one knee, to his own surprise. His eyes went wide as he felt an invisible weight that only his soul could feel. He was beyond shocked. He could not believe the reality that he was in right now, as it must have been the first time, or at least the first time in a long time, that he was forced to go on one knee. On the other hand, I couldn't help but look down on my father-in-law and feel gleeful. Without raising a single finger, I made Emperor kneel. I won the first round, and a surprise at the end of the weekend too, 3 RDS POV. The group that went absurd on the spaceship gathered in a large room with a big screen on it. They didn't know why Mikado wanted them to follow her here, but they did it anyway. There wasn't any reason to distrust her after all. It wasn't in silence, though. I just don't understand what's shameless about what I said. Being attracted to and wanting to have babies with someone like Ryoto is natural. He is strong, caring, and understanding. Our babies would be strong and well protected. He is also, what was the phrase that Earthlings use? An eye candy, unless he seems ugly in human eyes. At first, Yui wanted to start explaining everything that was wrong with what Alma had said to Ryoto, but then a sudden question came to her, and no word could leave her mouth. She wanted to deny it immediately, but the more she thought about it, Ryoto wasn't bad-looking. In fact, he was the opposite of that. She saw him without a shirt when they went to the beach with a class last year, and he was visibly muscular. So he must have been working out if his picking up girls with one arm was any indication. His closed eyes also give him a certain charm. Also, despite his pervertness, he was a good person. She knew that, because he saved her from hooligans when she tried to do the right thing. And she almost paid the price for it, if it wasn't for the closed-eyed boy. The more she thought, the more she didn't like it. So she shook her head to make these thoughts disappear, but the seed had been planted even if she wasn't aware of it. My opinion of him doesn't matter. He already has a girlfriend. So even if I was interested in him, which I'm not, it would be meaningless. Yui emphasized on which I'm not hard. Of course he has a girlfriend. Have you seen him? He is highly sought after, so it would be stranger if he hadn't. But I don't know what it has to do with what we were talking about. Alma was genuinely confused and wanted to learn more about Earth's culture. Manga was great for that, but nothing beats learning from a source. Now, it was Yui's turn to be confused. What do you mean by what it has to do with what we were talking about? Ryoto has a girlfriend, so it means he is taken off limits. In a relationship, gears in Alma's head started spinning until a light bulb turned on above her head. Ugh, so it wasn't a joke. What wasn't? I thought it was a joke in these manga I read when all the girls were fighting over the MC. I always thought that it was a joke since it would be much easier for them all to get together with him. But instead, they fought against each other. I would understand if it was to establish hierarchy, but it wasn't. Does that mean that all Earthlings only have one mate? Partner, but yes. Yui was happy that she finally made the shark girl understand the concept of modesty. But if Alma's previous words made Yui a red-colored mess, the next words crushed Yui to exe completely. But Ryoto has a lot of partners then. Alma pointed to Lala. Fiancé. Her finger moved to Keed. Girlfriend. Then to Rio. Girlfriend. And then to herself. Fiancé. Yui looked around the room in shock. Her eyes went from one girl to another. She almost went ballistic, but was stopped by Mikado. Enough of this talk. Alma, please stop making my student question reality. Mikado lightly chastised without any real slap on the wrist. What no one heard was a clicking of a lounge with a quiet almost that left Alma's mouth. Okay, can I ask you one last question? Are you what they called Tsundere? I'm not Tsundere. Alma recognized a classic Tsundere line that answered her question, and she nodded her head. Satisfied with the conclusion she came up with, Mikado then clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Now, how about we turn our attention to something much more interesting? For example, this. She pointed to the giant TV with a remote to turn it on. She was a bit more extra since she was much more excited than usual. It does tend to happen more often when it has anything to do with Ryoto as of late. He is a biological mystery that she wants to solve. The TV showed an image of Ryoto and Gid staring at each other. Their mouths were moving, but no sound could be heard. Why there isn't any sound? Rio asked the school nurse. Unfortunately, my drone wasn't built for spying. Its purpose was to collect data by filming everything, no matter the circumstances. It can survive temperatures on both extremes, high pressure and other difficult climates. Microphone just wasn't needed, and other drones would probably be destroyed in this Clash of the Titans. Everyone except Yui knew that Ryoto was practically inhuman, be it in strength, stamina, or ability. Yui realized that she was the only one confused by Mikado's statement. She didn't have time to ponder as a new voice appeared. So that's what was happening. I was wondering why Ryoto's emotions were so over the place. Although very experienced, Mikado wasn't a fighter. She was quick to react, but the first one was Alma, who was ready to jump on an unknown arrival at any moment. But she didn't move. She felt that whoever it was strong, much stronger than she was. When Mikado finally reacted and saw who the intruder was, she relaxed. I really should be more surprised, but after everything that Ryoto did, I'm just numb to your craziness. And you really should be surprised. Usually, what I did shouldn't be possible. There are certain circumstances that allowed me to do it. Mostly Ryoto and a mark I left on Lala. Normally, long distances like this time would be impossible with this technique. Kujo-senpai, ouch! Before she could finish talking, Rin appeared in front of Yui and flicked her forehead. Yui wanted to argue, but she saw Rin smiling kindly with her eyes closed. Yui gulped. Yes, Rin-senpai. That was the correct choice of words, as Rin smiled more genuinely this time and patted the girl on her head like she was a child. But Yui didn't have the courage to argue against Rin this time. Now, can someone explain where we are and what is happening? I only know that Ryoto is fighting someone, and it's not an enemy, although very strong. He is strangely excited about it, too. Papa wants to fight Ryoto for some reason, and Ryoto accepted it. Lala answered quickly, and Rin nodded. Then everyone's attention changed towards Monitor as something happened. The biggest reaction came from Mikado, Alma, Rin, and, surprisingly, Lala. All of them widened their eyes as the Emperor of the Milky Way galaxy fell on one of his knees. It was the first time for Lala to see her papa in this position. Ryoto's POV, Gid was staring at the ground as if it wronged him, like the world itself didn't make sense. You know, I'm starting to think that this position suits you. My voice woke him up, and his head whiplashed toward me faster than ever before. And he snarled at me. Gid stood up and dusted off his knee. It seemed that he wasn't affected by my Ryatsu anymore, or if he wasn't showing signs, so I just stopped the attack on his soul. I had already made my statement, and Gid received it. I don't remember the last time my knee touched the ground on a battlefield. I don't know if you were brave or stupid to force me into that position, but your last comment made it clear that you are just an imbecile. Say that after you hear what I have to say next. How about I'll let you make the first move since I can see that your knees are already giving out, Grandpa? It's funny because I'm the older one, but Gid didn't share my sense of humor because his brows furrowed any further. I see that you need some humbling. I can't have an arrogant bastard for an emperor that can't back up his words. To be fair, I'm taunting Gid far more than any other of my opponents, but that's because I may have been still a little mad when he attacked me the first time, and I can pay him back at least a little. I know that it happened almost 3 centuries ago, but I can be vindictive sometimes, and this is that time. It isn't smart since Gid could probably kill me. I'm not really sure, but there's a chance for it to happen if we fought for real, but I know that, at most, I would be heavily injured. He won't kill me, and that's why I can act cocky without much worry. And so Gid rushed at me. And a surprise at the end of the weekend 3, Ryoto's POV, Gid rushed at me with his arms still crossed across his chest. He didn't plan on using his hands. I don't know if it was his pride or if he just wanted to humiliate me like that. I imitated his pose and crossed my arms as well, which probably angered Gid even more. His deadly tail moved towards me at incredible speed. He was aiming at my head. I think he remembers that I would be able to dodge an attack of that speed. At least, I hope. Otherwise, he really is going for the head from the beginning. It didn't matter in the end. I wasn't planning on moving, and when the tail was getting uncomfortably close, it made a sudden turn and hit the ground, making a big hole in the process. Once again, his eyes widened in shock, but his free action had ended. It was my turn to move. I tapped my foot lightly, digging my shoe slightly into the ground, but by using vector manipulation, the effect was much bigger. A big chunk of earth flew towards the Emperor. He didn't panic, though, and just smashed the rock with his tail. Again, I lightly tapped the ground, and without any effort, I flew up. I didn't stay long in the air as I did a flip and an axe kick while using fire bending to have extra firepower. It didn't move. Just like me, he wasn't planning on moving and just took the attack head on. In his eyes, if someone like me didn't dodge, then why should he? My foot approached Gid, and the only thing he did to defend himself was to raise his arm to be in the way of my attack. The connection created a shock wave of heat, mostly because of my attack's temperature. My strike was stopped, and I didn't manage to move Gid's hand back even a bit. That information made my smile grow, and I even unintentionally let my teeth grow into fangs, and white stripes appeared on my hair, which made me look even more animalistic. The tail went towards my body again, and I had a problem dodging it as my foot was solidly held by my father-in-law as he tightened his grip on me. I covered my hand in hockey and caught the tail. The friction this action created made sparks fly. We were at an impasse. Not really, but we stayed locked like this for a few moments until I made my next move. Gakudo Ikisai. It wasn't a strong Kido, but I didn't need it to be. I just needed a moment, and soul attacks when someone isn't used to them always create at least a small opening. And so it did. His arms twitched, and Kido tried to force Gid's arms to bend behind his back, but it only managed to loosen his grip. I used the leg that wasn't being held to kick Gid's torso. I only needed to touch him to send him flying. Just a tap, and he knew it as well. I have already demonstrated this power before, so he is wary of that. The only thing he isn't knowledgeable about is how much strength I can put into my attacks. Everything went into slow motion as my foot got closer to my goal, but at the same time, my spider sense flared up for the first time since I got back home. This was the first time I was in any type of danger in this world, and I can bet I won't feel the tingle that often here, and thank God for it. Gid's tail, which was caught in my hand, started shining, and I knew that he was about to fire a laser from it, and it would definitely be stronger than any of Lala's or even the attack he shot at me the last time. Our attacks would connect at the same time. I could either stop my attack and dodge it with switcheroo, or I could exchange blows. The smart choice was obvious, but I really wanted to test myself, so I continued my kick as I covered my whole body in as thick a layer of hockey as I could in that amount of time. My foot connected, and at the same time, he fired off his attack. We flew in opposite directions at high speed, and both of us hit many trees on our way. I even flew through a dinosaur without stopping until I hit a large boulder that stopped all my momentum, but not before I sank into it, creating a Ryoto-shaped hole. I stepped out of the hole, and I was still covered in the blood of an unfortunate dinosaur victim. I looked in the direction of Gid, and I could see the first signs of damage on him. It showed that he wasn't so invincible after all, and I grinned. First, I got rid of the blood by activating Shunko and evaporating everything that was on my body. Unfortunately, it included my jacket, so I was left shirtless. I deactivated my flame cloak and started cracking my neck again. Getting thrown like that makes your body feel stiff, but truthfully, the attack hurt more than the impact that stopped me. I used Shunpa to get closer to Gid, who also shrugged off my attack. But I could see a small dent on his chest where I touched him. Both of us grinned. Ha ha! I don't remember the last time I was hit like that. I almost forgot what pain felt like. Then let me remind you some more. I started calculating, and the winds around me began to go faster and faster in a circular motion. The winds were going fast enough to become visible, and soon enough, a tornado formed, and I directed it toward Gid. It was my first time trying something like that, but it turned out all right. Gid, though, looked unimpressed. With a wave of his hand, the tornado was destroyed. It was pretty anticlimactic. No kidding. Want to take it to the next level? I asked. Sure, only if you can keep up. Don't want to have you go crying to Sephi again. Right? Sending him to the hospital. I summoned my Zanpakuto. Bankai, Tensai Zangetsu. In a surprise at the end of the weekend for Ryoto's POV, I activated Tensai Zangetsu, and my upper body was once again covered. Gid did not react to my transformation. Either he got used to me pulling out new tricks and wouldn't be surprised by something like this, or he had seen so much in his life during the war that he wasn't fazed at all. It was the first time I had used Bankai on my real body, and I couldn't feel any significant difference, which was good. I did a test swing, but it wasn't an ordinary swing. Tensai Zangetsu got covered in a black and red aura and released it toward Gid. It wasn't as powerful as usual, as it didn't call out the name of my attack, but it still was fairly powerful. Gid's eyes widened at my casual display of power, but it still wasn't enough to push him to unleash his power. He cut Gitsuga Tenzo in half with his tail, while his hands were still crossed across his chest. I'm starting to believe that he thinks this pose makes him cool. I wasn't sitting idly when I released the nameless Gitsuga. I cut the air a few more times to leave trails of Gitsuga in the air to release them in a bit. Then I used Shunpa to get behind Gid the moment he couldn't see me because of my attack. My sword was pointed horizontally, and my free hand was gently placed on Tensai Zangetsu. Gitsuga Tenzo. I didn't scream or yell. I just said the name of my attack. And the difference in power was immediately noticeable to everyone who watched. Gid was fast, and so were his reactions. His tail was already in motion to stop my attack, and to nobody's surprise, he blocked the Gitsuga, but this time he didn't cut it in half. It managed to push him back a few meters. Even Gid himself was shocked by this outcome if his wide-eyed expression was any indication. Not that I needed it with my observation haki active. His face made me want to do something I wasn't planning on doing. To be honest, I was thinking of testing my more powerful and mostly new powers and maybe some combos. But why not? It'll test the strength of the Emperor to its fullest. I put my hand towards my face, gathered Ryatsu, and swiped it in front of my face. My hollow mask just appeared, and I already felt stronger. I'm not going to use full hollowification. There are no what's-ifs or buts about it. Nothing here is going to force me to use that form. Full hollow form is only for killing. Also, I don't doubt that if I turned into hollow in front of Gid, he wouldn't hesitate to kill me if he thought that I had lost control. Okay, maybe he would hesitate a bit for Lala's sake of nothing else. But I don't know how long he would try to save me. Doesn't really matter in the end. I didn't end with only my hollow mask. I also activated Shunko and rushed. It was the first time Gid recognized me as a threat. He realized my strength in that one exchange, and his instincts told him that I had gotten even stronger. I signaled very clearly that I was about to swing, but the sword stopped midway, only for me to kick. Gid parried my leg and wind up his arm to punch me. His fist was about to reach me, but suddenly it changed its course, seemingly on its own, which created an opening. I swung Tensai Zangetsu, but it was in the opposite direction. Right now, my attack wasn't even close to reaching Gid, but with just a move of my wrist, we switched our places. In the trajectory of my sword now was Gid, who was caught off guard by the sudden change of places. Years of experience allowed him to react almost instantaneously, and he caught my sword with both of his hands, stopping it in a way that wouldn't hurt him. I felt that he was trying to break it, so I quickly tapped the ground to shoot a column of earth to disturb his footing and create some distance, and my attempt accomplished one of these things. Gid didn't want to give me breathing room and stomped the ground to destroy my attempt, but made his grasp on my sword a bit weaker, and I used it to the best of my abilities. I used vector manipulation to push Zangetsu as much as I could, and it worked as moments later, I could see Zangetsu flying away at high speed through the forest. I jumped back with my hand stretched out, and Zangetsu returned to my hand. I quickly took a stance for my next attack. My weapon was on my head's height. Usually, I need more of a charge-up, if you will, but I didn't have time, nor do I need it this time. I did one slash from the left, I did one slash from the above, I did one slash from the right. 3 slashes were made simultaneously, but that wasn't all. Each of these attacks released a powerful Getsuga Tenzo, and Gid had nowhere to run from Tsubeim Geishi, which I had executed perfectly. He was forced to block it. The one from above was blocked by his tail, and his sides were obviously protected by his arms. When my attack ended, and I could see Gid again, I noticed that there was a small mark on both of his hands where he had blocked the Getsugas, and he bled. It wasn't a deep wound, but he bled nonetheless. I was able to wound the strongest man in the entire galaxy, and I couldn't help but to grin. It was enough playing with Zangetsu, and time to try a new toy. I deactivated Bankai, released my holofication, and took a big breath. This will be the first time I will fight in that form, and it'll be using my full strength. I can't say that I'm not a bit excited. Seeing the minimal change in the air around me, Gid stopped and let out an even more animalistic smile. So, are you finally done playing around? I wasn't exactly playing around before. It was the first time I was fighting someone at my full strength without worrying about killing my opponent. I was just trying to see where I stand against you. I explained my reasoning. I made fun of Gid at the beginning, but I was feeling uncharacteristically prideful back then, and the more ill-used Byakko fruit to its fullest, this feeling will definitely grow. It was time to use my half-beast transformation and fight in it for the first time. Rin's POV. My brows furrowed as I watched the fight. Ryoto acts strange. Usually, he doesn't feel so excited while fighting. At least, I believe so. Ryoto has fought only once since we connected, but to be fair, he was fighting for his life at that time, not only his, but the whole Soul Society. Maybe the cause was that strange fruit he ate. It made him more tiger-like, so it's possible. But changing the topic, I must admit that Lala's father is strong, very strong, and he is still holding back. Ryoto also got stronger, I could see it, and his battle style expanded since he had a lot more abilities. Although he neglects Kido, as usual, he should be grateful that Captain Commander isn't here to see it. Otherwise, according to Ryoto, he would get his favorite student and get him into shape. He'll work with him on it later. I looked around the room to see everyone's reactions, and obviously, everyone couldn't look away from the fight. I can't really blame them. It's not every day you can witness a battle on that scale. Even in Soul Society, it didn't happen often. Papa seems to have fun. Lala mentioned, and it caught my attention. What do you mean? Papa loves fighting strong opponents, but he can never find someone who can keep up with him. They are either too scared to try or too weak for him to have fun. It's the first time in a long time Papa could fight like that. And it looks like Ryoto feels the same. And she smiled when she said her piece. It was a beautiful, pure smile that made me realize how Ryoto fell in love with her. She doesn't worry because, in her mind, there's nothing to worry about. She trusts Ryoto, and she trusts her father, so there is nothing to worry about when they fight. I somehow envy her this simplicity. So you advise just enjoying the show? I try to see if there was some deeper meaning behind her words, but her answer squished these suspicions. Ah, she nodded her head before continuing to talk. Watching Ryoto fight is always fun, and seeing his different side is interesting. Am I the only one who questions what is happening? Kodagawa's outburst caught everyone's attention, and the answer to her question, I think so. I'm sure of it. Yeah, you do. What was the question again? It looked like she, indeed, was the only one not in the know, and she just realized that. I've seen Ryoto being punched through the wall and walking from it like it was nothing. I admit that this is on a different level, but I have learned to just roll with it. It doesn't seem like he is in any danger, even if we would be dead in the first few seconds. Mikan said calmly, although I could see some signs of nervousness. She hid them well, but funnily enough, she has the same hints that Ryoto has when he tries to hide them. Or at least he used to. He only got better at hiding his problems with age, but at the same time, we got better at reading him, so it didn't really matter to our family. A little ironic. He got better at hiding his pain, so he wouldn't worry people closest to him, only for him to get better at hiding it from strangers instead. I've seen Nissan sticking to the roof like it was nothing. Rito added, he defeated me, and am pretty strong. Alma said as she raised her hand and patted her biceps to show her strength. She doesn't have big biceps, so I don't know what exactly that gesture was supposed to mean. He also got these crazy eyes. Ryo continued the trend of opening Kodagawa's eyes to reality. I saw him shoot out lighting from his fingers. The thing that Ki mentioned was news to me. I don't think Ryoto ever mentions this ability. Maybe it just slipped his mind since he's got so many, but I would assume that shooting out lighting would be at the top of the list of powers you remember. Although, now that I think about it, I could do it as well with Kido. Heido for Byakurai, to be exact, but I'm sure she doesn't mean that since I would have felt it if he used it. The green-haired boy, Rin, I think his name was, started panicking and looking around for some reason. Ayaniki webbed me to the ceiling. He didn't want to feel out, and he even looked proud of that event. Yes, I've seen that one. Kotegawa, this time, answered calmly as if everything before had been forgotten. Years of experience of not laughing when I shouldn't because my children otherwise wouldn't take me seriously and don't respect my authority came in handy. Kodagawa's answer deflated any feeling of pride that Rin felt at being able to add something. Then I felt a change in Ryoto, and my eyes turned toward the monitor, where Lallis' dad and Ryoto were facing each other. Their fight was seemingly on pause as they talked. I was the first one to notice, but soon enough, everyone's attention got back to the ongoing conflict. Then it happened. Ryoto started bulking up, and white fur with black stripes started growing across his body. This was the transformation he showed off during our examination together. I'm curious why he chose this form right now, when his Bankai should be enough. Okay, that's a lie. I know why he did that. He wants to test it out. And so they resumed their battle. It was the end of being careful. Ryoto started fighting like an animal, for lack of better words, and Lallis' father responded in kind. They exchanged blows with each other. A punch for a punch, a kick for a kick, and every wound for another to the best of their abilities. The blood started flying, but the smile they wore never left their faces. It looked to me like two Kinpachi met each other and started fighting. It's an image I don't want to think about. One of these psychos at the time is one too many, in my opinion, and I don't count Uno Hana when I say it. As far as I know, she abandoned that title and even changed her name. The battle was brutal, and not everyone present should be watching it, in my opinion. I could quickly tell, and even someone blind would be able to see it. I took a peek at Lala to see her reaction, and she didn't have any. That was surprising, as she watched this violent slugfest with a happy smile. Even when Ryoto scratched her father with his sharp claws, and her father landed a heavy blow on Ryoto's stomach. Interesting. Why are you still going on with making babies with Ryoto? Kodagawa's outburst caught my attention, and when I turned my eyes, I could see a red-faced Kotegawa yelling at Alma. Why aren't you? Do we watch the same video? Alma tilted her head as if she did not understand what Kotegawa meant, but I felt like she was intentionally leading her on. Besides, you aren't even married, So why are you talking about having children? You shouldn't even be involved like that. But we are. Lala does as well. Sometimes we do it together. Other times it is separate, but it always ends with satisfaction. Ryoto is good. I swear smoke started coming out of Kodagawa's head. She couldn't comprehend what was just said to her, and her worldview was crushed. She tried to look for an ally in this crazy world, but she couldn't find him or in me since I experienced and agreed with what Alma said. Lala did as well. She then turned to Keed and Rio. I can't comment on that. I'm not that close to Ryoto yet, Rio said with a shrug. Me neither, but I get what Alma-san means. Seeing Ryoto bloodied like that is sexy. I could recognize a lustful look when I see it, and that was definitely one. It's not the strangest confession I heard in my life, but it still managed to get me to raise my eyebrow. I thought it was tentacles that made you like that, but it looks like you were always that freaky, Rio said to her friend. That broke the spell, and the lustful look was replaced with a shameful one. I can't help it. All this blood reminds me of our first kiss. Keed responded quickly as she covered her face with her hands. That was an interesting tidbit of information, I guess. And it's not that strange to acquire a taste for something during your first time. Yoruchi developed a particular interest because of that. At least, I think that was the reason. I didn't know her that well before, so I wouldn't know her taste that much, and she wouldn't admit to it even if we tortured her. This whole conversation turned weird, so I decided to ignore it for now, even if my motherly instincts told me to de-escalate the situation. But I'm not their mother, and they should solve their differences on their own as long as it's not too serious. I checked on Ryoto, and I could see him being lifted up by Lala's dad, tail wrapped around his neck. Both of them were bloodied, but Gid definitely was in better condition. This image made me furrow my eyebrows. I don't like Ryoto being like this. I should have been there helping him his fight, but I knew that it wasn't that serious. I'm just still too serious for my own good. The world here is much less dangerous than Soul Society. There is no bigger danger hiding nearby that could kill everything you love if you're not careful. I forcefully calm myself down. I know that there aren't any real dangers. So I just have to watch and see if Lala's dad goes too far and does something permanent to Ryoto. My eyes narrowed dangerously. Then I don't care who he is or how strong he is. He'll pay for it, even if it's the last thing he'll do. End a surprise at the end of the weekend 5. Ryoto's POV. My everything hurts, but a smile couldn't leave my face even as I was hanging above the ground as Gid's tail was holding me up. It wasn't the most pain I ever felt during a fight, as a lot of bleeding was surface level, and thanks to Jormungan's blood, my skin was regenerating, although I still felt the effects of blood loss. It was still minimal at the moment. The punches I received to the body were a much bigger problem. That's where the most damage I got came from. What can I say except that I am pleasantly surprised? At this rate, maybe in a few decades, when I'm too old to wipe my own ass, you'll give me a challenge. Even now, when he seemingly won, he feels the need to mock me. I can't even blame the guy since I would do the same, but I wanted to test myself on him. Say that to me when you break my strongest technique. I internally cringed as I said the most cliché line possible. That caught Gid's attention. So you were still holding back after everything we went through. I would call you bold or stupid since you like to dance on the edge between these two, but I feel like this time you had a reason. I slowly reverted back to my human form as I was still being held up. And you would be correct. I never managed to activate it in a fight. Either there wasn't a need, or my opponent wouldn't allow me to fully activate it. My smile widened. But you would. You want a challenge, and it can give it to you. Gid threw me to the ground, which was mighty disrespectful, I might add, but I didn't focus on it. I just wanted to stand up. Lying on the ground is pissing me off for no particular reason. You know, I know you were playing me, but I'll allow it. Hurry up, boy. I don't have a whole day. I stood up as I summoned Gyaka Hanzo. It was time to use her Bankai. In the depth of darkness, I invoke the Mirror of Fate. Let your power reflect and shatter upon itself. As your strength meets its mirror, may it be turned against you. And every strike you cast returns to you in inverted might. Awaken, Bankai. Kenzen Gyaku Ine. Complete reverse shadow, as I was using the incantation, a second voice could be heard talking at the same time. A girl's voice which belonged to Gyaku. I pull my Ryatsu very carefully. My Bankai was dangerous not only to my enemies, but also to myself if I was not careful enough. That was one of the reasons I haven't used it against Yuach, even though I thought it would be helpful. The Quincy King would kill me before I released it, or if I activated it, then he had enough power to overpower my Bankai's ability. Right now, though, I have all the time I need to prepare myself. The shadowy fog started coming out of under my feet, and soon it reached Gid, but it didn't stop there. It was going further and further until it finally had enough. When it stopped, equally black walls rose up, but it didn't end at it. The ceiling was also created, but curiously, it didn't become any darker. That was a strange phenomenon, but who questions the logic of Bankai in this day and age anyway? Not me. From behind me, the fog started rising, but unlike the walls of pure darkness, this time, it was creating a round shape. Then, like water, it washed off whatever it was under, revealing a beautiful mirror decorated with many pieces of jewelry and rare gemstones. At the same time, the same fog was going on my hands and arms until it stopped a bit above my elbows. The same thing was happening to my legs, and it also stopped above my knees. The shadow came off me, revealing bloody red veins that seemed to pulsate and glow. My hands were also restrained by some kind of metal gauntlets that held my hands together in front of me, and legs were cuffed together. Gid looked around and then refocused on me. So that's it. You made a big black room and a big mirror and cuffed yourself. All your talk just for that. He narrowed his eyes at me dangerously. I don't like feeling disappointed. Then I must apologize. Thankfully, I know someone who won't be as disappointed as me. I sidestepped so Gid could see his own reflection. I won't deny that I never disappointed myself. But my own reflection isn't enough to satisfy me. I would ask if his wife would say the same thing, but I stopped myself. Not because I'm scared, but it's the first time I released Jayakis Bankai against an opponent, and I'm not going to ruin her moment with my stupid jokes, even if I think they are not stupid. I didn't need to say anything as Gid's reflection started moving on its own, and it was approaching us until it touched the mirror from the other side. Its touch created ripples on the surface. It seemed that he couldn't go through, but then it used more force, and his hand escaped the mirror, but it didn't look the same as it did when it was on the other side. Its arm became shadowy, just like the fog that created this whole space. It didn't stop there. He walked out until his whole body escaped the reverse side. Now, next to me stood Shadow Gid, and my visible veins glowed even stronger. I couldn't stop but grin at the dumbfounded expression that the real Gid showed. Still disappointed? Gid couldn't answer as a shadow self rushed at him and punched him, sending him flying towards the wall. The wall absorbed the impact, which was visible thanks to the ripples. I just want to mention that this room isn't indestructible. With enough power, my Bankai will deactivate, but that threshold is higher than one would think. Gid is definitely capable of going above that threshold, but he won't. I know that because he wants to have a good fight, and as long as he gets it, he won't throw a tantrum. The better question is, how long can I keep that up? I looked down at my arms covered in veins as they glowed and throbbed menacingly. Rin's POV. It's amazing to think that he used this Bankai. The activation alone is a Herculean task, and training with it is challenging, if not in the inner world. The first time Ryoto released Kanzen Gyakuine, he was forced to fight his shadow reflection on his own for 3 days straight before he ran out of Ryatsu. The monitor wasn't showing anything at the moment, but I knew how fast it could turn dangerous. Mikado-sensei tried to fix her machine, but it wouldn't help with anything since it was not broken. I, of course, notified her of it and explained that all we can do right now is wait. I really hate to wait. Every time I waited for Ryoto to come back, he returned injured and almost dead. I absent-mindedly rubbed the ring on my finger as I once again waited for his return. And the end of Surprise 1, Sephi's POV, it was a day as usual. I was doing some paperwork and running the empire while Gid was having fun somewhere else. I swear this whole empire would crush and burn without me. I can't imagine Gid ever willingly working behind a desk. I'm so happy to have dug my heels in and we'll take a break after Lala gives birth so I can play with my first grandchild. Although I'm a bit scared of what will happen with no one looking after Gid. Maybe I should hire an assistant for him, so he won't laze around when I'm not around. But where could I find someone who won't be intimidated by him? My thoughts were cut short when I heard ringing. Someone was calling me, and after a quick check, it was Lala. It's strange. I don't think we were supposed to have a call today. Lala can be free-spirited, but she wouldn't call me without a reason if there wasn't an emergency. And if there was an emergency in Lala's eyes, then it must be something catastrophic. I quickly answered the call. Although I acted calmly on the outside, I was already making plans for many different scenarios inside. The moment I clicked the button, I could see my oldest daughter's face. She didn't seem in any distress, so I relaxed slightly. "Hey, Mama." She greeted me with her usual enthusiasm as she waved her hand. I really envy all her optimistic view on the world at times. I smiled back and waved her back. "It's good to see you, Lala. Do you need anything? I thought you were supposed to call in 2 days. Did something happen?" "Yeah, a lot has happened. Me, Ryoto, and our friends wanted to go to the beach. So I used Pion Warp Coin DX to teleport us to the beach on Okinawa. But there was a small error, and we got stranded on another planet. We needed to spend a night there. It was kind of fun. The next day, Ryoto found Mikado-sensei, and she could get us to Earth, and Lala took deep breaths because she forgot to breathe as she explained everything that happened as fast as she could. I couldn't help but smile at her behavior. It reminds me that no matter how old she gets, she will always be my little girl. "Lala, dear, I'm happy that you had an interesting weekend, but I can't see why it couldn't wait 2 days before you call me about it." That's because Papa fights Ryoto right now. That answer made me pause as if my whole brain needed a reboot. "Excuse me, can you repeat the last one again? I think you just said that Gid is fighting Ryoto." I even rubbed my eyes under my veil to be sure that I wasn't dreaming and was wide awake because I may have been overworked and heard wrong. I'm sure that Gid wouldn't be rash and stupid to fight Ryoto again. That's what I said. "Mama, weren't you listening?" She giggled as if I was silly for thinking that it couldn't have happened. "Ryoto asked to call you as soon as possible because he doesn't know how long hell lasts, even when he got stronger. Papa has fun so far, and Ryoto does too. But it would be better if you could stop Papa from going too far. He'll be there as soon as possible." With these words, I ended the call, stood up, and called one of my subordinates. "Prepare the fastest ship available immediately." That was the only thing I said. The more time I waste, the more I risk Ryoto's safety. I swear if Gid does anything to my son-in-law, he will sleep on the couch for the rest of his life. Taking soldiers or bodyguards would be meaningless. No one is capable of stopping Gid except for me, and taking more people will only slow me down. As I was walking fast, but not entirely running through the palace, 2 of my other daughters stopped me. "Mama, what happened?" My oldest daughter asked me. She was with her twin, but they were more often together than not, so it wasn't strange. I would be happy to talk with them at any other time, but time is of the essence right now, so I didn't stop and just mention that they should follow me if they want an explanation. "Your father is doing something stupid again, so I'm going to stop him before he does something even more stupid." "What's he doing?" Momo asked, and I contemplated how much I should tell them. In the end, I decided to just tell them. They aren't small children who can't keep their mouths shut, especially Momo, who took the most after me of all my children. Gid is fighting with Lala's fiancé again, and I'm planning on stopping this madness. Again with Ain Yui's fiancé. I don't get what's so great about him. Older the twins said. That's why we should meet him. Maybe you'll realize what made one Ni-sama fall in love with him. It will start a love triangle. Momo teased her older sister, which, of course, made Nana red from embarrassment. She denied it firmly, but that was Momo's goal, and she ignored her twin to talk to me. "Can we go with you to meet Lala's fiancé?" I thought about my daughter's request, but quickly shot it down. It's not a great time for that. Maybe next time, when everything will be calmer. "Okay, sorry, but I really need to go now. Don't cause trouble when I'm not around. Love you both." With these words, I kissed both of them on their foreheads and left them. 3RDS POV. Both sisters stayed quiet for a while after their mother left them, but they exchanged glances as if they were communicating with each other. It It wasn't even that much of a stretch since they were twins, even if they were different in many aspects. How about we go to Earth to meet Wani-sama's fiancé? See for ourselves what's a big deal with him. Momo was the first to break the silence. And how are you planning on doing that? And why should we? Are you telling me that you don't want to escape this palace, just like Wani-sama, to have fun on Earth? Right now is the best time to do it. Mama is gone, and so is Papa, so slipping out would be easier. And since both Mama and Papa trust Ryoto so much that they let Wani-sama stay on Earth, they probably won't force us to go back. Maybe. Besides, don't you want to skip all these lessons we are taking? I don't know about you, but one more lesson on etiquette, and I'm going to go crazy. When you say that way, Nana still seemed a bit uncertain, but Momo had other plans. It's decided then. Momo didn't give Nana any chance to back away and dragged her sister to start their new adventure. Yini the end of a surprise too. Ryoto's POV. Once again, Shadow Gid and Gid threw a punch at the same time, and just like many other times, it created a massive shockwave. As the fists met, the veins on my arms glowed more intensely and moved disgustingly. I also winced inwardly. The twin duo exchanged blows for a while, and each exchange ended in a draw. I could see that Gid enjoyed himself. Otherwise, that battle-hungry grin that was so ever-present on his face gave mixed signals. My Bankai, once activated, allows me to match anyone, no matter how strong, but it still has its limits. The limit here is me. I don't control the shadow puppet, but am the one who provides it energy. I also feel all the damage it receives, but it is translated as if I was the one fighting. This means that Gid didn't feel much when they hit each other fists because of his durability, but I would, so I did. I wouldn't receive said damage, but it could still hurt as hell. After their last bout, Gid didn't make any moves and started laughing maniacally. I think he finally lost it. Ha 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 ha. Great. It's just great. Ryoto Yuki, you're the only one who could push me so much by yourself. Gid Lushin Deviluk, recognize you as strong. Be proud of yourself. But as much fun as it was, it's time to end it. As he was praying to me, his maniacal smile vanished, swapped with an indifferent expression. This alone screamed danger. I pumped as much energy as possible into my shadow puppet. It was the correct move, as Gid almost lazily put out both of his hands, and he started gathering a crazy amount of energy in front of him. His shadow copied him perfectly, but I was feeling the drain, and I was on my last leg. Then it happened. Two powerful beams of energy were fired off, and they met halfway. They collided, creating an enormous explosion and destroying my Bankai in the process. 3 RDS POV. Meanwhile, on the ship, there was unrest as the monitor showed a black screen. Did the camera break? If so, I could try fixing it. I'll even make it better. Lala asked innocently and offered help. No, it shouldn't be broken. If the drone, or by any chance, only the camera is destroyed, I will be notified immediately. That's something different. I just don't know what. It's Ryoto's Bankai. Until it ends, nothing goes in and nothing goes out. The drone probably got stuck in the shadows. When the Bankai ends, ITLL return like nothing has ever happened. What is happening inside? Alma asked Rin with big, curious eyes. I'm not exactly sure, but whatever happens, Lala's father will have his most difficult battle yet. And how long will they be in there? This time it was Mikado who asked her student. Either Ryoto or his opponent run out of their energy. These are the only two outcomes. Knowing Ryoto, he can keep this up for about 15 minutes. Usually it would be longer, but Lala's father is so strong that any longer would be delusional. So just like I said before, all we can do is wait. Suddenly, Mikado's wristwatch started beeping. She checked it quickly, and there were traces of stress since it was an alarm that someone had teleported to her ship without authorization, which usually meant an attack. Seeing her school nurse in distress, Rin put her guard up for whatever was coming, but no one except for Lala, who smiled widely, saw the new arrival. Hey, Mama. It was Sephi Michaela Deviluk, Queen of the Planet Deviluk, Lala's mother, and of course, Gid's wife. At her daughter's greeting, Sephi smiled behind her veil, which she always wore when in the presence of people who weren't her family or women. Hello, Lala. I would love to chat longer, but point me to your father before something happens. As the queen said that, the image returned to the monitor. Ryoto's POV. My Bankai was deactivated, and the space it created collapsed with it. The attack of both Gid and his doppelganger canceled each other, as they had the exact same power output, but you could say I lost this exchange as it left me completely drained. As we stood, now back in the real world, I was barely standing and about to fall down, but the moment my body started going down, I transformed into my Byakko form, so I wouldn't fall on my knees. I dropped on all four of my limbs with a loud nose because of my weight in this form, although I doubted I would be able to do much more. I could feel my legs shaking, but I powered through and stood proudly. After all of this, you are still refusing to give up. You are really making it hard to hold back, you know? Then don't blame me for whatever is going to happen. Gid started gathering energy again, and lightning started cracking around him. I had a bad feeling about it, but I wasn't going to back out, so I started manipulating wind and lightning. Everything around me was being moved roughly by the wind, and lightning started cracking around me in a similar way to Gid's. At the same time, I was growling and showing my teeth. Our power met halfway between us and clearly distinguished our spaces. Normally, I would lose to Gid in this contest of power, but wind and lightning are mine to command. No matter how tired or near death I am, no one can take that away from me. We stood like that in front of each other, wrestling for control. My form dwarfed Gid's even more than usual, but as usual, his power dwarfed mine. I am definitely more versatile than he is, but his raw power makes my versatility no problem for him. The environment around us was being destroyed even more than it already was, but it didn't matter to us, as the only thing in our eyes was our opponent. I believe it's important to mention that during this whole fight, both Gid and I didn't try to kill each other. If we did, both of us would be much more injured. I'm a professional assassin. I was one of the best when I was active in Soul Society. And even against someone like Gid, I would be able to make him bleed, and if he bled, he could be killed. That wasn't the point of this fight. I'm not even sure what this fight was about. I just know that I refused to kneel in front of Gid. It's probably the devil fruit's fault if I had to guess. Typically, it wouldn't matter, but in front of the Emperor, the Byakko inside of me refused to submit. Gid Ryoto. The power struggle stopped as the both of us turned to the source of the voice. GHH-. Sephi, what are you doing here? Stopping you, obviously. Sephi said, and she certainly wasn't happy. And I didn't need Hockey to know that. Her whole posture screamed you are in trouble. She started with her hands on her hips until she changed it to put her arms under her boobs. Neither of these poses meant good news for Gid. I wasn't really trying to kill him. He wouldn't be standing here with us if I tried to, and you know it. Gid tried to explain himself, but Sephi wasn't having that. Don't blame me for whatever is going to happen. Was it? And don't even try saying that you really didn't mean it, because you definitely did. Do I need to remind you what happened last time you said that? You weren't even fighting. It was just a friendly competition, and you created a new canyon where a mountain once stood. I couldn't just let them think that I was just talk. My name was on the line. I feel like there's an interesting story there, but I wasn't focused on that. I was just enjoying how the most powerful man in the galaxy is handled by his wife. Additionally, because our fight was once again interrupted, I can say that I haven't lost to him even once, even though we have fought 2 times already. I was probably looking incredibly smug right now, because I certainly was feeling like that. In the meantime, I reverted to my human form and managed to stand up. What is that look you have, Ryoto? Rin mimicked Sephi's pose, but years of experience allowed me to act quickly to avoid danger. Rin, honey, the love of my life. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? Rin's expression didn't change even a bit as I said my piece and made exaggerated movements. She even tapped her foot, which is not a good sign. So, care to explain why you fought Lala's father? It's a trick question, but I don't know in which way. She either knows why I did that and just want to see if I tell the truth, or doesn't know and wants to get me to say it. What to do? What to do? I'm waiting. It looks like thinking isn't a free action, so I did the most reasonable thing. I blamed it on the other party. It's all Gid's fault. What? It looks like I was hurt by my father-in-law. Sorry, Gid, But it was either you or me, and I chose the better options. You are strong enough to take the blame for both of us, or are you going to tell me that the strongest man in the Milky Way galaxy can take responsibility for his actions? Don, play on my feeling of superiority. You are right, but don't do that. Ryoto, Rin warned me, and so I knew that my plan of getting Gid as a scapegoat had failed. Before getting back to Earth, I was forced to listen to Rin's lecture about how I did something stupid without a good reason. I was sitting next to Gid, who was getting a similar lecture from his wife. Both of us felt a bond forming as we understood that we were not so different, he and I, Yindi.